Good evening and welcome to the 2025 NFL Draft Cast presented by UINDY TV. This is about a half hour's time. The Titans will be on the clock for the first overall pick of this year's NFL Draft. My name is Jace, Hodge, as your host tonight. Over on the desk for analysis, Charles Foster, Jake Helton, and Caden Colford. Guys, how are we doing tonight?
Really good. I think we're really excited to see what this draft class has to offer. There's a lot of big names, and we're going to go through these guys. I mean, we're going to get into all of them. A lot of anticipation heading into tonight. A lot of teams can get better. A lot of teams can get worse. Can't wait to see how it goes.
Yeah, and Charles, we've already had a lot of action. We've been reading the Twitter reports, everything else that we can find. What's the biggest news you've heard so far?
I mean, right now it's looking like we're going to see the Browns looking like they might be moving back. They're currently, at the number 2 overall pick, and they have been talking about, and I quote, we've heard to, and I quote, strap up, because they're looking like they're going to be making a move at that number 2 pick. So some big things coming up, but Jace, Hodge, you have our first guest on. Let's see what you got to say.
First guest today is our quarterback and trenches aficionado. This guy's quarterback, D-line, and O-line. And we're going to begin by looking at Cam Ward. The presumed number 1 overall pick in this draft. What do you see from his game so far?
Well, we look at the player comps. He looks like a Phillip Rivers, a Jordan Love kind of mix. He's a guy that can make a lot of off-calibrated throws. I mean, he's on the run. He's very calm in the pocket and pressure. He also led NCAA in passing touchdowns for a career, 158. He's going to be a guy who's going to look to change the culture of a Titans team that was not very good, reason why they had the number 1 overall pick. But as a passer, I think he's one of the, if not the best passer in this entire draft.
But weaknesses-wise, where do you see his game being a little bit weak? Because, I mean, obviously, people don't think he's, a first overall pick talent in this draft class, but he's still probably going to go number 1 because the Titans are quarterback needy. But so what do you see as his weaknesses so far?
Well, it's kind of the same. One of his strengths is also considered his weakness, and that is the idea that he likes to throw off platform. He likes to extend plays, and in the NFL, that can get you killed. It can get you killed, and he's just going to be trying to run around, make hero ball plays, and that's not going to help a team win. So I think that's the most glaring weakness from a guy who in Cam Ward, who I believe is going to be the first overall pick, unless there's a huge major trade that happens. I think he's pretty much a shoo-in. Cam Ward's going to be the number 1 overall pick.
Looking into some other guys now to the trenches, Will Campbell, offensive tackle from LSU. He looked very good. He's probably going to go top 4 possibly to that Patriots team at number 4. What do you see from him?
A lot of good things. He's a 3-year starter at LSU, a guy who's seen the SEC talent. He's went against the Georgias, the Alabamas, who've always produced incredible talent. There are some parts of his game that are a little shaky as well. Arm length was a huge talk throughout the combine. He measured in at 32 5/8 at the combine, and then as pro day, somehow his arms got longer. Somehow we're at 33 inches now. Either way, the key to arm length is being able to control the defensive end. And that makes it, shorter arms make it easier for the defenders to get their hands inside and really wreak havoc. So that's the biggest, I would say, kind of just the weakness to Will Campbell.
And I know in the pre-show, before the show began, we were talking about his punch and how inconsistent that can be. What do you see from that?
When you see an inconsistent punch with short arms, is that he's trying to guess. He's trying to kind of guess where the D lineman's going, whether he's going to go inside, outside, a speed to a bull rush. He's trying to guess because, yes, he's a great athlete, and he's really good at recovering, which is why he's a starter for 3 years at LSU. But when you look at his arm length, it really is something to look at because, yes, I don't think they really care about the exact measurement, but if you get beat inside the breastplate so often, you're not going to be a good caliber offensive tackle in the NFL.
And, I mean, do you see him being worthy of that 4th overall pick there?
I do not. I like the guy out of Missouri, Mimbo, way better, a guy who doesn't have a lot of holes to his game, a little bit of a bigger prospect. I like him a lot more. But I think Campbell overall is a better athlete. I think he's a guy who can maybe move into guard as well. So maybe that's a little more upside that the Patriots see that, not really you just look at the straight numbers.
Yeah. Moving to the D-line now, over to Michigan, looking at Mason Graham. This guy's also expected to go possibly top 10 in this year's draft. What have you seen from his game?
He's a guy that is sitting around 6'2", 295, around that range. So he's not one of those guys who's going, I'm going to go stop the run. Mm-hmm. But it's more of a finesse player, a guy who can make people miss and really thrives on one-on-one competition. The big key, though, is going to be what type of defense that the team gets drafted to runs. If they run a 3-4, anything that puts them in a solo position to get double teamed, that's going to be really bad for him because he's not very good at that power pass rush with 2 guys trying to block him. So when you look at a guy like Mason Graham, He's going to be a guy who's going to thrive in a 4-3, a 4-2 kind of system, kind of playing that outside, that 3 technique, and really getting that one-on-one with a guard. That's where he's really going to thrive in the NFL and really going to be a really good player.
And what team do you see as the best fit for Mason Graham?
Well, you see a lot of things him going 5, 6. A lot of people saying he may drop. If I had to pick one team off the top of my head, I really like him as a Raider as well. Go pair him up with Max Crosby, kind of like that outside edge, put him at that 3 position to run with the Raiders. But, who knows what the Raiders are going to do. Ashton Jeanty may be on their mind.
We'll see what they do, and we'll get to some running backs, receivers, and tight ends next with Freddy Hawthorne.
Where they just suddenly get over that little barrier and they get it. It's a nice aha moment, and I really like being involved in helping students achieve that moment, and we do get a lot of those here in the tutoring lab.
So the overall mission here at Flannel House Indy is to help with the development and growth, the self-efficiency and self-sufficiency of the near northwest side of Indianapolis. When the Double Eights closed in the area, that left the near northwest side a food desert. So Brandon Cosby, the executive director of Flannel House, started with the Flannel House Farms, where they grow fresh produce organically for the neighborhood around, and then later on down the line, Cleo's came about. So we're here to help with the sustainability of getting fresh food at cheap prices to the locals around. Black owned, black ran. That's the gist of Cleo's for the most part.
We'll leave it to our actual athletes. Watch UINDY TV's live sports broadcast on GLVCSN and YouTube.
Time to look into some pass catchers and running backs. Joining us now is Freddy Hawthorne. We begin talking about Ashton Jeanty, possibly a top 5, top 3 talent in this NFL draft from Boise State. Had a great season last year, Heisman finalist. What do you see from Jeanty that is so good, makes him an NFL prospect?
I would just say his ability to break the tackle, his ability to, take those plays that you might think are only worth 5 yards and take them 98 yards for a touchdown. I would say he's probably the best running back in the draft. We're talking about a guy who was 27 yards away from breaking Barry Sanders' rushing record. This guy took Boise State to the college football playoffs, so he kind of has that persona to, put a team on his back and just to take them where they need to go. So I'm excited for Ashton Jeanty.
And, being 5'8", he's a little bit undersized for a running back. Do you see that causing any problems here?
I don't necessarily see that being an issue. We've had a lot of undersized running backs in the NFL be successful. I've seen a lot of player comparisons to Frank Gore. He was kind of an undersized running back, but he was really big. That's another thing about Ashton Jeanty. He has the frame, he has the stock. He's pretty big, but he doesn't have the height necessarily. But I don't think that'll be an issue for Ashton Jeanty. I've seen him plenty of times during this last season, just run through guys.
And, this is one of the running backs that we've seen, be a top prospect. What team do you see as a really good fit for what Jeanty's game has to offer?
If I had to think of a team just off of the top of the head, I would say Houston. I would say the Texans, they look like they need a running back. I think they have everything else figured out. They have Stroud at the quarterback position. Nico Collins-Tankdale, I think they'll be a problem for, that AFC, conference for a long time to come. So I would say that him and Houston at that running back position, I think that'll give him a really good chance to succeed.
Now, looking into pass catchers, Tyler Warren, a big body tight end, had a historic last season at Penn State, possibly a top 10 talent as well in the entirety of this draft. Tyler Warren was really good last year. How do you see his game moving over to the NFL level?
I think Tyler Warren is going to be a matchup nightmare for a lot of linebackers in the NFL. I think he's a very, very great, exceptional route runner, and I think that he has a lot of opportunities to make plays over the middle. He does a great job making cuts over the middle and just making plays there for Notre Dame, or Penn State, sorry.
And, you look at his player comp, Mark Andrews. Do you see that as a reasonable player comp? Andrews had plenty of good years over there with the Ravens. Do you see Warren kind of playing out his career similar to Andrews?
I do. I think that one thing that Tyler Warren is different, though, just to say about Mark Andrews is his catching ability. I think that he's a better catcher than Mark Andrews, and I also think he's a better pass blocker. And I think those two things, when he gets to the NFL, will serve him, as a great advantage.
Looking into his bad side, what do you see as his weaknesses heading into this draft?
I think that on his route running a little bit, and that just goes with his size because he's still in college, he can be redirected a little bit easily on his routes, and I think that that'll be something that he just needs to get in the weight room and fix. I think that's just an off-season problem that he'll get in the weight room over the off-season, probably even this summer before camp, and he can fix that.
I mean, and he's a big guy too, 6'6", 250. I mean, you would think, a little bit of extra muscle, he can get off those routes.
Yeah.
Now looking into the receiver side of things, Teteroa McMillan, the guy from Arizona, expected to be the first receiver taken off the board in the NFL draft. Looking at him, what do you see from his game, his route running ability, and just his size?
He's a playmaker. I mean, when you look at his film, you look at the tape, a lot of 50-50 catches, he comes down with it. I think that's a point of emphasis when you look at him. He's probably that guy when the ball's in there, he's going to go get it. And I think that's what teams want him for, his route running ability. He's a great route runner, and he's great at the top of his routes. I think that's what most people like about him as well. And, just the fact that, most of the time, every time the ball's in the air, he comes down with it. He was a 1,300-yard receiver this year, so, that's a great guy to look at for your team.
And you see other receivers, Egbuka, Matthew, Golden, other receivers in this draft that have the ability, but what makes Teteroa so much better than those guys, and the reason that he's so above those guys on the big boards?
I think it's just his ability to go get the ball in the air. That 50-50 ball, that's what a lot of coaches need. There's not a lot of receivers that are going to go up there and catch those passes, and I can tell you from experience, those passes change the game. It's 3rd and 20, you can throw it up to a guy like that, first down at the other team's 10-yard line. So it's a great guy to get.
And also quickly, I want to ask you about Loveland, Colson Loveland, the tight end from Michigan. I mean, obviously he's a little bit behind Warren on the big boards, but some people have him above Tyler Warren on the big boards. What do you see from his game?
I like his game a lot. I think when you look at Michigan, most people recognize Michigan for running the ball. Mm-hmm. So when you look at him being able to get into Michigan's playbook and passing, and to get out there and make plays, I think he's a good option. I do think Tyler Warren is a better tight end than him, but I don't think he's far behind at all.
Thank you, Freddie. Over to you guys now, talking about some receivers and running backs.
Well, I do want to say one thing about the Michigan playbook. If you've ever played College Football 25, you'll know that Michigan is the most overpowered playbook because of the routes that the tight ends run. They have a set that they bring in two tight ends, and I mean, it is just unstoppable. I've scored so many touchdowns on my friends, I can't even count anymore. If you see our promo, you'll see me up, I believe it was 70-0 against Caden in our promo video. I was using the Michigan playbook in that one as well. But going back to Cam Ward, because we mentioned that, I love how he is able to get the ball down the field, but the one thing that I hate is how he throws a crossbody. He throws across the field, just basically begging for an interception, and that's the thing that I think a lot of NFL scouts are looking at is his susceptibility to mistakes, and that's kind of the thing holding me back from saying, yeah, he is a top tier or going to be a top tier quarterback in the NFL. I think he's going to play. He's going to be a first-year starter. Obviously, he's going to go play for a very bad Titans team. But my question is does he get stuck in a Bryce Young kind of situation where he gets stuck with a team that isn't necessarily going anywhere? Because I don't see this Titans team being scary in the future.
Yeah, the Titans are an interesting team. We're going to kind of go more in depth about them later whenever they're on the clock, but they're not exactly a quarterback-friendly place to play at. And let's say their receiving core isn't amazing there. Nothing's really shines out for you. But I do think Cam Ward will be a step in the right direction. I think that's where they will end up going with that first overall pick.
We talk about the Titans and them not being a QB-friendly organization. I compare that a lot to Caleb Williams this most recent year, right? Somewhat similar skill sets. I still think Caleb Williams was a better prospect at that point, but we're going to talk about Cam Ward a lot. And, well, it seems like he's pretty happy to go to Tennessee. Really talking before the draft on his live streams, playing on Twitch. He's talking about how much he loves the players that have played for the Titans. Talking about how much Calvin Ridley, how great he looks on the football field, which, could be for show, could be for this, could be for the hoorah. But I really look at this guy, and it looks like he's ready to play NFL football. In college, he looked like he was having a lot of fun, and he was dicing dudes up in the ACC. But that's a big step up.
That's
that
the
is
thing,
a huge step up.
The ACC, that's the big word in that. We're going to sit here and act like the ACC is some competition. It was not this year. SMU was all right. Other than that, Georgia Tech put together a couple of solid games. I was not impressed by the ACC at all, and that's kind of the thing about Cam Ward. He hasn't played a ton of competition. You look to some of the games where he was tested, like that Georgia Tech game. They were disguising coverages, throwing different things at him, and he was struggling. He really struggled in that game. So I do have a lot of question marks when it comes to can he translate his play style into the NFL, and I just don't know that it necessarily does.
Yeah, and we're going to find out a lot more, and we're also going to look at some DBs and some linebackers coming up next after this short break.
Emma Donnan, elementary and middle school. Discover the Donnan difference. A school where you can celebrate others. Come together as a community. Be a part of a learning environment where students and teachers are appreciated. Emma Donnan, a culture that can't be beat, that's going onward together. A school filled with love. Emma Donnan.
I love my school.
Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me.
There's no shot. He has time to make that throw. There's no shot he gets away from that.
He's that guy, dude. He is that guy. When it comes to football, Mr. Football Ready.
Not a chance he escapes the pocket like that, gets out, makes a throw on the run, on the dot. No way.
He's going to do the same thing to Michigan. Watch it. 10-0 heading into Ohio State. I'm calling it.
You want to bet?
Let's do it.
I'm Caden Colford alongside Jake Helton for college sports, pro sports, everything Indianapolis.
Let's move to the defensive side of things. Joining me now is Jacksen, Strassbruger, DBs and linebackers aficionado for today. Looking first at the guy, the DB, the Travis Hunter. He can play receiver too, but you know, this guy is arguably the #1 prospect in this entire NFL draft. What do you see from Travis Hunter that makes him so good?
Well, first you have to talk about that he plays 2 different positions. I feel like that's a big deal coming in. We've never seen anything like this. But he does both of them at a high level. I wouldn't say he's great or elite at either one of them, but he's very good at both of them. That's just something we don't see or have yet to see in the NFL.
And I mean, him playing both positions, how do you see that playing out in the NFL? Is that a possibility or is that something that's kind of a dream for him?
I think it's more of a dream. I don't see it really happening coming into it. I think he'll stick to the DB side as he's listed as a DB now, but maybe it's a trick play. We saw his coach at Colorado, Deion Sanders, line up as wide receiver every once in a while. Just wouldn't be surprised to see that every.
Looking into the player comp, who do you see him in his play style, compared to?
I mean, I think he's kind of a ball hawk. You look at like Trayvon Diggs on the defensive side, jumping routes, trying to get as many picks and get his offense the ball back. With having again those if he goes to a good offensive team, that'll really help his team be successful.
Looking into now a linebacker, that's Jahad Campbell. This guy's probably the best linebacker in this class by far, a great pass coverage linebacker at that, very good in coverage out of Alabama. Where do you see him fitting in this draft?
I mean, I think he'll end up in the top 10 still. He'll find his way there. I think he's, like you said, the best linebacker in this draft class. I really did like him coming out of Alabama. He, like a great tackler, able to sit back in zone, read the quarterback's eyes, and very smart as well.
What do you see as his weaknesses, though? I mean, obviously he's good in pass coverage, good at reading the quarterback's eyes, but what do you see as his bad parts of his game?
I mean, there's just struggles sometimes trying to get to the quarterback, trying to get that rush going, not really able to get into the backfield. So he'll be more of that middle Mike linebacker sitting, waiting for the pass and trying to pick one off.
With not many linebackers available in the top part of the draft, do you see a team possibly reaching for him if a team is super needy for a linebacker?
Oh, absolutely. I can definitely see that because you have Jalen Walker, who's probably your other linebacker sitting behind him.
He's really a linebacker. He's an edge of that.
More an edge. He's listed as linebacker. Some websites say an edge. So you definitely would see if you need a linebacker, you're going to go and kind of reach for Campbell.
Moving back into the DB room, Malachi Starks, a speedy, DB out of Georgia. This guy is expected to go possibly higher up. It's kind of iffy to where Starks might go, but where do you see him, his talents at?
I can see him really fitting well with the Jets coming up in this first 10 picks, or even if he doesn't go there, the Panthers might take a chance on him. If he falls out, I think he could end up late first round, all the way down to maybe like that Steelers at rank 20 range.
Looking through his film, what do you like about his game?
I mean, watching his film, I was watching it earlier before the show. He's a very hard-hitting guy and can still sit back in coverage. Again, he's very versatile, can do whatever whatever the team needs him to do. But I like what he can do in both coverage and trying to rush the quarterback.
But weaknesses-wise, do you see him being more of a run safety than a pass safety?
Absolutely. He has struggled in coverage at Alabama when he sits back. He's not the best in coverage, so he's more going to be in the box trying to be that strong safety type.
And there's definitely more DBs available in this first round than linebackers. What other DBs are you keeping your eye on here?
Well, the South Carolina, Nick Amorie, he's very good. He's that kind of both, again, coverage and able to get that tackle. I kind of like seeing him, and I'm expecting him to go high in the draft.
And yeah, I mean, he's a big body and he's fast. He has, everything you want out of an athletic guy at safety. But what do you see as his main weaknesses?
Main weaknesses, I mean, he is kind of too fast sometimes for his own liking. He'll over-jump a route and not able to get back in time for a big play for the offense to get on.
And I mean, he had a great scouting combine. How much do you see his stock rising?
After that combine, he was one of the most athletic and looked at safeties coming after the combine, so I can definitely see him rising and going even in the top 15.
Thank you, Jackson. We'll see where Eamon but gets picked at later in this draft. We'll keep things on the defensive side when we come back with Dylan Euler looking at some of the edge rushers. A very deep edge rushing draft. We'll get into those when we come back.
Emma Donnan, elementary and middle school. Discover the Donnan difference. A school where you can celebrate others. Come together as a community. Be a part of a learning environment where students and teachers are appreciated. Emma Donnan, a culture that can't be beat, that's going onward together. A school filled with love. Emma Donnan.
I love my school.
There's often a moment when you're helping somebody with math where they just suddenly get over that little barrier and they get it. It's a nice aha moment, and I really like being involved in helping students achieve that moment, and we do get a lot of those here in the tutoring lab.
Good morning, Greyhounds, and welcome back to your Wednesday show. We have some very exciting things to talk about with our very special guest.
So what do you find unique about UINDY, and what kind of pulled you here?
What are you doing?
Watching Good Morning Greyhounds every Wednesday morning at 8 a.m.
In the heart of Indianapolis, our main mission is to keep you informed, bringing you local and national news. With the upcoming presidential election, there is no better time than now to tune in. But the most important part is you. This is UINDY TV News.
Joining us now is Dylan Euler to take a look at our edge rushers, and there's plenty of edge rushing talent available in this draft, but the main one is Abdul Carter, who I have as the best available talent in this draft class. Abdul Carter from Penn State had a great year last year, is the next great edge rusher out of Penn State. What do you see from him?
Yeah, I mean, Abdul Carter is one of the best players in this draft, hands down. He's got everything you need. He's very just prototypical top of the first round edge rusher. Clear number one, very athletic. And, overall weaknesses-wise, he's a little bit smaller than some of the other top edge rushers we've seen coming out of college. Needs to work on his hand fighting a little bit more to be one of those, top premier edge rushers. He's no Myles Garrett, caliber prospect, but he's very, very good and very worthy of a top 3 overall pick.
Obviously, late last season, he missed some games due to an ankle injury. Do you see the injuries being a little bit of a concern heading into his NFL?
We haven't really seen him struggle with injuries much in his career, and we haven't heard much about the ankle injury going into the draft. It hasn't been a concern, too much. So I wouldn't be too concerned about it, and he doesn't really have a big history. So,
his player comp is Micah Parsons, which fits perfectly. The Penn State, the edge rushing, it just makes sense, right?
It does make sense. He wore his number. He wore 11 at Penn State. I think Micah Parsons was a little more tweener, and maybe like now Micah Parsons as a full-time edge rusher, you can kind of see those, comparisons coming through. I could definitely see that happening. I mean, they're both very solid pass rushers.
Moving over to Mike Green, who has a nasty spin move off the jump from Marshall, a smaller school, but this guy is full of talent.
Yes.
Mike Green is probably going to go top 15 if I had to guess. I think he should go top 15 if I had to guess.
I don't think he makes it past the Falcons at 15 there. I think he's a flamethrower off the edge, pure pass rush, getting after the quarterback, a little bit lighter, but has not stopped him so far. In college, I know he played at Marshall. He didn't play the craziest talent, but guess who else played at a small school? A guy like Khalil Mack played at a small school, and he's been a stud in the league throughout his entire career. Like I said, pure edge rusher, a lot of moves. That spin move is insane. He's super fast off the line. I think the only thing that would be a concern is his size. He's a bit smaller, but we've seen these smaller edge rushers, guys like Nolan Smith, guys like Hassan Reddick, be successful in the league. So 250, 6'3", I wouldn't worry about the size.
And I know you're a Volunteers fan, and I know you love this guy. I think James Pierce
I
Jr. from the Volunteers.
Yes.
And I think this guy's a great talent. I mean, last year he was even higher in the projections. He's kind of fallen off a little bit. He had some interesting moments over the season. But what do you see from James Pierce?
Yeah, I mean, a guy with crazy pop.
Yeah.
When he gets his hands on you off that first step, crazy pop, tons of strength in that upper body. I think he could use some development in the lower body. His push isn't crazy. Once he gets his hands on a lineman, he needs to disengage and get after it. So I don't think he's going to push the pocket as well at the next level, but crazy pop, crazy athleticism. I think he's got a very high ceiling.
So excited to see where all of this edge talent goes over the course of the draft. Thank you, Dylan. And we look at the time. It is 8 o'clock. The draft has officially begun. We'll be back here on the DraftCast.
Good morning, Greyhounds.
Your weekly dose of Greyhound entertainment.
I think if you watch our team, they have fun. They have fun playing.
There's so much that you can do to get the most out of yours.
Our alumni care deeply about the success of this university.
Come here. Watch Good Morning Greyhounds every Saturday at 9 a.m. Catch us on UINDY TV's YouTube channel and Xfinity Channel 1096.
There's no shot. He has time to make that throw. There's no shot he gets away from that.
He's that guy, dude. He is that guy. When it comes to football, Mr. Football, right?
Not a chance he escapes the pocket like that, gets out, makes a throw on the run, on the dot. No way.
He's going to do the same thing to Michigan. Watch it. 10-0 heading into Ohio State. I'm calling it.
You want to bet?
Let's do it.
I'm Caden Colford alongside Jake Helton for college sports, pro sports, everything Indianapolis.
Tie your kids up, pistol whip it right. Come on, man, Savage, you know how we play your mixtape. Yeah, got that action.
Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you cabinets on the car? Why you got 12 car garage? Why you pulling out your rapper's car?
New release reviews with Ashley and Adel, only on UINDY Radio.
With the Titans on the clock, only a couple minutes until that #1 pick is selected by Tennessee, and the word is that it's going to be Cam Ward out of Miami. And I remember the talk on this guy early in the season. People loved watching Cam Ward because of his nonchalant manner in the pocket, his throws he's making downfield. He's a big play threat under center for the Hurricanes. But my question to you guys about Cam Ward, does that translate to the NFL? Does that translate to NFL secondaries? Jake, I'll look at you first.
I don't see it. For the same reason, you're playing against ACC competition, and there were times where he did not look good. And if you can't look good against a lesser competition, I can't expect that to be against some of the best. I mean, obviously, you're in the NFL. You're going to be playing against the best of the best players, some of the best defenses. And the schemes, he's going to be seeing schematics that he did not see in college because you're talking about the 32 best defensive coordinators in all of football. He's going to have to deal with 31 of those guys, and I would say that the Titans are probably on the lower end of that defensive spectrum. I just don't see the way he performed against a good defense in Georgia Tech. I just don't see it doing any better against the NFL defense.
However, Charles, I'll ask you, does Tennessee have any other option aside from Cam Ward?
No, and I think we're looking at the nonchalantness that we talk about is, I would say it can help him at the same time, though, because this is a guy that's going to be under a lot of pressure because the Titans' right side of that O-line is really, really not that good. So he's going to be under a lot of pressure from the right side, and someone that can handle pressure well, which he did show that he can do at a lot of times, he will be a good fit for this team. I do think he's going to struggle these first few years. He has no weapons and not a really good team behind him, but I do think we're going to see those flashes of what makes Cam Ward a potential franchise quarterback. I think that with the right options, Cam Ward really does have the potential to be that guy. I just think he needs to, show a little bit more, a little bit more rush. He needs to rush a little bit more. He needs to allow himself to not get too calm in the pocket, because at times that's whenever he can make those mistakes against those better pass rushers.
Listening to Kurt Warner talk about Cam Ward pre-draft just a few hours ago, he was really singing the praises of Cam Ward. Felt like he had a really good, not necessarily a cannon for an arm, but a very, very catchable ball. And from a receiver standpoint, this is why we see Anthony Richardson not have the best completion percentage in the NFL, right? A rocket, a cannon from under center, but at the same time, Cam Ward's, while he's not going to blow it by a defense, he picks his spots very well. He's very accurate, and he's willing to make the big plays, willing to throw the ball downfield. That can be a plus, can be a minus, but for Tennessee, this gives him an opportunity where he's going in not exactly looking to take this team to the Super Bowl in the first year. I think I'm right in saying that. I wouldn't even say that they'd be contenders to win the AFC South in this first year. What that does for him is allows him to get going early, allows him to catch a feel for things. And hey, if he throws an interception here and there, has a fumble here or there, it's not the end of the world for either Tennessee or Cam Ward. Now, ESPN probably not going to like it. Me and you on Last Call, Grand Slams, probably not going to love it from Tennessee, but at the same time, this guy's going to get the reps he needs, and he'll be able to develop a lot like we've seen Bryce Young do in Carolina.
And I think the biggest thing this is a team that's also not in a rush on the rebuild, because we see this a lot at some teams like the Bears, who have been kind of mediocre for years to come. The Titans are freshly bad, and so that gives them a little bit more time for Cam Ward to be out of the spotlight of, for example, whoever the future Jets quarterback is in Justin Fields. He has a lot less of a window because they've been bad for so long. With the Titans, they've only been bad for 2-3 years. So no one's really expecting him to do anything except for just play his game and look decent. And I think that's going to be really good for him, because there is no pressure like the Shadur Sanders like Cam Ward has. People are not expecting Cam Ward to go out and produce year one because he's going to a team like the Titans.
I don't know, because I see the same thing in Bryce Young. They tried to do that with him, put him in a situation where he has the room to develop, where he has I wouldn't even say all the weapons he needs, but he has what he needs to get the job done. And I feel like that almost set him back a year, progress-wise. He could have been a starting quarterback, a very good starting quarterback for a better team. And the thing you're going to hear a lot today is quarterbacks would be good in a system. Jalen Milroe, you put him in a system like Philadelphia, a run-first offense where he doesn't have to throw the ball a ton. Yeah, that's a good fit for Jalen Milroe. You put him on Tennessee, that's a horrible fit. You don't want Jalen Milroe on Tennessee. So, in my opinion, you got to fit the player to the team, and right now Cam Ward just seems to be the best fit for Tennessee to take. The only other guy that I would maybe put up there is Jacksen Dart. I love the way that Jacksen Dart played this season. I don't think he's a number 1, number 2 pick, and that's the big reason why he's not going to go. Cam Ward just has a little bit more of an athletic ability, and I think GMs see more potential in Cam Ward, that boomer bust. He has a bigger threshold to be a success than Jacksen Dart does, because Jacksen Dart, he could be a good starting quarterback, but he's going to be more of a Brock Purdy type, just get the job done.
Now, I have the question to ask you guys now as we're looking at this. Number 1 overall pick, of course, Cam Ward is who we think, but is there a world that the Titans do not go Cam Ward here? If so, who would that be?
Just listening to Cam Ward himself talk before this draft, we talked about it at least a little bit. He was asked pre-game or pre-draft where he thinks to go into the draft. It's number 1. It's number 1. We're almost sure that phone call has been made, and it would take a phone call from lower in the draft to say, hey, here is $1 million plus $1 million for the number 1 pick. And at that point, what are you trading up for anyways? If you know who the number 1 pick is going to be, If you really, really wanted him, if you really, really wanted Cam Ward, you go up and trade for him, but there's not that value there, and it's still an unsure thing. But for Tennessee, I don't see where else you can go.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, like, the Titans, they're the only team that is in this desperate of a need of a quarterback, because the Steelers, they're still holding out hope on Aaron Rodgers. The Jets, they signed Justin Fields to a 1 year. So they're really the only team that I think would have traded up for this pick. And like you said, I really don't see a world. Abdul Carter is a phenomenal player, and in pretty much any other draft, he would have been a number 1 pick. Unfortunately, the Titans have that pick, and it is just not going to work out for Mr. Carter. You just look at some of the stats for Cam Ward. I mean, he broke the school record for most touchdowns in a season with 39, most career touchdowns, which that's Case Keenum's record. I thought that would never get broken. Like, I thought that was an unbeatable record. Cam Ward did that. Granted, he did play 5 years, so that helps. An additional little help. But, I mean, he's AP first-team All-American, ACC Offensive Player of the Year, first-team All-ACC. He did everything you can do except win a national championship, win a Heisman. So,
well, he was a Heisman candidate, and what stuck out to me about Cam Ward was watching him going into the Heisman race, he felt like he was a front-runner. Cam Ward felt like he was really up there with Travis Hunter and Ashton Jeanty, and we can all look into that situation and say, why was that even a thought, right? Why was that even a thought? But that's what I want under center. That's who I want leading my team. You know, you can call it cocky, you can call it arrogant, but in the ACC, you won, and that's the bottom line. And the question is, will it translate to the NFL? Frankly, we won't be able to see. But in terms of how you can draft and develop Cam Ward, it's not like you have a veteran QB in that room like a Joe Flacco or an Aaron Rodgers or anything like that. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on Cam Ward and Cam Ward himself to get better throughout this first year, which is very, very tough to do for anybody, let alone a rookie quarterback.
And he's also not going to have the caliber of defense that Miami had. You compare that to the rest of the ACC. They were able to win a lot of games that I don't think they should have won. I don't think they should have won the game against California. They didn't win against Georgia Tech. There's a lot of games this season that were within a possession that I did not think that Miami deserved to win. And it's not really by Cam Ward. I mean, he had a phenomenal game against Georgia Tech. He didn't have a good first half, which is why they were in the position they were in. But, I mean, he threw for just under 350 yards, 3 touchdowns. He can put up the stats, but I don't care what the stats look like if you're not winning games. And especially, I know that's how Titans fans are feeling right now. As a fan of the Bengals, we were 2 in whatever for the longest time. I mean, it was miserable to watch the Andy Dalton years, except for probably the first 2 years of the Andy Dalton tenure. Horrible to watch. As a fan, I know that they are ready for some winning. Well, you're a Jets fan, so I'm sure that you know all about that. They're ready for some winning football. That's just something you haven't seen in Tennessee in a while. I mean, Tannehill, was he the last winning quarterback in Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken? So you're ready for a change in pace. You're ready for some wins. You want to at least try to get to that 500 level if you're the Titans. If not, I feel like this is another failed draft pick.
QB is an interesting spot in this year's draft because compare it to last year, compare it to the year before, there's always a few names that are being thrown around, and for better or for worse, I don't know if this draft class lives up to the hype that the Caleb Williams draft class did, or I'm blanking on Jordan Love is just the name that comes to mind because he's my guy. But I need to ask you guys, are the days of drafting and developing a rookie quarterback in the first round over?
I don't think so. I think that, yeah, we're seeing a down year this year, but you got to look into the future. You've got Arch Manning coming in. You've got a couple other decent quarterbacks from all of the leagues. And I think that's the big thing with the merge of the conference. You're seeing better players come out of the Big Ten because of that merge. They're having to play tougher teams. Having to play Oregon every year is no joke. I mean, they're one of the best teams year in, year out. Dan Lanning, he's done a phenomenal job there. And just adding that, in my opinion, adds a lot more respect to whoever wins the Big Ten championship. And so you've got a couple guys coming from Michigan. They've, 3 times in a row they've won the Big Ten championship. In my opinion, that puts a lot more respect on those guys' name in this draft because they played against the best competition, the best of the best. I do think that you can still find a quarterback and build him. Maybe not this year, but when Arch Manning comes in, he's going to be a starting quarterback, kind of like the Caleb Williams situation. He's going to come out and help a team day one.
This is the draft class to where it is hard to make that commitment to quarterback because next year's quarterback class is so much better. And this year is a very deep draft. I mean, this is a very good draft for everything but quarterback and receiver, in my opinion. I mean, and even receiver has some good pieces in the beginning. But it's a very deep draft, and it's a very good year to bolster your defense to where it does draw the question of if the Titans were not so high on Cam Ward, do they wait another year? That's also now drawing the question of the Browns, coming in pick 2 soon, of like they're not going to go Shadir even though they don't have the quarterback situation figured out because of how much talent is in this draft and how much talent is in next year's draft. I think it's going to be really interesting to see what teams take that jump and what teams are like, whatever, we're stuck another year and we'll wait till next year. Because that is the biggest question is they're passing up on someone like Travis Hunter, someone like Abdul Carter, for a quarterback that might not work out. That is the biggest, what if, and obviously a few years from now we're going to be sitting here and we'll see if it was the right pick or not. So it'd be very interesting to see where that one goes.
And that's why I think a lot of people were too quick to jump on the Jets about getting Justin Fields. I think that that's exactly what they were thinking. We get him for a year, that buys us some time till next year. If we suck, hey, we get the number 1 pick, we get Arch Manning on our team. And then you don't waste this year's pick. And I think that's the thing for a lot of teams. You don't want to waste the pick this year. You don't want to just make a pick just to make it. And that takes me to the Steelers. The Steelers don't need a quarterback round 1. That is not what they need. They should not pick up Shedeur Sanders. I know that's what a lot of people are projecting. That's not going to happen. If anything, they'll take Milroe 2nd or 3rd round. They're not going to take Shedeur. I honestly see Shedeur falling out of the first round. From what I've been reading, I see Shedeur falling out of the first round.
That's what they're saying. But, Jace, you have your hand up, and it looks like the first pick is indeed in.
Pick is indeed in, and it is who we expected. With the first overall pick, the Titans select Cam Ward out of Miami. No surprises here for the first overall pick. Nate, we bring you back on, as the quarterback's aficionado today. No surprise here with Cam Ward.
No surprise. Everyone knew he was going to be picked. He's the best quarterback prospect in this draft. And as we heard Caden and Jake and Charles talk about that, he's the best, but the Titans they need a quarterback. Will Levis is not going to be that guy, so when you look at Cam Ward, he's a guy that fills that role.
So, and as we're looking at Cam Ward, this is going to be, of course, the biggest question now is, this fit is the fit that we want. This is the fit that we've been most excited for. And now we will see if Cam Ward is kind of that guy of the future. And, it's only a matter of time until we get to see more from Cam Ward in this situation.
There's only one way to find out if he's that player for your team. And we get to find out weeks 1 through 16 next year. It should be very, very exciting. But you're also not exactly going into the strongest division ever. You're going to have 2 games against the Colts, 2 games against the Texans, who are pretty good, and then 2 games against the Jaguars. So that is a very good trial run, if you would like to call that, at some point.
And you'll get a look at him.
Big news, and a trade has been made. The Cleveland Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jags trade pick number 5, pick 36, and a 4th round pick this year, and their next year's first round pick. So the Jaguars are now on the clock. The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded it with the Cleveland Browns. So Browns back to 5, Jags up to 2, and the rumor is Travis Hunter is the guy that they want, guys.
Well, the thing about Travis Hunter, you guys talked about him a little bit before we hopped on the clock. Travis Hunter is a playmaker. And is he going to play both sides of the ball? I don't know. But I'll tell you what, he can make a difference on one. Whether as a wide receiver or defensive back, he makes your team that much better. He was a Heisman candidate for a reason, and I think he's that guy. I think if he can go into training camp and prove that he can play both ends of the ball and show the other grown men on his team that he is better at that position, then I think for all means and purposes, he should play both ends. I mean, the guy was under the tutelage of the only other person in football history to do that, in Deion Sanders. And obviously there's that stigma of the Deion Sanders effect following Travis Hunter wherever he goes. I think that's baloney. I think Deion Sanders was a winner in every sport that he played on each end of the football field that he played. And I feel like Travis Hunter has adapted that mentality. You're shaking your head, Jake. You don't think the same?
This has always been my opinion. You can go back to our episode of Last Call when we argued it, him and Genty for the Heisman. I just don't think he's as good as the media kind of portrays him as. I feel like the name is, he comes along with not Shador, excuse me, with the Dion. He comes along with that name, and I feel like kind of the same boat as Shador. You're kind of carrying that name a little bit. It's making you sound a little better. He's an average wide receiver, and he's an average cornerback. And that was the point that I tried to make to you, to which you just kind of read his stats and said that they were very good. They're not great stats. He is below average in just about every single stat. I will give it to you. He's a great defensive back. If he goes into the league as a defensive back, that's what he should do. I don't think he needs to try and overdo it and play wide receiver. And I understand that he's already said, if I'm not playing both, I'm not playing at all, blah, blah, blah. Just get over it. You got to play cornerback. You're going to help a team. He could be one of the best cornerbacks in the history of the NFL. I have no doubt about it. You look at his athletic ability. It's just, if you're playing 130 snaps, you can't put your whole heart into 130 snaps. You know what I'm saying? You got to take a play off here and there. And you saw it a couple of times at Colorado where he would maybe take a play off, wouldn't run the route as hard as he could. And those are the ones that hurt you. Coaches see that stuff. Obviously, it's not going to affect his draft capital as he is going to be going number 2. I mean, it's all but for sure at this point. I don't know that I agree. I don't agree with him winning the Biletnikoff. There's the dude from San Jose State who won the Triple Crown. He was not the best receiver. Best cornerback, that's a good argument, and I think he definitely was. Will Johnson up there as well. He got hurt, obviously. I think if he got to play that full season, we might have had a different conversation. It's just, I don't know that he deserves the awards that he got, and I think that adds a little bit of imaginary value in my mind.
I mean, what a move to start off. We talked about it. We were all sitting there, and we were like, something will happen. And then I said it before. I mean, strap up. And the Jags, this is under new management. Remember, this is their first year under a new GM. And for them to make this move, to go to pick number 2, they win. They're going out and they're getting their guy. I like this move a lot. And I'm really excited to see kind of where this goes for them. I think that this move, if they do end up going Travis Hunter, is going to be massive for them. But pretty funny situation, actually, looking over. You know, the guy that we have on is actually a Browns fan. Nate, what are your initial thoughts over here about the Browns trading away their pick?
My initial thoughts are kind of up in the sky. I don't really know. I mean, it was a good haul. You know, get the 36th pick and next year first, move only back 3 spots. But I mean, who at 5 could we get that's not Travis Hunter? I mean, I think Travis Hunter right now changes the Cleveland Browns to a better football team. And I don't think there's anyone else that really is to that level of Travis Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, it was a huge deal for the Browns too. I mean, you get the next year's first-round pick from the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's some good haul for the number 2 overall pick.
It's a massive haul. I mean, to move up 2 spots. I mean, to move back 3 spots and get a whole nother first-round pick from a Jags team that just cannot stay good. I mean, that's a good pickup. And I think the biggest thing with the Browns is we talked about it. Greg Newsome was on the block tonight, and that's my guess is that they could not find a landing spot for Greg Newsome. In that they ended up deciding, you know, he's not as good of a receiver as we need him to be. We don't need a DB, so move back and maybe get that receiver now, or maybe get a Mason Graham or an O-lineman. I don't mind the move for the Browns because I think if he were to play DB, the Browns don't need a DB. They're just fine at cornerback. So you get a whole nother first-round pick just to move back 3 spots for someone you didn't even need. I don't mind it. I think it's a good move by the Browns here.
There's a lot of value picked
absolutely.
up in that. You could really fill out a team. You can address multiple positional needs. And instead of, obviously a playmaker's great, right? And Travis Hunter can change a game, but can he change a season?
Yeah.
I don't know if he can change a season, but your 3 or 4 picks, yes, they can.
And for a team like the Jags, who, yes, they had a really bad record, but they really weren't that bad. They're not bad. Like, their roster is good. So for a team like the Jags that maybe only need 2 or 3 fixes compared to the Browns that need it everywhere, I think that this is a good move for both teams. I think the Jags have now one of the, they needed a DB and they needed a receiver, and now you have someone that can play both. He's going to play more DB, obviously, but this is the biggest need. They needed a defensive back. They got Carlton Davis or they were maybe going to get Carlton. I don't remember if they ended up passing that deal. But they made some moves at the DB, and I think that this will be really big for them, especially with them losing someone like Andre Sisco in that back.
As someone who drafted 2 Jags wide receivers in fantasy this year, I'm very happy that they will be picking up Travis Hunter. And for their sake, I really hope that he does play both sides of the ball because they could use all the help they can get. Not that Trevor Lawrence isn't that good. I just feel like he could be doing more. That's a team that I feel like he's the one holding them back. And will he make that step up? I really don't know, but hopefully the Jags pick Travis Hunter. Jace, am I right?
You are indeed correct. The Jaguars get their man. They trade up 3 spots to go get a great talent. Travis Hunter, a receiver, a DB, is heading to Jacksonville. Big time, Jackson, big time.
Absolutely, that's a beautiful pick, and it really does help this Jacksonville team, as you guys were talking about, can play wide receiver, can play corner, and can definitely step on that wide receiver side when need to and when need be.
I mean, Travis Hunter, we're talking a bit about him in the pre-show. How do you see his fit in Jacksonville?
I think he fits perfectly. Again, they need that defensive help. Their offense, they kind of have who they want, their guys that they want with a quarterback in Trevor Lawrence, and with their 2 wide receivers. I feel like a good defensive pick. They take, the best DB the highest DB off the board. I definitely think this can help the team a lot.
I mean, Travis Hunter, obviously a great talent, but do you see the Jags and the haul that they gave Cleveland, is it worth Travis Hunter?
I think both teams kind of win this trade. I feel like the Jags weren't going to get what they needed where they were at 5, and then I don't think they lose too much. They still get a corner. They get what they needed. It might have been a little stretch for them, but I think they won't come.
And then also on the offensive end, you get to pair him up with Brian Thomas Jr. How about that dual threat?
Yeah, it can be dangerous. You have got 2 deep threats. Now you got defenses kind of watching out for that can definitely keep defenses on their toes, confused with what the offense can run.
I'll throw it over to you guys on the analysis desk. Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar. So far, 2 AFC South teams making some moves.
Well, I look at Travis Hunter, and I look at his time at Colorado and the amount of volume that he sees with every single play. This guy had an impact on the football field. Now, can he do that in the National Football League? I don't think at that same rate. And when I say that to myself, I ask, what is the value in being a full-time wide receiver, part-time DB, or flip-flopped, whether it be a full-time DB or a part-time receiver? I just don't see that benefiting Travis Hunter, and I don't see it really benefiting Jacksonville. So if he does play both ends of the ball, I feel like it would have to be at that same clip, at that same rate, which I don't know is sustainable with the physicality that we see in an NFL backfield.
But we were also saying the same thing when he went from Jackson State to Colorado. People were saying, can he do the same thing here? And he was able to do it. I mean, he did it for the full season. And TCU's head coach had made a statement about how his guys, they play one side of the ball. They can't even make it through a game without getting a cramp. Travis Hunter plays 130 snaps a game, and he's perfectly fine. I say perfectly fine. He spends a lot of money to restore his body, kind of similar to LeBron James. But I just don't see, kind of to what you're saying, I don't see the value in having him play wide receiver when he is such a good cornerback. I feel like you're just taking away from the focus, and especially in practice, because you can't just play wide receiver. You got to know the plays. You got to have the routes. You got to know what you're doing. So that takes away from your time training as a cornerback. I just think that the Jags are better off having him be a cornerback, putting their full time and effort into Brian Thomas Jr. I just feel like he's the better option. You picked him up last year. He had a phenomenal rookie season. Why not keep going with him? Throw Travis Hunter on that defense, strengthen up the defense a little bit. Yes, you do lose a lot with the trade, but I think when you're looking into the future, the Jags, they're probably not going to have a top 10 pick next year. I think with the way that the AFC South is shaping up, they have a good chance of finishing in the top half of that, especially if Trevor Lawrence plays good. That's going to be the determining factor. Trevor Lawrence could take this team to the playoffs. It's a possibility.
You know, I've seen a lot of people kind of give up on Trevor Lawrence, but we forget about the prospect that he was. He was in this very same boat. We've been talking about Cam Ward. Trevor Lawrence was really that guy for a long time. Jacksonville was very happy to get him, and he's shown promise at stints, not for seasons, but for games. He has been a good / great quarterback at times, and you know he hasn't had that star to go to. Now, when you pair a QB with a star, that opens up the game a lot, not only for the quarterback, but the other receivers on that team and for the run game as well. So I like the move. Did they give up a little too much? I'd say probably, and as we look at Jacksonville Twitter, I saw one guy say, well, we punted away the future to go 5-12 next season. You think that's the case, Charles?
It's a hard tell because I like it. I personally like the move a lot. I think it's a great move because, like I said, this team is a lot closer than many people think. And I don't think that they needed a bunch of picks to fix this team. I think having a star player like Travis Hunter is a lot more valuable than getting, maybe 3 or 4 extra people. Now, losing a first overall next year will be problematic. I mean, this is a good class next year, but it really does not get much better than the Heisman winner, whether you think it was a legit Heisman winner or not. Travis Hunter is as good as it comes.
Is this the closest thing to a win-now move we've seen the Jags make in the last decade?
This right here is I don't know how to describe this, so I'm trying to word it better. This is definitely a power move. That's the word. That's a good word.
Power move.
A power move by the new GMs in Jacksonville. Thank you. I mean, this is a great move because the move is to win now. And there's a lot of pressure. New coach, new GM, new everything. There's a lot of pressure to win now, and if you guys suck again, they're coming for your heads. But Travis Hunter helps you win a lot more now.
You talked about Tennessee and how they had the luxury of, newly being bad. Jacksonville doesn't have that luxury. No. They've been bad for a long, long time if they're not playing in Indianapolis at that matter. But this is a team that consistently has played under expectations, and now you have a chance to flip the coin, to flip it around. This is a move that could do it for you. And we talk about the personality in Travis Hunter. Media can be a great thing. Media can be a terrible thing. And for Jacksonville, it wouldn't hurt to have Hard Knocks come in. It wouldn't hurt to have the NFL start to peep in the locker room, start to look into the front office, start to look onto the field, and these guys start seeing the lights get a little brighter, players start playing a little better, and with a couple individual performances, this team can really come together as a collective with an AFC South that's really trying to find an identity. Whether it be the Texans, whether it be the Colts, or the Titans, it's anybody's division any given year.
I think it kind of brings some appeal to the team. I think back to the Bengals getting Joe Burrow and then Jamar Chase actually wanting to come play for a team that went 4-12, whatever they were that season. The appeal that can bring, just having that star player, I feel like adds a lot of value to the team in the eyes of maybe some, not transfers, but some other trades outside of the draft.
All right, guys, the third overall pick is in, and it's who you see now on the screen. Abdul Carter, as expected, goes number 3 overall to the New York Giants. They get themselves a new edge rusher. Dylan, we were talking about this in the pre-show. Abdul Carter, possibly a top 3 talent. He does go at 3 to the New York Football Giants. How do you see this fit?
I think it's a good player, and I think just it's a little bit safe, I'll be honest. I'm not really sure how he fits with the Giants. They've got edge sorted. They've got Thibodeau, and they've got Brian Burns in that room. Where do you put Abdul Carter? Are one of those guys on the move potentially? We may see that tonight. We may see a guy like Kayvon Thibodeau, be moved out. We may see Brian Burns trying to get rid of some of that money. He hasn't been phenomenal for them. I don't see where the fit happens here.
But is it just a case of taking the best guy
that's
available?
It may be, and he's a great player. He will be good for them, but I just don't see the need, and I think they've kind of fallen into a very unfortunate situation. I'm sure the phones are ringing, in that Giants draft room, and maybe trading back, to collect some draft capital in this kind of class to, have somebody spend all those draft picks to take a guy like Abdul Carter may have been the better move, in my opinion.
And now he joins the division with Micah Parsons. What do you know? 2 Penn State guys in the same division. Guys, Abdul Carter is a New York Football Giant. Thoughts on this pick and the fit?
Well, I feel like he was the best player in the draft for a reason. And as we take a look at the landscape of the league right now, I think it's impossible to have too good of a front four. And how you figure that out, to Dylan's point, is definitely something this coaching staff is going to need to take under a microscope and really dissect and see where things work out best for the New York Giants. But in a league where constantly safeties and cornerbacks are getting hurt, we look at the Colts specifically, it seems like their backfield is torn up every year, and almost every other team in the league has that problem to some extent. So to have that many good guys in your front four on the defensive line of scrimmage takes a lot of pressure off of your DBs and puts a lot of pressure on opposing quarterbacks.
Yeah, to Dylan and Jace's point, I think that this is just a case of taking the best guy available. I don't know that he fits great in the defense. However, when you look at him, I think that, kind of to what Jace was saying, you might have traded this pick. This might have been a pick to trade away, especially considering what you have coming in next year. The Giants, they're not in win-now mode by any means. Probably the farthest thing possibly from win-now mode. So to bring in a guy like that to where he's just kind of going to have an idle rookie year, he's going to have, I assume, a very good season because he is a good player. However, where do you go from here? Do you keep him on the team and try and build around him defensively? Or do you just kind of add him into the mix of who's in there now and try to get a good quarterback to win now? I just don't see – they have so many pieces missing that there's no way picking up an edge is going to put you over the top. Why not trade this back, get some picks for next year, and then you got a lot more value out of this third-round pick?
I mean, I do you one better. I don't think he fits at all. I mean, this is a team that already has probably a top 5 D-line in the league, maybe top 10. But I think Abdul Carter was just not needed now. Abdul Carter was the best player in this draft, and I'm not complaining whatsoever if I'm a Giants fan. But I do agree. I think this pick should have been traded back, maybe get a few more assets for it. But Abdul Carter is a dog. He's my favorite player in this draft by far. I mean, he has always been my number one on my draft. And I think that picking him up for the Giants is a step in the right direction. Unfortunately, D-line was just one of the things they did not need to fix. But, you can't complain with someone, wanting to pick best available. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
I feel like there's so many other teams that would have been willing to trade so much for this pick, and that's where I assume the phones were ringing off the hook. I mean, I can't imagine nobody wanted this guy, especially from the Giants who have, they don't have to give anything up. Teams are going to, just kind of throw them a deal because they know they're not in win-now mode. So I'm curious as to why that didn't happen. I would have loved for my Bengals to trade up. Losing Trey Hendrickson, I mean, I wouldn't have been mad about that at all. Obviously, not really in the budget with what we got going on the offensive side of things. But this next pick, this is the one I'm really interested about. Where do the Patriots go?
The Patriots are going to try and either protect Drake May or they're going to give Drake May a weapon. That's where they go, if we're being honest. And that is now the biggest question of, what's more valuable to the Patriots? Getting him a true receiver 2, I guess, with Stephon Diggs now being there, or getting him some protection. Will Campbell's, of course, been the one that we're going to see coming soon. And, then, of course, do they want to trade back and get a McMillan or something like that? I believe that they go O-line. It's just the best fit for them. And I do think that we are going to see Will Campbell go with this 4th pick.
And that brings up another option. As the Patriots, you could trade back and get McMillan. I mean, that's not a question at all. You could trade back to right around that 10 area and get him without having to really worry about anyone taking him because you kind of know what the next couple guys are going. You got a defensive lineman going. You're going to have an offensive lineman going. Maybe a tight end at pick 10. I've seen where the Bears might take Tyler at pick number 10. There's a lot of questions right around that, and I'd say there's probably a couple of teams willing to give the Patriots a decent amount for that pick just because of the value it can provide. And I think that next pick is going to be pretty obvious. In my opinion, with the Raiders, they're probably just going to take Ashton Jeanty. That's the way it's looking for me right now. So that kind of does put a question mark in my head for the Patriots. Do you want to get some value out of this, wait for next year, or because is this a win-now team? I don't think this team's making the playoffs this year, are they?
They made a lot of changes this offseason. I will say that. They made a lot of changes. They had a great offseason. They fixed a lot of problems, and I think that we're going to see them potentially go on the O-line here. But we're going to find out here. Jace, you have the pick.
You guys nailed it on the head. Will Campbell is heading to New England and making themselves a new pass protector for Drake May and that offense. Big-time pickup. Will Campbell, a big body offensive tackle. He's heading to New England to protect Drake May and that offense. Big-time move for New England. Expected move for New England. What do you guys think?
I'm an LSU fan. I watched this man play and protect Nuss all year, and he did a great job. Now, obviously, the fear is his arm length. I mean, the arm length is a little bit concerning, but this man's going to be just fine. The talent's there. He is great. He played 3 years in the SEC. I mean, it does not get more experience than that. The best, you play in the best conference of football for that long. I mean, that's a good place to be at. And I think that Will Campbell is going to be a great fit for this Patriots team, and they're going to have a lot of fun. I'm really excited to see where this Pats teams go because I think the talent is through the roof now, and them getting a potential franchise cornerstone tackle, which is what a lot of teams that are high success need. You see those Super Bowl teams nowadays. Every one of them have that tackle. I think this is a good move. It's a smart move to make.
I think it's a really good feeling to have the ability to safely pick an offensive tackle like Will Campbell because you don't need to sell out on Drake May, right? This is a pick that can last you over a decade if you really play it right. This is a pick that could last you a few quarterbacks, a few running backs, a few offensive coordinators, and this is a pick in consistency. This is a pick in value. This is a pick that makes your passing game better, your run game better, and he was a leader, a 3-year starter, never missing a game at LSU, playing the best competition that college football has to offer. I don't know if offensive line gets better than this, and obviously you have the question about his arm length. You know what? I just don't see it becoming a real-life game changer in the grand scheme of a season. I've always been to the notion that the low man wins. I feel like your lower half is going to do a lot of the work, especially more so when it comes to the run game. I should say getting off the block, whether he's rolling out to the right side, left side, whatever it may be. I like where the Patriots go in the draft. I like where it propels them in the future.
And the other thing that I don't think a lot of people are going to consider is the fact that he played with both styles of quarterbacks. Think back to Jaden Daniels, someone who gets out of the pocket, likes to run a little bit more. Now Nuss, he's in the pocket more often than not. He plays more of a Manning style of football, in my opinion. So he's going to be in the pocket a lot more. And that's kind of what Drake May is doing. He's not getting out. He's not going to be. You got to be able to form a pocket, and I think that's what the Patriots are trying to do right now. Is kind of just build around Drake May because he can be that guy. I know you see the Drake May lovers that post all over Instagram and stuff like that. They have a point. He is a pretty solid quarterback that I don't know that he's going to be the next Tom Brady, but he could be the team to get your quarterback to the place they need to be, kind of a Brock Purdy. That's something you're going to hear from me because this draft specifically, I feel like we have a bunch of Brock Purdy, some Mr. Irrelevance that could come in and just be absolutely phenomenal, but more often than not, they're probably just going to be an average player.
And as we look at it, I mean, I remember, the former Grand Slam host, Sam Gailey, he was sitting there and he was all over Drake May. And Drake May is legit. I mean, whenever he finally did get a start, we saw what he did against the Jets whenever he really got that first official start. He looked really good. He's got the arm strength, he's got the arm talent, he can move, he can do it all. And I really, really like that move. And I think that seeing this will be very interesting because I think Will Campbell is a great fit. And I think that he's going to keep Drake May alive, for the choice of better words. And we're going to see, Jace has got his hand up, he's got a smile on his face, which means it's either a really bad pick or at least it's an interesting one.
It's the right pick here, I think, for the Browns. They're taking a defensive lineman, Mason Graham, is heading to Cleveland. So Cleveland trades back 3 spots. They get a new D lineman to add to an already good defensive line with Myles Garrett. And, this is pretty fun. We get a Browns fan and a guy who is, on the D line today talking about the D linemen. So we get to get Nate's thoughts here for the Browns as a Browns fan and as a D line guy.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Mason Graham as a player, as a guy coming out of Michigan, a guy who's very agile, able to move. He'll fit pretty well with that 3 technique for the Browns at the 5th spot, but I just don't like it. I hate it as a Browns fan. I think it's stupid. When you look at Mason Graham as a D tackle, how is he going to change our team to win games? Our quarterbacks right now are Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett, and our only wide receiver is Jerry Jeudy. So what does this help our team? Our defense is already good.
Well, I mean, if you look at the bright side, at least you got more picks for next year as well. You have a first-round pick, so you have 2 firsts next year at least. So, I mean, I guess if you're bad again, you can have some more fun with that.
Now, I mean, going back to Mason Graham, a good player. I'm not trying to hate on Mason Graham. Mason Graham, elite strength at the attack. Loves that solo, like we talked about at the Open. Loves to go one-on-one, and he's going to win a lot of those one-on-one matchups. It's just when he gets on that island, when he gets that double team comes his way, is where we see some problems, and he can struggle against those, and he can struggle also against the kind of the longer armed when he can get his hands inside and physical. But we'll see how it turns out for the Browns. I don't like it.
Mason Graham heads to the AFC North, the stacked AFC North at that. Charles, Caden, Jake, what do you guys think?
I can see where Nate is coming from and his frustration looking through the lens of a Browns fan. But honestly, I really see Cleveland playing the long game here. I really do. You just got a lot of value from trading away the second pick, and that allows you to build not only through the rest of this draft, but the next draft. I think we have to look at the defensive lineman position, specifically on the interior defensive line. A wide receiver can have a few great catches a game. A running back touches the ball a lot more than a wide receiver, but still only does so much to the pace of a game. The defensive line, either it can make or break a defense, can make or break a game. And I feel like offensive coordinators, they plan according to what they're seeing in front of them. I feel like a good nose tackle, a good front four, changes the team that you're going to play on that Sunday. I don't necessarily mind the pick in Mason Graham as long as you can make up for it with your later picks.
Well, the Browns, they've been playing the long game since I've been born, which 21 years. I mean, that's ridiculous to say. They have not been good since I've been alive. I think the much better option is Mike Green. We talked a lot about him before the beginning of the draft. I love this dude out of Marshall. He absolutely destroyed one of my Buckeyes in some of the drills during one of the camps. I mean, he had 17 sacks, tied for 6th in NCAA history, along with Josh Allen and Von Miller, some very good names to be alongside. He led entire FBS in that, and he also had 22.5 tackle for losses. That's something you really just don't see that often anymore.
Well, I love Mike Green, and we'll talk about Mike Green later, but we're looking at a 2023 national champion. I feel like national champion means a lot when you're looking at these guys. This is someone who's played at the highest level, who has won the biggest game at that level. And Mike Green played for Marshall, and obviously he had a great game against Ohio State. He had a great Reese Senior Bowl. This guy played at Michigan and won a national championship.
Michigan sucks, so I don't care what you have to say about that.
And, I mean, we're going to see a little bit more as we take a quick break here. And, the Raiders are on the clock. Let's see what they're going to do up next on tonight's UINDY TV draft coverage.
In the heart of Indianapolis, our main mission is to keep you informed, bringing you local and national news. With the upcoming presidential election, there's no better time than now to tune in. But the most important part is you. This is UINDY TV News.
Welcome back to your Wednesday show. We have some very exciting things to talk about with our very special guest.
So what do you find unique about UINDY, and what kind of pulled you here?
What are you doing?
Watching Good Morning Greyhounds every Wednesday morning at 8 a.m.
Tie your kids up, pistol whip it right. Come on, man, Savage, you know how we play your mix to you. Yeah. Got that action.
Yo, it's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you cabinets on the wall? Why you got 12 car garage? Why you pulling out your rapper's car?
New release reviews with Ashley and Adel, only on UINDY Radio.
There's no shot. He has time to make that throw. There's no shot he gets away from that.
He's that guy, dude. He is that guy. When it comes to football, Mr. Football, right?
Not a chance he escapes the pocket like that, gets out, makes a throw on the run, on the dot. No way.
He's going to do the same thing to Michigan. Watch it. 10-0 heading into Ohio State. I'm calling it.
You want to bet?
Let's do it.
I'm Caden Colford alongside Jake Helton for college sports, pro sports, everything Indianapolis.
Good morning, Greyhounds.
Your weekly dose of Greyhound entertainment.
I think if you watch our team, they have fun. They have fun playing.
There's so much that you can do to get the most out of yours.
Our alumni care deeply about the success of this university.
Come here. Watch Good Morning Greyhounds every Saturday at 9 a.m. Catch us on UINDY TV's YouTube channel and Xfinity channel 1096.
Donnan, elementary and middle school. Discover the Donnan difference. A school where you can celebrate others. Come together as a community. Be a part of a learning environment where students and teachers are appreciated. In Madonna, a culture that can't be beat, that's going onward together. A school filled with love. In Madonna.
I love my school.
Kiki, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me.
There's no shot. He has time to make that throw. There's no shot he gets away from that.
He's that guy, dude. He is that guy. When it comes to football, Mr. Football, right?
Not a chance he escapes the pocket like that, gets out, makes a throw on the run, on the dot. No way.
He's gonna do the same thing to Michigan. Watch it. 10-0 heading into Ohio State. I'm calling it.
You want to bet?
Let's do it.
I'm Caden Colford alongside Jake Helton for college sports, pro sports, everything Indianapolis.
Looking at the screen, the 6th pick is in, and the Las Vegas Raiders are taking Ashton Jeanty. Freddy talked about this guy in the pre-show. Super talented guy, a little bit undersized, but the Raiders pair their new quarterback, Geno Smith, with an elusive running back in Ashton Jeanty.
I mean, when you look at it, for a lot of people, this guy was the Heisman. I mean, there was a back and forth with people being angry about the decision when it came to Travis Hunter. So when you look at everyone else's opinion on Ashton Jeanty, this could possibly be the best player in the draft to some people. And then when you look at Oakland a few years ago, they lost Josh Jacobs, who was their best running back. They replaced him with Ashton Jeanty. They also add another weapon to that offense with them already having Brock Bowers and him having an all-pro season in his rookie year.
And this is really, shaping up the Raiders' offense as a whole, because now you get Jeanty, like you said, Brock Bowers, Geno Smith now. The O-line's a little bit of a question mark, the receiver's a question mark, but the Raiders, this is the right pick. It's probably the best guy available, and it's someone who can, revolutionize your offense. Guys?
This guy, he's got that dog. He reminds me of this one dude I know, Rob Stroud. He's absolutely got that dog in him, and kind of to what Freddy was saying, we talked a little before this about how he's just got the frame to really be a strong running back. Caden and I had the player comparison of Ezekiel Elliott. I think that's a very good, he's quick, kind of like Zeke. And I don't mean Zeke right now because he's not playing as good as he used to. I'm talking first 2-3 years in the league Zeke, when he was absolutely dominating with the Cowboys. You think about the juke moves. He can put a shoulder down. He can move through the tackles. They're worried about his size. It doesn't matter about the size of the dog in the fight. It's the matter of the dog. The size of the dog and the fighting side of the dog, you know what I mean, whatever. But he's a great player, and he has the drive that you need to become a great quarterback. And I think the Frank Gore comparison is great.
Well,
I think I said quarterback, I meant running back.
I like the word that Jace used, and revolutionize. That's exactly what this guy does. And it's refreshing to see a running back taken here in the top 10. It's not something that you see nearly ever. But at number 6, what guy more deserving, right? What guy more deserving than someone who almost knocked off Barry Sanders' record that Freddy mentioned just a little bit ago earlier on in the draft? I love what he brings to an offense, and not only is he a running back, but, I mean, you can motion him into the slot, and I trust this guy even more.
Look at those biceps. That don't tell you anything. I mean, that dude looks like he benches 400 pounds, and he probably does as well. And the next pick, definitely going to be an interesting one, is Charles. A bit of a fan of the Jets, if you will.
Just a wee bit of a fan of the Jets. Haven't seen a playoff game since I was 7, but that's besides the point. We suffer every year, and as we're looking at the Jets here now, some questions, and we're going to see what Jace has. The pick is in.
All right, Charles, I'm excited to get your thoughts on this one. Armin Mimbu is heading to the Jets, another offensive tackle off the board, the guy from Missouri who Nately liked, on the offensive line side of things for this draft. But Mimbu goes to the Jets. I know you wanted Warren possibly there at the 7th pick, but instead you get a new protector for Justin Fields.
Here's what I'll say. If Tyler Warren is as good as he could be, I riot. Because last year we passed up on Brock Bowers to go O-line. Okay, cool. We needed O-line. This year we're passing up on Warren to go O-line. Okay, if Warren is as good as Bowers was last year, I'm throwing a fit. Because this is a great pick. I mean, Tyron Smith just retired. We now have 2 really young, really good, really talented O-tackles that could both be franchise cornerstones to protect Justin Fields. I'm happy. I like the pick. I think it's a smart pick, and it's a great, very safe pick for our new GM. However, like I said, if Tyler Warren is good like Brock Bowers was, some things might be getting thrown here in the studio, but we're going to find out with time.
Jets were in a tough spot because it's hard to know exactly how well Justin Fields is going to perform. And I feel like it's hard to go out on a limb and take Warren if you're not sure that he can even get the ball, right? And similar to the pick earlier in the draft where you also went to offensive tackle, this gives you some time to work later in this draft, work tomorrow, and you can't go wrong picking a good offensive tackle at this point.
Yeah, I think the one thing that concerns me with him is can he handle a Myles Garrett? Can he handle the power of a true defensive end? I just don't see that happening.
I mean, I think the first thing I say is no one can handle Myles Garrett. That's why he's the most paid D lineman ever. But at the same time, I get what you mean. Yeah, and it is the biggest thing. And if we look at his profile, the biggest thing, and Membou was my highest graded O lineman. So I do like this pick because the thing that I said about Membou was he has no open, like no really bad problems. Because, you have the Will Campbell, like his arms are short. You have the Josh Simmons, he has injuries. Membou didn't have those problems. He's not amazing at anything. He's not elite at anything, but he is good at every single aspect at the O-line position. I think that's what makes me so excited for him is that if he stays healthy, if he can get his game better, he has a chance to be the best tackle in the draft. But it is, the case of he is not the clear-cut number one, but he does not have those glaring problems that could make him a bust.
Well, I feel like that's a good thing at that position.
Something that I think people don't think about a lot is playing in the SEC. There's 3 teams in there that really have a chance at winning the SEC. So to be able to play on a team that doesn't necessarily have a chance to win, I think is something that is really invaluable to add to your character. Going out and playing for 3 years for a Missouri team that had no shot of winning the SEC tournament, really barely a chance of making a bowl game at the end of the year, to be able to go out and give it your all for that, coming onto a team like the Jets, I'm sorry, Charles, but they're not going to be good this year. So that shows me that he's in it to stay. I mean, he's going to be with them for the next couple of years, like you said, a cornerstone of this team. That's what I look for. Just one of those traits that a lot of people don't think about is you lose a lot of games in the SEC if you're not in Alabama, you're not at Georgia, you're not at Texas. So having that ability to kind of roll with the punches is something that people will take for granted.
And people want to say that Justin Fields isn't a big runner, but he is. I mean, let's be honest. It's what Justin Fields is. And you now have a tackle, a very athletic tackle on both sides. I mean, Olu is the most athletic tackle from last draft class. Armand, in my opinion, is the most athletic from this draft class. And now you have some guys that can get to the second level, and them boys can run for their size. And now, if Justin Fields scrambles right or left, he's just fine. I like the pick. Like I said, I'm a little bit sad about Tyler Warren. But, everyone's, we got to all stop fantasy booking, fantasy picking. Got to realize that these are the picks that win games. And I think with how bad our O-line was, Aaron Rodgers was almost murdered like 7 times a year this year. And he literally was murdered 2 years ago. So it's now to the point now where Justin Fields can stay safe. Justin Fields can leave the pocket without having to worry too much. And these are guys, Armand Membou, the biggest thing for him is can he handle power. But playing in this division, this is a division with a lot of speed rushers like the Chop Robinsons and those. So going against a lot of finesse rushers, a lot of speed rushers, he's going to be just fine. I like this move for this team.
And coming out of the SEC, that's the best simulation that you could ever ask for, especially for an offensive lineman. And just watching film on this guy, sticks the defensive line like glue. Does not throw blocks, does not slip away. Once he's committed, he's there. And I see that working great in pass protection. I feel like Justin Fields will have a lot of time to work.
Yeah, I mean, and we're looking at one of the biggest things I said about him, and I know this from personal because I am literally this man's size. He has great body control. It's hard to control that much body. And this man can move well. He knows his body. He's been tall his whole life. And that's one of the biggest things that we see with players like this is some of them, they have growth spurts later in their life, and it shows that, they struggle because they don't know how to control their body. He could do a good job at doing that. And I think that that's one of those things that really opens my eyes is that, not getting beat, not having to recover as often, I think that's what makes him so valuable. And I'm really excited to see where this fits. And I think it's a good choice for a front office that's brand new.
Essentially what you're saying is the Jets have no excuse not to be good next year.
The Jets will always have a reason not to be good, okay? We find a reason. We dig hard and we dig deep to find reasons to be bad. But this is the most excited I've been in a while. And I do think that Aaron Glenn coming in to be a new coach, new quarterback, Justin Fields was the guy I wanted the whole time. And I think that this is going to be a good year for the Jets. Maybe not a playoff year, but I think it'll be a step in the right direction.
This is the right management for Justin Fields as well. You think about the previous places he was in, Steelers. Mike Tomlin has a lot of say in what goes on over there. He has a thumb over the entire organization, in my opinion. And then you go back.
Have some blackmail.
You go back to the Bears, they have basically no organization. So you coming into the Jets, they're rebuilding, completely rebuilding, not just the team, but the organization as well. I think that you are adding a valuable asset to the offensive line. Gives Justin Fields no excuse not to ball out next year.
And this gives him an opportunity to become his own player, right? To your point, he's been trying to fit into systems, whereas watching him throughout college at Ohio State, you can watch the film. We haven't seen that film yet, but we haven't seen that freedom for Justin Fields. And really, it's hard to replicate the talent at that level and convert it to the NFL. And he just hasn't been on a great team, but you're starting to build right here.
And the best way to replicate what he did at Ohio State is by giving him his receiver one that he had at Ohio State. And that's what we're seeing with Garrett Wilson. I mean, he has that receiver one right all over again. There is no true excuse at this point. He literally has the freedom he had at Ohio State. He has the receiver that he had at Ohio State. He now has the whole line at the caliber of Ohio State's. This Jets team has so much talent and so much talent that wants to be there. That's the biggest thing about a Jets team. Sauce wants to extend. Garrett wants to stay. The players want to be there. This is the best look for the Jets. But another team that's been in poverty since, God, I cannot remember, looking at the Panthers here.
Something that you mentioned that you and I talked about on last call is Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. That connection, I think it's second to none. Some of the throws that they're able to make, where those back shoulder catches in the end zone, nobody else is doing that because they don't have that connection. And that's something that I would like to look into for the next year. Who is in the draft this year that plays a receiving position? Tyler Warren. Who's going to be quarterback next year? Probably a top 10 pick. Drew Aller. And that's another pairing that I would not mind to see. You'll get the Jets. Obviously, they did not pick up Tyler Warren, but that would have been a good fit because you get your year with Justin Fields. He either does what you want or doesn't. If he doesn't, you pick up Drew Aller. Then you got your dynamic duo there. I think the duos are kind of working out a little bit better than people anticipated. The Bengals, they were very, very close to not picking Jamar Chase. It was almost a 50-50 looking back on it, and luckily they did pick Jamar Chase. Probably the best decision in franchise history. Jace, I see you twinkling the stars over there.
I'm twinkling. That means the pick is in, and that means Teteroa McMillan is heading to the Carolina Panthers, a new receiving threat for Bryce Young and that offense, who came into their own there late in the season. We talked about this in the pre-show. McMillan, a very good, 50-50 ball catcher. Now Bryce Young gets himself a new pass catcher. How do you see this working out with Bryce Young?
That's one thing, I'm happy for. I mean, Bryce Young, his first year, he really struggling. He had some trouble. Picked it up this year, and now he finally gets that guy who can help him put it all together and really push his talent to the next level. I'm happy with this pick. I think that McMillan, he immediately comes in and makes a difference. And I think this Carolina Panthers team is a way better football team this upcoming season.
And then what's the right pick for Carolina? I mean, McMillan considered as maybe like the 15th, 16th best prospect in this entire draft, but they go receiver here. They go for the guy that they think can make the difference on this offense for Carolina. Do you see this working out for Panthers?
I do see this working out. I mean, when you put along, Bryce Young, he loves to extend plays. He loves to get out and scramble. When you look at those two things alone, I think that McMillan will be a great receiver when it comes to the scramble drill alone. Him getting out, him breaking off his route, and, just going to find the ball once Bryce Young breaks out inside the pocket. So I think this will be a good look.
And looking at his struggles, he has some problems against the press sometimes. How do you see him working out of that?
I think that just mostly comes with the weight room. I think he has to get in the weight room and get stronger, and he also has to make that a point of emphasis in the offseason. But if he gets stronger, I think that defensive backs alone will just respect his size and most likely not try and jam him.
The first receiver off the board, the first receiver expected to be off the board, is gone. Guys, Teteroa McMillan to Carolina.
I love this for not only the move itself, but also I think it's a bright light in the Panthers GM because there's been the questions of this team does not care about Bryce Young, and they got a dude last year in Xavier Legette, and now they got him a dog in Ted, and now we're looking at this team and they're now trying to get their QB some dogs, and I really like the pick. Now, the only question and the real question that I have here now is what happened along the way to where they went off Jalen Walker, because it was almost a lock that the Panthers were going Jalen Walker, and I do wonder. And Jace, you looks like you have something. Why did they not go Walker there?
The Panthers, they They were fielding calls for the last 10 minutes with this 8th overall pick. They kind of got stuck. They didn't have an official team that was going to be a suitor for them. They kind of got thrown into the scenario where they had to pick a player within the last few minutes of their on the clock abilities. So they had to go McMillan here. Obviously, Walker was a possibility for them, but they really wanted to trade this 8th pick away.
Yeah, I definitely think they wanted to trade back and go for Walker because I definitely know that Jalen Walker has been tied to these guys for a hot minute now. But I do like the 10th move more. I think it's the move overall. And I know, Jake, I saw you look over there whenever this pick got announced and you were all smiles. How you feeling, man?
Yeah, no, I think this is a great fit for him. I wanted to double check this because I was pretty sure they picked up Xavier Legette last year, and they did in the first round. Yeah. So back-to-back wide receiver pickups, I think that's great for Bryce Young. You're giving him the weapons that he needs. In McMillan, if you look back, you're not going to see it as much this year, but you look back to the 2023 highlight reel, it is a true highlight reel. He makes big plays in big moments. He runs just under a 4.5, which a little slow in my opinion. I was expecting him. I'm pretty sure he was the one that said he was going to break the record. Didn't even come close, not even the fastest in this draft, but first team, All-American. He really did everything you want from a receiver, especially coming from Arizona where they didn't necessarily have a chance to win a bunch of bowl games and stuff like that. I just think does all the right things that you want from a receiver. He's great with his hands, so if he gets pressed, he's just swimming out of that. He's getting out of it, no worries. He's really good down the field. He's a good threat with 50-50 balls. He comes back. That's something that a lot of receivers you'll see in this draft class. They don't fight back to the ball to try and catch it, and you'll see some interceptions that are caused by that, but not McMillan. He's a great receiver for them, or he will be a great receiver for them in the future.
And I think he would have been for anybody that picked him up. The guy is a vacuum, and at 6'4", he can do a lot. I see him more as a red zone threat. I see him really coming into his element once you hit that 35-yard mark on the enemy territory part of the zone, but I think he can do just about everything that you want a wide receiver to do. Is he your number one? I don't think so, but I don't think he has to be.
I know that on our player comp we had some different players, and we had some Drake London, some George Pickens, and I think something that he reminds me of a little bit from a few years back is Kenny Golladay. I mean, the way that Kenny used to be able to get up there and get those balls, especially in the red zone, he was just. A red zone threat is what you can have, especially with Bryce Young. I mean, Bryce Young, he's a little bit shorter, and at those times, you just throw it out, and you're going to get that pass off. And McMillan, that's his whole game. I mean, he's a little bit smaller, a little bit thinner, but he wins every 50-50 ball. I mean, I feel like if you throw it up there, he's going to get it. It's like a Blake Griffin lob. I mean, you throw it up there, it's guaranteed.
And for whatever reason, NFL teams love to do that on the 4-yard line, right? They love to throw the goal line fade. It's one of the most popular plays that you're going to see in football, and I don't know if you can draft a better guy this year than McMillan.
You look at the stats, and I think that's something that a lot of people will look at and say, I want to see a little bit more out of him, especially playing for a school where he was the number one option. But you also got to think he's playing for a school that doesn't have a top 10 quarterback, doesn't have probably even a top 40, 50 quarterback. I mean, Arizona was not that impressive this year. He made them what they were. So I think that's something. You also get some big name value. He's getting his jersey right now, and I think he's a great fit for the Panthers. I just don't see – I don't know that there's another team that really needed him in any way that they would have traded up for this pick. I don't think that he's that valuable, but for the Panthers, maybe you trade him. Maybe you trade him after a year. If he's not what you want out of him, that's another thing a lot of people don't think about is you can always just trade.
I guess. I mean, just to play devil's advocate with this guy, you mentioned the speed, and I'm just wondering what the separation looks like from an NFL standpoint. We've seen some struggles against the press. Can he create space? We know he can catch the ball, but can he give a window to Bryce Young is my question.
Yeah, because, I mean, that is the biggest question. The biggest what if is, can he, make those – because obviously he can win the 50-50, but you'd prefer not to have it a 50-50 every time.
It helps.
And, yeah, that does help. And, the biggest thing for him was that separation. At the college level, for him to struggle with separation is a little bit of a red flag because now he's in the NFL with some of the best cornerbacks in the world. I mean, there's no longer playing against some random, 6'1", 198 dude that just got out of math class 3 hours ago. Now you're going against, a $40 million cornerback, and it does change a lot. So can he still win those 50-50? Can he still get separation at the pro level? That will be the biggest what if for Ted McMillan.
Regardless, I think the Panthers got to win. But with the Saints on the clock, there's a lot of areas that they could go. Jake, do you see any alleyway for the Saints to make some headway in this year's draft?
I really don't. I was thinking they were going to pick a quarterback. That's kind of where I was thinking, but I don't think that's the case anymore. Jackson Dart would have been my pick to throw in there over Shedeur Sanders, but unfortunately it just does not seem like that is going to be the case. Jace?
Yep, everyone thought they might go quarterback. The rumor was Dart wouldn't go past 9. Well, Dart has gone past 9. Kelvin Banks has jumped up the board a little bit here. The O-tackle from Texas is heading to New Orleans. An interesting pick here for the Saints. Nate, what are we thinking?
I like Kelvin Banks as a player. I'm not really sure if he's going to be a tackle for the Saints, maybe move to guard, but a 3-year starter. He's really good with his footwork and lateral agility, which means that he's really good against those speed rushers. Not like the Myles Garretts, on the Cleveland Browns, my favorite team, of course. But those speed rushers, he's going to have a good time. His problem, though, is when he kind of tries, he has a tendency of doing that a little too much, trying to play for the speed rush and kind of oversets, and then that leads to some balance concerns. So if they go outside and cut back in, he's not as quick to really cut that off, or if they go for a spin move, something like that, he's not as quickly able to regroup and get back. But other than that, he's a good prospect, which is why, since he's not as good as that, be able to move down, play some guard. I think that'd be really helpful. But like I said, strong anchor and pass protection, a big guy, 6'5", 315. So I think he's going to be a good player at the next level for the Saints. I'm just not sure if it's going to be at tackle. I believe it may be at guard. I mean, and how do you see this fitting the Saints' timeline? I mean, the Saints obviously still in some cap problems. Is O-tackle really the need right now for them? I think it's kind of what Caden talked about, as like maybe a long-term plan, because we don't know what Derek Carr is looking like right now, right? I mean, I believe he's maybe out with the surgery, but I mean, if they're just going to be tanking anyway, what's wrong with getting a tackle, developing for a year, and then when you guys trying to make a run next year, you got a guy who's going to be a lockdown at either the guard or the tackle spot. It's possibly our first pick that we didn't maybe expect off the board here, guys. Kelvin Banks is heading to New Orleans. What are we thinking?
Well, Charles, you're shaking your head, and I might be in the same boat here. What are you thinking?
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I mean, I like Kelvin Banks, and I really do like Kelvin Banks, but this is just not the fit for me. I mean, this team, they got Fuaga last year. They still have Cesar Ruiz. They still have Eric McCoy. And this is a team that's O-line has not been the problem as much for them as quite literally everything else. And I think that this was just not the time to make that move for me. I just don't think that – I think they need too much to be making – it feels like they're just trying to make the smart move or the safe move, and it doesn't really – I don't like it.
I mean, they did have the 31st worst rushing attack game in all of the NFL, so that's one thing to look at. The run game, when you do have Kamara back there, you got to be able to get him into the open field so he can make some plays. Then you got Chris Olave, who missed more than half of the games last year, still led the team in receiving, which is insane. Yeah. If that tells you how bad their receiving core is on top of the quarterback room. If Derek Carr doesn't take a step up, this team's not going anywhere. They're going to have to pick up a quarterback in the next 2 years. Like, there's no doubt about it.
And their rushing attack was bad, but then they got a pass first O-lineman. I mean, that's what Kelvin Banks, he was great in the pass protection. So it's a good move in a sense. It's only going to help them. I mean, you can never have too much O-line until you get over 5. But, I mean, it's still not necessarily the move I would make if I was in the Saints position. I just feel like there was too many needs at this time.
And as I'm reading this from Schefter, Kayvon Thibodeau just picked up his 5th-year contract option. Minutes after the pick was put in. So that's interesting in itself. It looks like that's the attack, the approach that the Jets are going with, not one that we were necessarily expecting. Or Giants, excuse me.
Well, with the Bears on the clock, their pick is in. And I think the Bears can go a couple different ways here, but I think that they're going to go tight end. That's really what I think that you can do offensively. And you have Caleb Williams, who had a very solid first year, and I think you're starting to see the groundwork be put up from Chicago. And we're starting to see a lot of teams like the Browns try to lay that groundwork and form the offensive line. And obviously you might want to add some protection to Caleb Williams, and the defense could use some work, but I could see a star-studded offense really start to blossom. And I think while Keenan Allen was something last year, I think you could really give that second leg to the dynamic duo to Caleb Williams. Is that a bad take?
I don't know that it's a bad take necessarily. I just think they're kind of in the same boat as the Browns. They've been rebuilding since I was born. So I feel like they're in a perpetual cycle of bad. But it looks like we have our pick. Ooh, surprising.
It's a surprise. It is an utter surprise. We talked about this in the pre-show. Some people have Loveland above Tyler Warren. I didn't think it would actually happen. Colston Loveland has been taken before Tyler Warren, and he is heading to Chicago to pair with that offense. A shocker, Freddy. But, I mean, Loveland, a great talent nonetheless.
Yes, he is a great talent, but I don't know if I agree with this pick. When you look at Chicago, they just had a rookie quarterback who had the most sacks in the entire NFL. When you look at a Titan, although they do help in the blocking game, not as much as an offensive lineman will. I think that they have enough weapons as it is. When you think of receptions, they have Keenan Allen and they have DJ Moore. I think that's more than enough. So I don't know why they would think to make this pick. And then when you look at last year, when you look at tight ends taken this early, the last tight end taken had an all-pro season, and that was, Brock Bowers. So if he does not have an all-pro season like Brock Bowers, is this still a good pick? If he does not produce at that same way or, a little bit, behind that, is this still a good pick?
Yeah, but looking at Loveland, as a player, what do you see as his strengths and weaknesses heading into Chicago?
Route running. I think that's going to be a good strength for him, is running routes and getting the ball. I think that Caleb Williams will do a great job getting him the ball, and I think that opens up another option. When you look at Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, a lot of defenses are going to be paying attention to them, so that does give Loveland the opportunity to make plays.
Loveland paired with a new dynamic Bears offense. Maybe a shocker for the first time today, guys.
Well, maybe a shocker, but honestly, it makes sense to me. We look at Warren, and he's a guy that's more often than not going to be in a three-point stance, and his touches in the passing game are going to come off the play action while also bouncing off of his great blocking ability. And we're seeing a new brand of Bears football. Caleb Williams had games last year where he was throwing over 50 passes. And I think to complement that, you need a tight end that you can line up outside of the line of scrimmage, a tight end that could run a great route, and that is what you get out of your guy in Michigan here.
It's an interesting one. I don't hate them going tight end. I kind of hate them not going Tyler Warren. I guess it is a little bit of a confusing pick. I'm one of those, a believer in Cole Kmet. I do like Cole Kmet still, and I don't necessarily think tight end was at the top of the needs. But, we look at his route running. His route running is next level. This dude can run absolutely, he can get open. He can run anything on the route tree, and that's, the biggest question with Tyler Warren is he can't run everything on the route tree. But I think in the sense of, if they're trying to help their O-line a little bit, Tyler Warren's a lot better because he can block a lot better, in my opinion. I think Tyler Warren's a much better blocker, and I think that would be what would be better for the Bears is having someone that can help the run game by being a better blocker. It's a questionable pick, not the one I would make once again, but it isn't awful. The only thing is, for me, is Colston Loveland kind of feels like Cole Kmet with tattoos, and that's always been the thing for me. So I really just don't like the fit. I've always been a Loveland fan, though.
You're looking at a national champion. He has the most receptions in school history by a tight end, which is a pretty big feat at Michigan. The big questions come in his catching ability. Can he catch the ball in traffic? You think about what the Bears have been dealing with, not the best throws. If you're throwing 50 times a game, I'd say a good 20 of them are not going to be as accurate as you would like. Can he go up and make those catches? The way it looks right now, it's a no. And that's going to be a problem that they're going to have to figure out. Can he catch it in traffic? Are the hands there? I don't know. I would have loved to see Tyler Warren because of the blocking. Warren a much better blocking tight end. So I just feel like you might have wanted him a little bit more than Loveland. But maybe he is the better catcher. Jace, we have another pick?
Yeah, we're picking up speed. We're going quickly. Finally, we have our first edge rusher off of the board, which brings on Dylan Euler. Mykel Williams is heading to San Francisco. They're picking up the pieces of the defense that left them in the offseason. What do you see from Mykel, and how can he fill in that gap?
Yeah, I think Mykel is an amazing pick here. Opposite Nick Bosa, you really didn't want to go into week one with Yetur Gross-Matos on the other end there. I think he's big enough to play in this 4-3 system as an outside defensive end. I think he's very explosive, great speed to power. He played at Georgia, which is something to be said. We've been talking about these blue blood programs so far in the show. He knows how to rush as a team with guys pushing the pocket, with guys at different levels when it comes to attacking the quarterback. So I think that Micah Williams is a fantastic player and a super high floor coming into the league.
I have to ask you, because you are a Bears fan, and this is pretty timely.
Yeah,
Colston Loveland, what's your thoughts?
I would have loved him at 10 personally. Colston, I think he's a solid tight end. I do think, hot take a little bit, I think he's a better receiving and just better option for the Bears than Tyler Warren. I don't think we need the blocking when it comes, from our tight ends. I don't think Ben Johnson uses his tight ends a lot to block. I think he likes them going out, running routes, and catching passes. I think he'll be a good option with Keenan Allen not being on the team anymore. We've got Rome still developing. We've got DJ Moore out there. I think he's just another option for Caleb Williams. I would have loved something along the defensive line, but all the free agents that we brought in, guys like Grady Jarrett, guys like Dio from the Colts, I think that solidified our defense a little bit more, that we weren't as needy when it came to the draft.
Looking back to Micah, we talked a little bit about what he can do correctly. What does he need to work on heading into San Francisco?
I think pass rush plan is a little underdeveloped. I think they work together as a team a lot at Georgia to attack the quarterback, and so that relied on him, pushing the pocket and kind of pressing his tackle back to force the quarterback to climb or to back out. I think, as a one-on-one edge defender to attack and beat his tackle, I think he needs to work on some of his moves a little bit. But I think he can do that. I just think he wasn't asked to be that one-on-one flamethrower off the edge, like we were talking about earlier with Mike Green or James Pierce.
11 picks through. Dallas is on the clock. We'll get to them and see where they go up next here on Draft Night, presented by UINDY TV.
There's often a moment when you're helping somebody with math where they just suddenly get over that little barrier and they get it. It's a nice aha moment, and I really like being involved in helping students achieve that moment, and we do get a lot of those here in the tutoring lab.
So the overall mission here at Flannel House Indy is to help with the development and growth, the self-efficiency and self-sufficiency of the near northwest side of Indianapolis. When the Double 8s closed in the area, that left the near northwest side a food desert. So Brandon Cosby, the executive director of Flannel House, started with the Flannel House Farms, where they grow fresh produce organically for the neighborhood around. And then later on down the line, Cleo's came about. So we're here to help with the sustainability of getting fresh food at cheap prices to the locals around. Black owned, black ran. That's the gist of Cleo's for the most part.
We'll leave it to our actual athletes. Watch UINDY TV's live sports broadcast on GLVCSN and YouTube.
He does, yeah. Back here on UINDY TV, throw it back over to the announcer's desk talking about Micah Williams.
Micah Williams, I think, is the best fit for this team, because I think the biggest what-if here, and I have it in my notes here, is the 49ers lost everybody this offseason. And, their whole defense just crumbled around them. They're no longer the Super Bowl threats that we had thought. I mean, there's a reason they're picking at this pick now. And now you have a player that is a winner. He plays great. I mean, we look at him, his only downfall is the fact that sometimes he can be too strong. I mean, that's his main downfall, is the fact that sometimes he relies on that power too much. But he is the best power guy coming off that edge. And I think that's going to be really big for him with Nick Bosa on the other end. I think that whenever it comes to getting to that backfield, he is very strong, and he can win those one-on-one battles against a weaker O-lineman. The main issue, like I said, with him is sometimes he relies too much on that power. That'll be kind of what's interesting for me to see. Can he kind of have a little bit more of a bag at the NFL level?
In this stat that I found when I was doing the research, over 30% of his career tackles were for loss. That is got to be the most insane thing I've ever heard in my entire life, especially considering he plays for Georgia, so he played Alabama pretty much 2 times every year, played Texas once, they played twice last year as well. So he got to look at just about everything you want to see him go up against, and I think it translates very well into the NFL, and I think this is a great pick for the 49ers.
I watched a little bit of film, and from what I see from him is his ability to move before the snap. He's not necessarily going to be in the same spot before every play, and that reminds me a lot of a guy like J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt was really good at disconnecting from offensive linemen, using his arms to create space. He has that chop, right? And I see the same thing from Williams in this draft. Will he live up to be J.J. Watt? Well, that's a pretty high standard to live up to. But I do think that he can be a difference maker on a San Francisco team that's looking to revamp.
The other thing people don't realize is he played the entire 2024 season on an injured ankle. He injured it in the season opener. It wasn't obviously too bad of an injury because he was able to play through it, but those ankle injuries, I'll tell you, it ruined pretty much my entire high school basketball experience. They suck. You don't want to deal with those. They're very nagging. Just the smallest tweak can make you have to sit out an entire game. So the fact that he was able to play through and still take a step up in the draft from what he was or what he would have been last year, I just think that you're looking at a guy coming into San Francisco that they can fully develop to be what they want him to be. He's very moldable into any position on that defensive line.
I mean, his ceiling is top 10 edge rusher.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's where his ceiling is. And we're looking at a guy to where one of his downfalls was not having an elite first step. And there is, the question of how much of that does come down to that ankle. And, ankles heal. I mean, it'll heal eventually. And he played mostly injured in his last season. How much of that was his ankle? How much of that is him? We're going to find out whenever he comes into this next season of, with that ankle being fully healed come week 1, will that first step be able to get his elite? Because an elite first step with elite power, it does not get much better than that. That's the reason why Abdul Carter is so high on this list. Having Michael right there below him, if he can get there to the exact level that Abdul's at with that first step, he is going to be a problem.
Next on the board, though, we've got the Cowboys. Always an interesting pick when it comes to them because it seems like they always have more questions than they have answers at the end of every year. Jerry Jones hasn't been doing his due diligence as an owner. I just feel like this team is slowly falling apart.
Yeah, Stephen A. was not so confident in Jerry Jones and what they were going to do with this 12th pick. And really, Dallas, like you said, a lot of questions. They need a lot of answers. I'm not sure if you can answer them all in this draft, but a very, very important selection coming up.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys are currently at the stage of how do you stay relevant. And that is kind of where we're at right now is the Cowboys. The division is no longer a cakewalk. The Giants are slowly getting better. The Commanders are amazing right now. The Eagles just won a Super Bowl. And now you're a team like the Dallas Cowboys that are living off of past success. And you guys miss on pick after pick after pick. And now really the question has come to, do you get Dak a weapon? Do you protect Dak? Do you go defense and, try and get a little bit better on that end?
I'll do you one more. I have the question, is Dak the guy?
That's
the big question in my mind. Is Dak really going to be your guy? He's dealt with so many hand injuries. Those are so hard to play through, especially on your throwing hand. You think about the thumb injury 2 years ago. He's just been repetitively had something he's had to deal with injury-wise. At some point, not saying give up on him, but he hasn't, when he's healthy, he still hasn't produced to the level that you would want him to produce to. Do you move on if you're the Cowboys?
Dak had a thumb injury. His ankle did a U-turn a few years ago. He's just not been able to stay healthy, and that has been the problem. He's not been able to stay healthy when he has been healthy. But 2 years ago, he had a top 3 MVP season. So you never really know with Dak Prescott. I think if they could get him more weapons to CeeDee Lamb, we're going to see, as time moves forward.
Realistically, you're at the point of no return with Dak Prescott. That's just the way that things are going right now in Dallas. And, well, for America's team, they might have a solution, Jace.
Is the offensive line. Offensive guard Tyler Booker is heading to Dallas, a guy who I personally am not very high on. I think he's a little bit oversized, a little bit slow off the jump. Nate, what do you think?
I completely agree. I don't think I have him in my top 30 maybe of just true prospects, but as a guy, he's a big big guy. 6'5", 320, massive arms, massive just body. He's a big boy who's going to block well. Only problem is, like you said, he's good in a phone booth. He's good with stunts, things that are really close to the line of scrimmage, things that he can react quickly. But the thing that he really struggles with is getting upfield and blocking linebackers, safeties. He does not have that quickness because he's kind of too big to kind of be able to move that quickly. And also, he's not a really good athlete. I mean, he's just a big body. So if you are the Cowboys, Dak Prescott injured. Yes, it shores up the offensive line that you maybe had some questions on, but I have to think there had to be maybe a better tackle or something out there offensive line wise.
Yeah, but going away from his weaknesses, I mean, not to bash the guy. I mean, he's still a first-round talent, don't get me wrong. What are his strengths looking like? I mean, obviously this guy there's a reason he's the 13th or the 12th pick to the Cowboys. He's a first-round talent. What has got him here?
Well, he's a 2-year starter at Alabama. I mean, Alabama, one of the best teams in all of the nation, year in and year out. But like I mentioned, he's a big guy, and he just powerful. He puts people on the ground. And like I said, he reacts very well to the stunts, the twists. And he has a good feel for positioning, so he's not going to be overpowered. No one's going to be able to bull rush him and take him straight to the ground. He's going to hold his ground. He has good anchor feet. But like I said, it's all when that comes to that quick movement outside of the line of scrimmage to where he kind of falls off. But like I said, this is still a really good player, offensive guard, who I think could be a help, but I still think there's someone better on the field.
A big body of mass, and he's heading to Dallas. Guys, what do we think?
It's almost like Jerry Jones went to Twitter and just looked up who everybody hates, because this is the only guy I saw people complaining about on Twitter. Everybody was like, I don't want him on my team. I don't want him here. I don't want him there, blah, blah, blah. This was the only guy for these top 30 that I really saw any controversy about. So very Cowboys of them to pick him up. I think when you look at this team, there's a lot of different ways that you could have went with this pick, and this is not necessarily where I would have went.
At that same time, you start to realize around this point in the year that becoming a successful football organization is a year-round process. And the players, they'll do it in the fall, but now it's time for the front offices to shine. And I feel like the front office and the coaching staff is really going to be huge in making this guy into an NFL player. They loved him at Alabama. Everybody at Alabama, the coaches, the fans, the state, absolutely adored this guy for his leadership and what he brought from more than an athletic standpoint to the team. So what can the Cowboys provide him to become an NFL player will make or break his career, I think.
The other thing that you got to look at when you're the Cowboys, and the only reason that I dislike this pick, is you needed to make some moves in this draft, because think of what they're dealing with salary cap-wise. They've got 3 guys that they have to pay big contracts to. You got Micah Parsons, you got CD, and you also got Dak Prescott. Those are 3 massive contracts that you're paying every year on top of the other 80 guys that you have on that roster. The draft is where you should be trying to make a little bit of room into that. Try and pick up a guy that you can get for cheap for 2 years while you have the opportunity, rather than having to go out and trade for someone, because right now it's looking like what the Cowboys are going to have to do. They're going to have to make some more trades before we start next season. I just don't see why they would kind of waste a pick here, in my opinion.
There's some big words on his draft prospect or his draft profile that I want to mention, though. It says he has elite physical traits, and you cannot teach some of these traits. And that is one of the biggest things for me is there are some things that you cannot teach. There are some things that you can teach. And some of that power, some of those traits that he has, you cannot teach. I mean, the fact that he reacts so well to stunts, he's very good at positioning and doing a good job. And he's got leadership. He's got great size and arm length. I mean, you could teach some of those smaller things. We sat there, we bashed on Jordan Morgan last year, who was picked by the Packers, and he actually had a really good year for the Packers. So now it is this, it is a little bit early for my likings, but I also really do not hate the pick because of who he can be. I don't think that necessarily the Cowboys needed one of those players now, but physically and with those traits, I mean, if with the right coach, he could be elite. Now, the biggest question is, do the Cowboys have the right coach? And I mean, we've seen with their O-line. Their O-line has historically been great. So, I mean, with that same coaching staff, some questions can be said, but I think it's not necessarily as bad of a pick as some people may make it seem.
Well, Mike McCarthy just, hit the road this past offseason, and Brian Schottenheimer steps into the mix, who was the former offensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys, Seattle Seahawks, and New York Jets. So to that point, if there ever was a head coach who could turn this guy into an absolute unit, a machine, and obviously we talk maybe a little overweight, you can change that in one offseason.
And, well, as it sits right now, the Miami Dolphins, the only team that can take Tyler Warren away from the Indianapolis Colts. One pick sits between the Colts and their future. But we'll talk about this Miami pick first because it is a little bit interesting. You got the whole Tua situation last year. Tyreek Hill finally decided that he wanted to start playing towards the end of the season. My big question is, what are you looking for? Are you looking for defense? Are you looking for offensive line? What is it that you're looking for if you're the Dolphins?
There is one man that if I'm the Miami Dolphins, I'm going, and his name is Malachi Starks. They need a better safety after Javon Holland left. They might be losing Jalen Ramsey, and Malachi Starks is one of the only guys that I've seen in a very long time. In fact, since Kyle Hamilton, that can play similar to that partial nickel as well as playing safety. That's been the biggest thing for me is what Malachi Starks can do on both sides. When I was looking at the Jets this year, I was like, Malachi Starks is the guy I want. Malachi Starks is the guy that I'm at the top of my list. I think Malachi Starks is so talented. I'm terrified if he goes to our division, but I do believe that is the best fit for this team. Bringing in Starks who can play safety to replace Holland or play that nickel to replace Ramsey if needed. They need secondary desperately, and I think that Malachi Starks is the solution to that problem.
And realistically, the only other route that you would go if you're Miami would be to bolster the offensive line, in my opinion. And we've seen a lot of tackles and a lot of offensive linemen taken off the boards at this point. So here at pick 16, I feel like it'd be a reach to go offensive line again. I don't feel like you get the best bang for your buck, and I like the avenue that you're taking for Miami, and also in hopes that Indianapolis can get that falling tight end.
Yeah, as it sits right now, Josh Simmons seeming to be the best offensive line prospect, and he was projected to be a late 20 pick, if even in the first round. So I don't think we see the Dolphins take him. I do think it is interesting that Georgia's defense wasn't as good this year as it had been in the 2 years. This is just my opinion, and it might be a crazy thing to say, but I think the year that they went to the national championship, they just had so much. Maybe it is just I've seen their defense too many times now that I'm just expecting the best thing I've ever seen. But they gave up a lot of deep balls that they were not giving up in years previous, and I feel like they gave up a lot more touchdowns than they had in previous years. There were a lot of games 2022, 2023 that this team had shutout or only 3 points allowed. I'm not saying that Starks is the reason for that. Obviously, I just don't know why that is exactly. Georgia has been a premier program. I think the defense is what held them back on top of Carson Beck as well.
Starks had a pick last year that, to me, showcased who he is. And it was he caught the ball and he almost did a full 180 in air. I mean, he is so athletic. And that, to me, is the biggest reason why I want to see Starks here. But we're going to see who got picked. Jace, who do you got?
No Starks. It's Kenneth Grant. He is heading to Miami. Miami goes D tackle. We've seen a lot of D tackle today, hence the reason why Nate Long is back with me here up on the video wall. What do you think about this one? I mean, Malachi Starks was kind of the consensus. The Dolphins, they need a defensive back. Instead, they go with a big body D tackle in Kenneth Grant. What do you see here?
I mean, yes, they need a safety, but I also see the need for a lot of that defense. The Dolphins defense was not very good. That's why they didn't win many games. They have some explosive players in the offense: Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Devin Achin, and Tua if he's live. We don't know about that one sometimes. But the defense had a lot of question marks. Kenneth Grant, a lot of upside. His player comp is Jordan Davis, a freak of nature. Yeah. I mean, he's going to throw people around. That's his thing. His only big problem is he's a little too heavy. He likes to play above 340, which can be a little bit of a problem for stamina and keeping him in the game.
But the Dolphins go Kenneth Grant, Caden, Jake Charles. An interesting pick here for the Dolphins, given that they wanted to go DB. That was a thought, at least. Instead, they go for the big body D tackle. What do you guys think about this one?
I am a little bit shocked because I've had Malachi Starks mocked to the Dolphins for a good, solid 4 months or so. So I am shocked that they went a different route. However, I do not hate this at all. Kenneth Grant we watched Mason Graham highlights earlier, right? And the man that was right next to Mason Graham during every last one of those highlights was Kenneth Grant, because he was either eating double teams or right there with Mason Graham. Kenneth Grant is an absolute dog. He's strong as ever. And he is a little bit heavier, but I mean, he's one of those people you do not want to see coming at you. Reminds me of Tavondre Sweat from last year's draft. He absolutely stuffs the run. I think this is a really good move. Like I said, it's no Starks, but I think it's a great move for the Dolphins here. Cannot complain too hard. Jets, please give a call because I really want Malachi Starks, and he's falling a lot farther than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be too bad of a pickup for them. I just think that that's what the Dolphins needed. In my opinion, you look at what they were lacking this year, it was the safeties. I mean, and especially if you're planning on potentially losing Ramsey, that's a huge hit to this defense. And I think that would have been the best way to rebuild is to take Starks right there. I do understand this pick because the defensive line, very important. You got to be able to get to the quarterback, add a little bit of pressure. That just changes the game. I just think that you could have waited on that. You probably could have picked up obviously not as good as Kenneth Grant, but you could have gotten a subpar defensive tackle later in the round or into round 2.
What I see in this pick is you know exactly what you get. You have a guy that is going to impact the game from the moment that he steps on the gridiron from week 1 to week 16. And I like what he brings to the table. A very underrated athlete on the defensive line as well. And I feel like when you draft DBs, whether it be corners or safety, there's always that huge bang or bust potential. And I don't feel like you have that same risk when you go defensive line. So a safe pick, yes. Too safe, you could make the case, but I don't think you went wrong here with this pick.
I don't think they went wrong either. I think this is a great move for them. Like I said, it may not have been the move I would make, but I'm also not a GM. I am a 21-year-old college student. So, I mean, we're seeing these moves here, and I do think that this is a very good move. And I think, like I said, he absolutely eats up the middle of the line. And the biggest thing is you put him in a 1v1, he will win it. And that is the biggest plus side about Kenneth Grant. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. They have made their selection. I see Jace fist pumping in the air. Jace, what have your Colts made?
I used to pray for times like this. Tyler Warren is heading to Indianapolis. What do you know? This is the guy I wanted. This is the guy they go and get. Tyler Warren is an Indianapolis Colt. The Colts get their guy. Caden, you're clapping. Caden, I know you're feeling good about this pick.
Well, because I've always been a huge AR guy. I've always been really behind Anthony Richardson, and now this takes all the excuses out of the equation. Yeah. Takes all of them out of the equation. You look at the Colts when they've been at their best. They've had at least very solid tight ends. Mm-hmm. And whether they were, amazing or not, they're always very, very useful in the offense.
Look back to an old 44 Dallas Clark. I mean, this is kind of a similar guy to what he did with Indianapolis back in the day with Peyton Manning. Mm-hmm. This is huge for the Colts. A tight end was the big need. It's a big part of their offense, and they had 3 or 4 mediocre ones last year. Mo Cox comes to mind first. But, I mean, now you get a possible generational tight end heading into Indianapolis.
I see a better Jack Doyle, is what I see. Jack Doyle was amazing in the run game for Indianapolis. He complemented Andrew Luck so well. And while AR is not Andrew Luck, very, very different quarterbacks, I think Tyler Warren can serve a very similar role on this Indianapolis team, complementing not only AR, but Jonathan Taylor a whole lot.
And that right there is the biggest thing for me. The biggest reason why Tyler Warren was higher than Colston Loveland in a lot of these situations is his blocking ability is insane. I mean, you're getting a 6th lineman and a good – I mean, look at that catch right there. I mean, he is an absolute monster. His hands are fantastic. He's huge, and he can block well. And Anthony Richardson, who spends more time running than throwing half the time, is going to have a great guy in that second level for this team. I think that this is by far the best fit pick in this draft for me. I think Colts and Tyler Warren have literally been 1-1 since we have started this talk, since he won the Mackey Award during last year. He has been always on this team. This is my second favorite fit in the draft. The other one's coming up next with Mike Green to the Falcons. So we're going to see if I'm right on that one. But
that's if Mike Green gets picked here. It's still TBD. We
don't
know if they're going to go Mike Green. Yeah,
we're going to see that. That was my favorite fit of the draft. This was my second, looking at my mock draft here. Tyler Warren to the Colts, bread and butter. I love this move.
And looking back to even 3 months ago when Caden and I were talking about it on last call, this was the matchup we had. I had kind of drew it out to be this rekindling of him and Drew Aller next year, but it might not turn into that. I hope Anthony Richardson takes the step up that we are all wanting to see. Obviously not a given at this point, but this is definitely going to help. 2 things that I would love to say about Tyler Warren is I have the opinion that he could possibly turn out to be better than Kyle Pitts. I know that is might be a crazy take, but I think he has the potential to be that guy for the Indianapolis Colts and be a second-hand man. Usually you don't see a tight end to be that number one option, but I think he could be for Anthony Richardson, especially in a wide receiver room that really has no talent, in my opinion. You got Michael Pittman. That's about it. Alec Pierce, he can run deep. Nothing else other than that. The other thing I would like to say about him is that he played against some of the best all year. You talk about the Big Ten. You got your Oregons, you got your Michigans, you got your Ohio States. And this guy put up numbers against all of them. Those are my 2 points I'd like to make about this guy. He is a great player and will be a great fit in Indy.
I think the biggest example on how useful Tyler Warren was is the fact that when he played bad, Penn State lost. We saw it in their game in the playoffs last year. It looked like he did not have an amazing game, and Penn State had literally no one to throw it to. I mean, it felt like Drew Aller was just out there with a bunch of 55 overall generated Madden players. I mean, there was no one out there. And now we're seeing here with Tyler Warren, I mean, he was the Penn State offense, yet they made it all the way to the playoffs with him on their back. And now we're looking at him with the Colts offense. This is a great fit for him. And I do think that, the biggest question will be, how much can Anthony Richardson actually get him the ball? Now we move on to the next big question with just a few minutes left on the clock for the Falcons. Where do the Falcons go here? They had a very interesting season last year.
I think interesting is the perfect word for it. It's a very interesting one. I don't know who I think they're going to take. There's about 5 options going through my head right now.
Well, you know what sticks out to me is that we were sitting in this very spot last year where the Falcons came up and we're saying this, we're saying that, and then Michael Penix Jr. comes off the board. So you have no idea what's happening in Atlanta right now.
That was not a bad pick, and I stand by it. Last year, I said it was a bad pick, but I stand by it. We were wrong.
It's not like Atlanta is known for taking the traditional route when it comes to draft night.
And you know who's not traditional? He may be talented, but he's not necessarily traditional because he went to Marshall. Mike Green. Mike Green screams Falcons to me. He has screamed Falcons since.
Well, I mean, it's not. Caden's point. I mean, they went Penix last year. There's plenty of edge talent as well. They don't have to go Mike Green here. We still have Shamar Stewart. We still have other edge rushers that are on the board. James Pierce Jr. comes to mind as well. You have plenty of edge rushers that can go here.
That's where my mind was kind of
It's not just Mike Green who can go here. We could see James Pierce Jr. We could see Shamar Stewart. We could see any of these edge rushers that are there because there's plenty of talent.
And guys, Jalen Walker, who was the 4th overall prospect coming to the draft, has fallen.
Yeah, that is true. He's still there.
Now to pick 14, 15.
And he's still first at my best available right now. Jalen Walker is still up there.
And he won't go to the Falcons because they have Caden Ellis. I mean, he played great for them last year. Linebacker was not the problem. I think that edge is where they go. To me, it's just which one. Like I said, I'm Mike Green on the Falcons specifically. However, there's still plenty of edge talent. They can trade back. I mean, they're taking a very long time for this pick. As we're looking at this timer, they got about a minute left. So, I mean, things are starting to go down, but we'll see if they make a move or see if they go where they go. But, Michael Penix was a great move for them last year. It ended up working very well, and he played really good for this team. They got good receivers. They have a great offense. Their defense just needs to match. The Falcons are this close to being a good team. So we're going to see. I do. I love their offense. I think Bijan's great. Jake London's great. Kyle Pitts can be great. Michael Penix was awesome for them last year, and their O-line has a lot of good pieces. And they're in the worst division of football. They are so close to being a team that can actually compete in the playoffs. They just need a defense, and their defense sucked last year. Other than their safeties with Jesse Bates and Justin Simmons, their defense was atrocious. So, I mean, this is now one of those things where if they can get some pressure on the quarterback, I think that they are really close to making a splash.
But the good thing is that you do have options. You do have D-tackle and Derek Harmon that also ESPN is saying is the best fit for the Falcons. Well, that's obviously up to interpretation. But James Pierce Jr. is a guy that you like, Jake.
Yeah, coming out of Tennessee, once again, my favorite guys are the guys that come from the Big Ten and the SEC, just because that is the best competition, in my opinion, and we see it year in, year out. Typically, your guys that end up being great players in the NFL, they are either the best player on a bad team or they are very good on a good team, like your Georgias. You look at all those rosters, I would say over 50% of those guys are in the NFL right now playing on some team, really helping them out. As for Pierce, though, he comes in 6'5", just under 250. I think he could use a little bit more size, but his quickness, that's one thing that a lot of people are going to be looking at as well. But Jalen Walker, I am a little bit intrigued that he is still on the board. I know there was a potential for him to fall, but I didn't think it would be this far. I was thinking, honestly, like right after the Colts. right here with the Falcons. But it's.
And sticking with Walker, I don't necessarily feel like there's any downfall to him, which is why he slid. I think it's more of a fit team. And at the linebacker spot for him, nobody's really been craving that, I would say. I think he's going to be a great ad for whoever gets him, and they're probably going to get him at a really good price in terms of where they pick him at. But it's just kind of bad luck in terms for Walker.
I mean, yeah, you look at these next teams available, not really many of them need that position as much. And you know, Jalen, you know, he does have the benefit of the fact that he is fantastic off the edge too. But that's just not where his primary position is. And Jace, you know, you have the pick, and
it's pretty funny timing. You guys talking about Jalen Walker, and Jalen Walker is heading to Atlanta. So we mentioned Jalen Walker out of the blue there instead of Mike Green. And the Falcons did like Mike Green. They did love Mike Green. But when you have a guy that's like Walker who fell to 15, you just can't pass him up, Dylan.
Yeah, I mean, Walker is a dog. He is a see-ball, get-ball kind of guy. Comparison from the water boy, Bobby Boucher, just an attacking kind of downhill threat on the defensive side of the ball. Real comparison, more like Frankie Louvu, kind of a tweener guy, loves to be downhill, loves to be in the backfield. I think I would have preferred a more pure edge rusher for Atlanta, me personally, but keeping the kid in the state of Georgia, short drive over to Atlanta, I don't think it's a horrible play.
I mean, where do you see him playing? Because he can't play a little bit of linebacker too. He's more of an outside linebacker kind of guy. Where do you see him fitting in the Falcons defense?
I think just kind of outside linebacker, keep him off the line of scrimmage, but let him creep up, let you kind of mismatch. Let the worst offensive lineman on your opponent, set Jalen Walker, go get him.
So, guys, Jalen Walker was my best available heading into that pick, and he is now off the board, heading to the Atlanta Falcons, staying in the state of Georgia. Pretty good pick for Atlanta here, I would say.
Undisputable talent is what I'd say. Undisputable talent coming from coming from a program that's had undisputable success. I think this is another guy where you know what you're getting, and he can really exploit matchups. Being able to go from linebacker to edge, depending on who you're playing and when you're playing, he could be a guy that you throw on either edge for a couple plays, mix up looks defensively, and that can really mess up a quarterback. He's a guy that is going to do some quiet things, change the scenery, and make things tough on probably more younger QBs like Caleb Williams or somebody like that, but shakes things up.
I mean, if we're looking at like what you want from him, you can just say, edge, outside linebacker. I mean, he can play anywhere. And I do love Jalen Walker. Do not get me wrong. He was by far one of my favorite linebackers, comparison to Roquan Smith here, what I had. I think that he is a fantastic fit for the Falcons. I just don't think he was the best fit for the Falcons. Like he said, I would have preferred a more pure edge rusher, someone that's actually going to get to the QB a little bit more here. But I don't hate the pick, obviously. He was a top 10 talent that fell to 15. You can't blame a team for taking him. But at the same time, like I said, it is going to be the question of, and I do think that, the question with Mike Green has been, he went to a smaller college. So he was in the Sun Belt. So it's a little bit harder to take him with, as seriously as someone that played for Georgia at a high level. And so I do think that this is a good fit. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see how he plays with Ellis, see if they do a double Mike linebacker and kind of see where he plays. Because I don't want them to transition him purely to an edge. That's my biggest concern is with them already having a good middle linebacker, do they run two or do they try and transition him? That's going to be the biggest question on how this Falcons team does it because we all know they do not do things by the book.
This is a guy that's had multiple multi-sack games, so he's getting in the backfield very consistently. You saw it on the highlights there, getting in the backfield against Texas. That's one of the premier offensive lines in college football right now. He's also the top linebacker according to the award system. He got the Dick Butkus Award. And the one concern I do have with him is he does kind of struggle to diagnose the play sometimes. And what I mean by that is just he struggles to figure out if it's a run or a pass. There's times where he's dropping back when they're running it right up the middle, and vice versa. He's dropping back when they're running it right down the middle. That's just kind of a small tweak that you learn along the way, so I'm not really too concerned about that. To what you were saying, though, it is going to be weird how they choose to handle that. Do they double up or do they put him on the edge? I wouldn't be mad to just purely make him an edge, but I think you're losing a lot by not giving him the chance to play alongside.
I think he's a mixed bag. I mean, I think he's always going to be kind of that mixed bag. He is like Roquan Smith, in my opinion, very close to 1-to-1. And we see what Roquan's doing on a borderline Super Bowl team in the Ravens. I mean, he is a dog. So I think that Jalen Walker, is, like I said, best available. He is a top 3 defender in this class, and he is a great pickup for this Falcons team that is so close, like I said, and now you have one of the better defenders in this draft class. This is the right pick. And the more I look at it, the more I do enjoy it. It just, like I said, really will come down to how do they use him. If they use him right, he's going to be the best pick of this, one of the best picks. If they don't use him right, then people are going to look back and say, why?
Well, Dylan, you look like you have some thoughts.
Yeah, and I think that one thing that we're not mentioning is that legendary leader for Georgia and for this defense. I think any Georgia product out of that front 7 has been a dog in the league. I think that Jalen Walker is just the next one up. I think him, Mike Helton are both going to be great in the league. I am concerned as well, as you guys were saying, that tweener kind of player, where do you play him? Where does he fit in? I think with Atlanta, you just need talent, and I think you just need guys to come in that room and produce and bring some energy in the defense, because that front 7, the sacks, the backfield production, they were one of the worst teams for the past couple of years. They haven't been able to have any production getting after the quarterback. So I think anybody they brought in would have been an improvement.
Oh, yeah. And now, speaking of a team that needs a lot of improvement, especially at rushing the quarterback, please tell me I'm not wrong on this one. We're not looking at the Cardinals. They're currently on the clock. Their pick is in. We do not know who it is yet. But we do know that they have struggled at rushing the quarterback. Oh, my goodness, has it been terrifying. Like, it's been terrifyingly bad. And now they're in the situation of, you have some of, it's looking like heaven out there. Like, I just seen the dolphin meme with all the rainbows and sunshines. I mean, you have James Pierce, Mike Green, Shamir Stewart. You could do whatever you want here. There's so many edge rushers for this team to take. And, I mean, if you're the Cardinals here, what do you do?
Well, that front 4 has to be good, or else you're not going to be successful. We look at those who are winning big games, those who are winning the Super Bowl. Look at the Eagles. You cannot pass the ball against the Eagles. You can't stand in the pocket for more than 3 or 4 seconds against the Eagles. And if you want to have great success, you're going to need that type of pressure. So that's exactly where you go.
And I was saying I was surprised that Jalen Walker wasn't going to go to the Falcons. Obviously, he did. I would be very surprised if they didn't pick up. I love Mike Green. We've talked about it the entire broadcast. I will be shocked if he is still on the board after this pick. I mean, it seems like the most reasonable pick in my eyes. But Jace, we have our pick.
It is not an edge rusher. It is not Mike Green. Instead, it is Walter Nolan, a defensive lineman out of Ole Miss. I saw, I was scrolling through Twitter trying to look into who's going to get picked here, and I saw a Cardinals fan say if it's Walter Nolan that they will change teams in their fandom. And unfortunately, they might have to. Walter Nolan is heading to Arizona. But, Nate, we look at this guy. I mean, he's a big body D lineman. What do you see out of this guy?
Well, he's very quick, very mobile for his size, and that catches some offensive guards, some tackles off when he's explosive off the line of scrimmage. He's 6'4", 300 pounds. Had 6.5 sacks. I mean, that's something. They're saying something as a defensive tackle, being able to get sacks, get the quarterback on the ground. One of the key, I would say, weaknesses you could say is very limited pass rushing bag. He's a run stopper.
Loves the swim move.
Loves the swim move, like you said, and that can get your ribs killed.
Yeah.
You're trying to spin move over and over again. But like I said, comp is to Sheldon Rankins, a guy who you can fill up that A gap, fill up that B gap. And I think that's going to be kind of the player that he's going to become. And talking about need edge, I mean, you got to start somewhere with that front 7.
Yeah.
So filling up that middle isn't always a bad idea.
I mean, for the Cardinals, obviously, D lineman is not a bad idea, but how do you see him fitting in with that Cardinals defense?
I think I can see him fitting in there. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like someone who's just going to jump off your screen, who's going to be like, hey, he's going to be a difference maker, but he's going to do his job, play in and play out, and that's exactly what I think the Cardinals need. They need consistency. They need someone who can go and do his job over and over and over again and not get tired of it. And I think that's how he's going to fit in. I think he's fit in by being consistent and being a key piece of that defense for years to come.
Well, guys, we are halfway through. 16 of 32 are done. We'll get the back half of the first round when we come back.
Tie your kids up, pistol whip it right. Come on, man, Savage. You know I always play your mixtape. Yeah. Got that action.
Yeah, that's hard. Yeah. Yeah.
Why do you cabin stuff? Why you got 12 car garage? Why you pulling out your rappers' car?
New release reviews with Ashley and Adel, only on UINDY Radio.
Good morning, Greyhounds.
Your weekly dose of Greyhound entertainment.
I think if you watch our team, they have fun. You know, they have fun playing.
There's so much that you can do to get the most out of yours.
Our alumni care deeply about the success of this university.
Come here. Watch Good Morning Greyhounds every Saturday at 9 a.m. Catch us on UINDY TV's YouTube channel and Xfinity channel 1096.
In the heart of Indianapolis, our main mission is to keep you informed, bringing you local and national news. With the upcoming presidential election, there's no better time than now to tune in. But the most important part is you. This is UINDY TV News.
There's no shot. He has time to make that throw. There's no shot he gets away from that.
He's that guy, dude. He is that guy. When it comes to football, Mr. Football, right?
Not a chance he escapes the pocket like that, gets out, makes a throw on the run, on the dot. No way.
He's gonna do the same thing to Michigan. Watch it. 10-0 heading into Ohio State. I'm calling it.
You want to bet?
Let's do it.
I'm Caden Colford alongside Jake Helton for college sports, pro sports, everything Indianapolis.
Good morning, Greyhounds, and welcome back to your Wednesday show. We have some very exciting things to talk about with our very special guest.
So what do you find unique about UIndy, and what kind of pulled you here?
What are you doing?
Watching Good Morning Greyhounds every Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. Good morning, Greyhounds.
Your weekly dose of Greyhound entertainment.
I think if you watch our team, they have fun. You know, they have fun playing.
There's so much that you can do to get the most out of yours.
Our alumni care deeply about the success of this university.
Come here. Watch Good Morning Greyhounds every Saturday at 9 a.m. Catch us on UINDY TV's YouTube channel and Xfinity channel 1096.
There's no shot. He has time to make that throw. There's no shot he gets away from that.
He's that guy, dude. He is that guy. When it comes to football, Mr. Football, right?
Not a chance he escapes the pocket like that, gets out, makes a throw on the run, on the dot. No way.
He's gonna do the same thing to Michigan. Watch it. 10-0 heading into Ohio State. I'm calling it.
You want to bet?
Let's do it.
I'm Caden Colford alongside Jake Helton for college sports, pro sports, everything Indianapolis.
Tie your kids up, pistol whip it right. Come on, man, Savage, you know how we play your mixtape. Yeah, got that action.
Yeah, that's hard. Yeah. Yeah.
Why do you cabinets on the floor? Why you got 12 car garage? Why you pulling out your rappers' car?
New release reviews with Ashley and Adel, only on UINDY Radio.
Good morning, Greyhounds, and welcome back to your Wednesday show. We have some very exciting things to talk about with our very special guest.
So what do you find unique about UIndy, and what kind of pulled you here?
What are you doing?
Watching Good Morning Greyhounds every Wednesday morning at 8 a.m.
In the heart of Indianapolis, our main mission is to keep you informed, bringing you local and national news. With the upcoming presidential election, there's no better time than now to tune in. But the most important part is you. This is UINDY TV News.
Let's reintroduce Dylan Euler, edge rushers back off the board. This time it's Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, and he is heading to Cincinnati. Cincinnati Bengals, who had one of the worst defenses in the NFL last year. You can say by far. Sorry, Jake, I know you're a Bengals fan, but they sucked last year on defense.
They did.
Now they go to the defensive side and get an edge rusher, trying to get some of that, pass pressure from the D-line. What do you like about Shamar Stewart, and how does he fit with the Bengals here?
Shamar Stewart just sculpted out of granite. I mean, absolute crazy athlete, 6'5", almost 270, crazy elite size, crazy speed to power. He's got tons of upside. I'm pretty sure he was the one with like the #1 RAS score out of any edge rusher since like the 19-somethings. So I mean, the sky is the limit. And I think if you give him a little bit of time to develop, I think he could be incredible.
Guys, let's get your thoughts on Shamar Stewart. He's heading to Cincinnati. Jake, well, I want to begin with you. You know, you're the Bengals fan here. How do you feel about a new edge rusher on that defense?
I mean, you knew this was coming after the Trey Hendrickson. He's just not happy. He's not going to be staying in Indy. I was actually just reading a little article about how the Giants are potentially going to make a trade for Hendrickson, which I don't think they will do now. But I like it. He's a very good athlete, like you said. I think one thing that I saw is people comparing him to Myles Garrett. Obviously, that's a crazy comparison, and I don't think they meant that in any way, shape, or form skill-wise. Just physically, he is a beast. He's strong, fast. He's going to be what the Bengals need on that outside edge. I do kind of have a concern a little bit. He doesn't really have a bag. I mean, this guy is bagless. No moves, no nothing. He has to have a go-to move. That's like kind of a key feature of NFL edges. You got to have something to get into the backfield, a go-to move. He just doesn't have that. And the stats really don't match the skill, in my opinion. You look at his stats from last year. He had 1.5 sacks, only 31 tackles. I don't see how that is going to get it done in the NFL. Production-wise, he just wasn't there, especially with how good he is. I just feel like he should have been way more productive, especially on such a good team. Texas A&M was supposed to be this team. They had one of the biggest budgets in all of college football. They were supposed to be the masters of NIL, and they turned into be one of the worst teams. Not the worst, but one of the lower half teams in the SEC.
Well, when I look at this guy and when we watch the film, he's crazy. He is absolutely insane. This guy is getting through the A-gap like it's nothing. And the actual NFL broadcast of the draft made a really good statement when they said more disruption than production. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think if you can push the ball to the sideline or push the ball towards other defenders, I mean, I know if I have the ball, I'm running away from this guy for sure. He's a beast. I think the film tells a story. And the thing about being bagless, you can teach a bag. You can teach moves. You cannot teach the drive. You cannot teach the skill. You cannot teach the ferocity with which this guy plays. I really like it, and I hope he pans out. And he can be a boom or bust, but I feel like the upside here is crazy.
I mean, if you look at the Bengals and how they do defense, they just refuse to pick anyone that isn't a freak athlete with, you know, a few downsides. I mean, if you look at players like Dax Hill, who they brought up, and other players like that, I mean, those players are absolute freak athletes. And that's always been the thing, is that if you can run fast, if you can move fast, you're a Cincinnati Bengal. Now, the biggest question is, can he fine-tune those skills to be a good fit for the Bengals and hopefully be the fix to that problem?
Another thing people are forgetting about is this is not the same defense from last year. Al Golden, former part of the almost national championship Notre Dame, Fighting Irish. I think that's a very good. We'll get a look at this. If we can pop that up full screen, take a look at the defense here. You've got some solid guys. One of my favorite dudes on this team, really the safeties, both of them, Geno Stone and Jordan Battle. I mean, phenomenal at what they do. Cam Taylor-Britt, I've been high on him for a while. It's just that defensive line. B.J. Hill dealt with some injuries last year. We're losing Trey Hendrickson. Dax Hill, phenomenal. I'm not worried about the corners at all. It's just that defensive front four. Can B.J. Hill turn into a monster? Because he's shown the potential. It's just the injuries have kind of set him back a little bit too much, in my opinion.
I think he gets the reps, right? I think he gets a lot of activity early on in this season. I think he'll know by week 4 or 5 whether he's legit or not, and then the Bengals can go from there.
I mean, yeah, and now we're going to kind of take the look over at the Seahawks here. Seahawks fans have been on their hands and knees. You know, normally when I talk about teams that are angry, I say pitchforks and flamed. Now, they've given up on rioting. They're now begging. Seahawks are begging for an O-lineman here. Is there a universe where the Seahawks go anything else?
Not a chance. Not a chance at all. And really, like Charles said, that's the only option. You lose Geno, but you move towards the future, and you have to build towards that future, right? And you can't have a young QB without an offensive line to protect him, or else you're not going to have a young QB anymore.
And Sam Darnold's not an awful consolation prize. I mean, the man played fantastic. And now we're looking at it. Do they go tackle, which I think they should stay away from? Charles Cross is good. You know, Abraham Lucas, when healthy, is good. I think that this is the chance where they go guard here, and I think we either see someone that can transition from tackle to guard, because we see that a lot in this class, or maybe a Gray Zabel, you know, going up a little bit. I think that'd be where we kind of see this here. And it'd be really interesting to see where they go on this, because it's not only, there's a lot of tackles in this class that also play guard in college. But if I'm picking one pure guard, which is where I would go, I'm picking Gray Zabel in this position here.
Well, I think you are going to be happy with your prediction. Jace?
Charles over there telling the future. Gray Zabel is heading to Seattle. A little surprising, maybe. Zabel was expected to be maybe a late first-round pick. Instead, he goes to the Seattle Seahawks, trying to build that O-line, trying to build from the trenches. It's worked for some teams, and Seattle's taking that route right now, Nate.
Yeah, they've taken the route, and like we've heard over there, I mean, this is a guy who's played 4 different positions in college. A guy from North Dakota State who kind of reminds the player comp of Cody Mauch, who also plays guard now for the Buccaneers, and that's exactly where I think Gray Zabel will go. I think he's a guard at heart. He's 6'6", 305. He's a big body, and he really doesn't have the arms or the speed to really play outside, but, you know, kind of that left tackle position, your best players have to play at tackle. So that's kind of what he did for North Dakota State. But I see him moving right into guard for the Seahawks and playing there. Some of his just strengths we would go through. Upper and lower body, he's got power everywhere. He's going to move people. That's why he fits into the guard mold so well. Moving on to maybe a weakness or two is a little bit of a grab than kind of a punch. So it means in pass pro, he'll set up, and when the guys kind of start to get by him, they like to grab instead of trying to punch, keep them on their toes. So when you look at Gray Zabel, I think he's a good pickup. Like you mentioned, maybe a little early, but we'll see.
Zabel, Seattle, what do you guys think?
Listen, I said it last year in the NBA draft, and I'll say it in any type of sports draft, you name it. If you need a guy, I get it, you know, trading back sometimes is best value, but there's sometimes where you just say, I want my guy, whether it's early or not. And to me, Zabel is the best fit. This team needs O-line everywhere because they can't stay healthy and they have none to really begin with. So then you get a guy, as we're looking at this O-line right here, you know, we can put it up on the screen real quick. It goes everywhere. I mean, we look at the middle of this O-line. It is atrocious. I mean, I mean, just in the middle of this O-line is really, really bad. And now you have a guy that plays everything. I mean, he plays 4 positions on the O-line. I mean, he checks off all boxes. He's going to fix that middle of the O-line that has been so bad, and I think it is a great move.
UINDY TV breaking some breaking news here. Cooper Kupp, I guess, is on the Seattle Seahawks now. Not sure if anyone caught that, but I don't know that.
No, he moved this offseason. He is on the Seahawks this offseason, yes.
Are we serious?
Yes.
All right, I guess I've been under a rock. I did not know that.
Yes, he is on the Seahawks. So, I mean, absolutely. I mean, this is the move for me. And like I said, it may not be sexy. It may not be the move that, you know, everyone gets all oohs and ahs, but I mean, this is the right move. And I love this move for them. And now we look at the Buccaneers, a team that they're mediocre everywhere, and they're not really good at most places. Where do they go here?
Well, I'm thinking Will Johnson. Will Johnson has fallen so far in this draft, and Tampa Bay could definitely use someone at corner. And I think there's already been 3 Wolverines picked to this point. I could definitely see him being the 4th, but I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of head shaking no.
Here's my thing with them. I actually had them mocked to go Benjamin Morrison because I knew there would be no other cornerbacks at this point, but they need a cornerback so bad. But at the same time, there's some really good edge rushers here. Their edge presence is not exactly amazing either. So we could see them going one of those 2 sides. I feel like that's what's best for them. Maybe going a receiver with Mike Evans being a fossil and Chris Godwin, you know, being hurt all the time.
Hey, that fossil's still really good.
The fossil's still great, but it's running out of time, okay? We're starting to collect dust a little bit on Mike Evans. They need a 3rd weapon, maybe a little bit of a younger guy, and we're now at that point. You know, the floodgates have opened because this is the time where we're about to get like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 straight edge rushers or receivers, because it's where Bekker, Luther, Golden, and then we see on the other side Pierce, Mike Green. I mean, there is so much talent in those 2 positions right here. If you need it, you better pick it now. If you need it and you don't have a pick, you better find a way to trade for it, because this is the time to get a receiver or an edge rusher. The fire sale has begun, and we'll see if one of these teams, and we'll see if the Buccaneers start that fire sale here, and then, the pick is in. We do not know who it is yet, but we're really close to get allied. We know who it is. Jace, what do we got?
Emeka Egbuka is heading to Tampa Bay, pairing him with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Now you got a 3-headed threat of receivers to pair with Baker Mayfield, and you give him another, sure-handed receiver here with Emeka Egbuka.
I would like to think this is the steal of the draft. This is probably the only all-around wide receiver I would say in the draft outside of Luther Burden. Great route runner, great hands. I mean, 6'1", 202. He can, in my opinion, he can play outside and the slot. So I'm kind of interested where they put him. I know some people think that's kind of a weakness of his, but I think that's a strength in my opinion.
And I think, for the Buccaneers, if you're looking for a slot guy here to, put in the slot with Mike Evans and Godwin on the outside, I think this is perfect. You get, a guy who can play the slot to perfection, and you pair him with the 2 other receivers. It's a great offense now.
Yeah. I mean, Mike Evans, big target. And then you have Chris Godwin on the other side. Only thing you're really missing is that slot receiver, and you get it right here. 81 catches, 1,000 yards. National champion. You're getting a winner. So I think this will be a big win for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Huge pick for the Bucs. 3-headed threat at receiver, guys. Emeka Egbuka heading to Tampa.
The biggest question for me on Emeka is, he is a better receiver than anyone left available. However, if they're going slot like you guys think they are, he's not the fit for me. I still think that he is the 2nd best slot receiver in this draft, the 2nd one available, and the 1st one's Luther Burden. Now we're looking here at Emeka Egbuka, right? And I did the profiles for both these guys. I focused a lot on both of these guys. I think that they will move Chris Godwin to the slot, and I think that's where we will see Emeka get to play out wide a little bit more. And I think that'll be the biggest question is, there's 3 good receivers here for Baker Mayfield to throw it to. Bucky Irving had a great season. I do think that this is the pick for them. I do love this pick. I just don't like them moving him to slot year 1. I think Chris Godwin fits that role a little bit more.
This is the perfect role. You look back to his time at Ohio State, who did he play with? He was always the 3rd man on all of those teams. You look back to Chris Olave, you had Garrett Wilson on that team, so he wasn't top 2 option there. And then even last year, you had Jeremiah Smith in there. He wasn't a number 1 option. He is in a perfect position here to come in and be that 2nd man, whether Chris Godwin ends up having another good season, whatever it may be. I think this is a perfect position. I don't know that the slot is necessarily his perfect fit, but with this team, I think that's where you want to put him. I'm watching his highlights right now. I mean, I love this dude. I've watched him play for his entire tenure at Ohio State, and he's always there when you need him to make a play. Whenever they're double-teaming Marvin Harrison or maybe they're doubling Chris Olave, he was the guy that was open every single time. He bailed out Justin Fields more times than I can think.
I mean, 2 1,000-yard seasons, 2 10-plus touchdown seasons. I mean, at this point in the draft, right before 20, I love the value you get with this pick. And adding to an offense that is already seeing success puts a lot of pressure on any secondary they face this year.
And I'll say this, it depends really on what the Buccaneers' vision was with picking this guy. If you envision him, in my opinion, to be outside, he's the best pick for you. But if you do envision to stick him in the slot, the only reason why, and I know that Luther Burden comes with his questions, but that's the reason why I guess if this was a slot pick, it was not the best slot pick. But if this was an outside pick, this pick is great. And regardless, this pick is great. I mean, he could play slot very well, too. I mean, he's number 2 on my list for a reason. And this dude is a dog. And I think it's going to be a very good pick for this team. And I think that the Buccaneers now are in a very interesting spot. But another team that's in an interesting spot, a team that just made the playoffs after, a very long time. 2015 was the last time they made it. The Denver Broncos, Bo Nix under center. Who do they go here? Another receiver?
Yeah, I'm thinking your guy, he might be going next. You also have Golden in that conversation as well. So a couple of names floating around. The Broncos, they're in a pretty good position to pick what they want right here. Going back to a couple of the other picks, you don't have to stretch. You don't have to get who's the best available. This is a pick where you need to take what you need for your team, and I think it is a wide receiver.
And as we look at this team, well, let's look at their defense for a second here. And let's look at the defense that completely changed, because we talked edge rusher or receiver, which one do they go? And, edge is out the window, in my opinion. This is a team that made the moves that count. And I know we have a graphic for the defense. It's not up right now. But in a second, we're going to look at this defense. Hufanga was picked up by this team. They picked up Drake Greenlaw. They picked up multiple Super Bowl contenders from the 49ers. They just absolutely sucked the 49ers defense out. They took them all. And highway robbery, and now they have a beautiful defense here. They do not need edge rushers. And now we're looking at a team here that get Bo Nix some options. Watch out.
And really, I think the Broncos surprised a lot of people last year. At 10-7, they were realistic contenders towards the playoffs at the end of last year, and you can only go up from here. You're looking at the team that has a relatively young core, your secondary looking pretty solid, but you have a chance to turn yourself from a mediocre offense to a pretty solid one with one move if you make the right move at that. And while you would like a running back at this point in the first, it's not a realistic option, I don't think.
I think the biggest thing is with this team is they were on the Garrett Wilson train. Whenever Garrett Wilson hit the blocks for a second, they were like, oh, we just take Garrett Wilson. That's not an option anymore. He got his quarterback. So now the receiver is now an option. So this team has been linked to tight ends all year. But now that Garrett Wilson's no longer that option anymore because Garrett Wilson's going to stay in New York, now you need a new receiver. And that's where the Luther Burdens come in, the Matthew Goldens, or, I think it's really just those two. And that's where they're at right now. Because the Broncos were a playoff team, and they were a legit playoff team. It was not luck. Who knows? Bo knows. Bo knows he came in there, and he did a great job for this team, turned everything around, absolutely repaired the kitchen that Russ burned down while he was cooking last year or 2 years ago. And now the Denver Broncos are a legitimate team. They got Hufanga. They got Greenlaw. I really like this Broncos team, and this pick right here will mean a lot. And they could go edge rusher here because there is some room for them to go edge. So there is not really a way to mess this up. Knowing the Broncos, they might figure out a way, but there's not really a way to really mess up this pick here. The Broncos are going to get better no matter who they pick.
The same guys that we've been saying, Pierce. You also got Mike Green in there as well. The guy that I'm really looking for is Matthew Golden. I'd love to see him thrown into this Denver offense. You look back to that game against Arizona State in the college football playoffs, 7 receptions, 150 yards, and a touchdown. He rises to the occasion. He makes those big plays when you need him, and I think that's what the Broncos are missing offensively. You have a quarterback that's sound. He's going to be able to get the job done. You just need to start adding those weapons. And this is a good step in the right direction, in my opinion. You're getting someone that runs a sub 4.3 40. That's very hard to do. You saw Tetero McMillan. He said he was going to break the record. Didn't even come close. This guy is a full second faster than him, just under 1,000 yards on the season. I'm loving Matthew Golden out of Texas.
But as we look at the defense here, you look like you have a pretty solid secondary. You obviously have one of the best corners in the league, and Patrick Surtain II, and you have a very solid linebacker core in Greenlaw, in Singleton, but there is some to be desired in that front three, front four.
And if we look at this defense right here, Hufanga, Brandon Jones is a beautiful duo. Brandon Jones, former Dolphin, Hufanga, he did great for the 49ers last year. He'd be great for this team. Greenlaw, I think, will play more on the outside a little bit more. I think that they'll keep Singleton as a single middle linebacker. Bonito just got an extension. He had a great year for them. But that big hole right there is at that edge. And that does draw the question. Zach Allen was in the backfield the entire season, but John Franklin Myers, he struggled last year. So now the biggest question is, do they go edge to fix that? Do they go cornerback next to my favorite human straitjacket, Pat Surtain? We will see. You got...
Surprise. It's not a tight end. It's not a running back. It's not an edge. It's a corner. Jahdae Barron, who's one of the best left available in this draft class. It's not Will Johnson still. He's still there. I know it surprises everybody, but still, Jahdae Barron is heading to Denver to pair with Pat Surtain and Riley Moss at the cornerback position. Jacksen, welcome back. Haven't seen you since Travis Hunter. Finally, a DB goes off the board again. What are you seeing here from Jahdae Barron and how he can pair up with Pat Surtain in that Broncos defense?
Yeah, I like Barron. He can play all over the defense. He has played 900 snaps at the nickel, played 1,000 snaps on the outside corner. You can put him anywhere. He's very versatile. But going to the Broncos doesn't make much sense to me. I don't think they need a corner at the moment. I just think they did moves in the offseason where corner is not the biggest need that they are looking at.
He's 5'11". He's a smaller guy, and he lacks that the elite size and length that a corner can require at times. Do you see that being something that can hold him back?
I don't think so. I think he makes up for it with his athleticism. He got an 8.64 on the athletics score. He's very athletic. He's able to run, catch up, make up for his lack of size, and now, use his speed to his advantage.
So, guys, we were looking at that Broncos projected defense, and they go corner to try to add to the defense that they have already built, with Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw now on that defense. But now they add Jahdae Barron. What do you guys think about this pick?
I love it. I love this pick. It may not necessarily be what we predicted, but looking at this, we just were talking about slot receivers. Slot corners are a thing too. Slot corner, it does not become a better fit for the Broncos. They need a slot corner, and they get one of the best ones in the draft. The player comp, Byron Murphy, who is an absolute dog for the Vikings. This pick right here is one of those picks that is a necessity for this team because you already have the best DB in all of football in Pat Surtain. And now you have one of the best DBs in this draft class and the best fit because he's not better than Will Johnson. I stand by it. Barron is not better than Will Johnson. But Will Johnson's not as good of a slot cornerback as Barron is. That's why they picked Barron here. Perfect fit for me. Absolute last piece in that puzzle piece there. And I think this is a great pick.
Yeah, 5 interceptions last year, 67 tackles, nearly 50 of those solo in the open field. And as we get a look at this guy, he almost has a wide receiver approach to the football down the field. And he's very physical down the field as a DB, which can be great. It can hurt you in some big moments when you get the flag thrown. But you talk about the Iron Curtain and Patrick Surtain, and that's one half of the field, and this could potentially be another. And I love the avenue that you took there, and passing is going to be scary.
Yeah, absolutely. No fly zone here in Denver for the Denver Broncos. And one of the biggest things that we talked about is, one of the big plus signs on his thing is he can tackle. And that's the thing that we do not see as much with those smaller cornerbacks. Sauce Gardner, I'm a Jets fan. I've watched this man slip off them like Lou. And I don't even know what I'm saying. But we've watched this man completely miss tackles. And now we're looking at Barron, who he wraps up well. And he does a good job at breaking up passes. He's a great ball hog. But whenever he does not get the interceptions, he gets the tackles. And to me, that is what makes Barron so good in this class is he finishes those plays despite being a little bit smaller.
And there was a reason why Texas's defense was as good as it was. And, he was a big part of that. You think back to some of the games. Cam Scadaboo was a big part of that run game because that was all they could do. They really struggled to pass the ball, and you're talking about one of the best passers in the game. Matthew Golden was the only guy I can think of that had a halfway decent game against Arizona State. So for this guy to come in and be able to do what he does, I think it is a good pick. I still would have loved to have seen Mike Green come. That would have been my pick personally. I just think that Mike Green's a little bit too good to fall out of the top 20. So now we're in the territory of steal. I think anybody that picks him up now, they're getting a steal out of this pick.
Well, Pittsburgh on the clock, their picks in, not sure of it yet, but needing quarterback, corner, receiver, running back, offensive tackle, definitely a large area that Pittsburgh and Mike Tomlin can dive into. Do you feel like there's any need greater than others in this one, Jake?
Wow, man, I'm thinking honestly, we have our pick now, but I was thinking cornerback. I was thinking Will Johnson might be a good pickup just because they do need a little bit of help in the secondary. But obviously I was not right, Jason.
Now, teams are loving these D tackles today. Another one off the board. We're seeing a run of these so far in this draft, and Derek Harmon is the next taken off of the big board. He's heading to Pittsburgh. There's a lot of debate going around whether Pittsburgh should take Shedeur Sanders there at 21 because he was available at Pittsburgh. Right now, their quarterback is Mason Rudolph, and they don't have a quarterback that is actually, an NFL guy right now. But, Shedeur, not taken. They go Derek Harmon instead. What do you like about this D tackle from Oregon?
I really like how explosive he is. As that first step, he is firing off the ball, and he makes penetration. He creates that hole. And when you look at him, he's versatile. Against both the 4-3 and the 3-4. He's a high motor guy, and it's a guy that, may not be the best, the smartest IQ-wise. Maybe he loses his gap. It was one of his weaknesses, but he's a guy that's going to keep going. He's relentless, high motor, and actually a trait that you like in your defensive tackle that some of the other guys we've seen don't really have because a lot of those guys, they get tired, they have to get taken off. Harmon just keeps going. Very consistent, very resilient guy, and he also has strong hands, strong leverage. So as overall, You look at the Steelers, though, Cam Hayward is getting older, so is this trying to be the next Cam Hayward? I mean, his player comp is Chris Jones, which is a pretty good player.
And now you get to pair him with T.J. Watt off the edge.
Cam Hayward, Derek Harmon, T.J. Watt. I mean, this could be a very scary D-line that has to go against the Lamar Jacksons, has to go against the Joe Burrows, has to go against, well, Joe Flacco. I had to do it, as a Browns fan. But you get the point. I mean, they're just getting all this D-line help together to try to stop some of these offenses that have been really running especially the Ravens and Bengals.
So Pittsburgh doesn't go quarterback, they go D-tackle. Guys, do you think it's the right decision?
I love him. And I think he's at a great spot at 21. Projected to go right at 14 or 15. This guy, I love how Nate brought up the fact that he's persistent. And this is going to be season long and play long at that. It turns the quarterback stay into a nightmare for sure. And it's going to open things up a lot for guys like T.J. Watt. Because just his persistence attacking the offensive line, he's not necessarily going to get every sack, but he's going to draw two bodies nearly every play. And while the Steelers can be blitz heavy at times, if you want to fall back into coverage, this allows you to rush 3 guys, 4 guys, and still have that constant pressure.
Yeah, the Steelers play a very aggressive style of defense, and I think he adds to that. He adds a lot of value to that attack.
I mean, yeah, he fits the Steelers team. You know how there's some, I was talking how Mike Green is just a Falcon. He is just a Steeler. And he joins the Steelers team that has a bunch of human versions of pit bulls on their D-line. I mean, you have Alex Highsmith, who is absolutely, his motor doesn't stop. Well, I don't even say anything about T.J. Watt. And now you have Harmon, who, like we said, he has an impressive motor. The only big concern with him is he led the FBS in missed tackles last year. And, if you're going to create those opportunities, you better be sure you got to finish them. And that is the biggest concern is, you're coming in the NFL with so many versatile and slippery quarterbacks. Now, if you miss those tackles, you're putting your team in a really bad spot. But whenever you have Highsmith and T.J. Watt who do not quit, if you miss the tackle but slow down the play, I think they'll be just fine. It's a pretty good fit for me. Not surprised they did not go quarterback here, especially with that round 2, round 3 talent.
Yeah, I'm thinking Jalen Milroe round 2 now, if not round 3. As for our next pick, the Chargers, they're in an interesting kind of place because they need a running back, but there's not necessarily a great one on the board right now. Where are you thinking? Because I'm thinking back to Golden again.
Edge rush or receiver. It's been the name of this game, edge or receiver. We are supposed to be in the fire sale, but I guess teams just don't like what I'm saying. They don't like what I'm putting down. So I do think with Joey Bosa no longer really being a part of this team, this is the time where you go edge rusher here to fill that hole and or give Justin Herbert another weapon. We saw what he did with McConkey. What can he do with another receiver? But, I mean, like you said, running back, this could be a time to trade back or maybe look at Omarion Hampton, who is a very good running back, too.
I think it's just a little high to pick him up right here.
It is high for Hampton.
Is very high.
Yeah, I focused on Hampton during these past weeks. And Hampton, he is a smaller power back. He reminds me of Nick Chubb a lot. Now, he's not up there on that talent, but he's got those traits.
And I think he has the potential.
Exactly.
I think he does. Playing at UNC football-wise, that can be a red flag. How does he respond to high-caliber defenses that he's going to see in the NFL? I don't know. But the way that guys just seem to not be able to wrap him up, he has that same kind of frame. I like the Nick Chubb reference. One guy that's impossible to tackle without a lack of speed.
Yeah.
He has the ability to escape. He has the ability to hit the hole. And he has the jump once he gets to the open field.
I mean, there's a clip of a guy bouncing off of Omarion like a ping pong ball. I mean, he is his contact balance is next level. Mm-hmm. And playing for Harbaugh, I mean, that does not go unnoticed either. But we're looking at Jace here. Jace looks like he has something to say.
Yeah, I know the Chargers, they were very high on trying to get a D lineman in this draft. But now with the run that has, happened with the D tackle so far, I think offense is going to be what they want to go here. And it sounds, I've been looking at stuff. There's no pick in yet. But it seems like they want an offensive, a skill position player, running back. Omarion Hampton would be the choice. Receiver, you got Matthew Golden. And, there's options available. And also, Will Johnson's still there. You can't mess that one up. Chargers, a corner is not, it's a need. It can be a need. Will Johnson is a guy that could go here.
It's always a need for every team.
Where did Will Johnson play, might I add? He played at Michigan. He played with Harbaugh. That's the thing.
Sense.
The fit.
Another national champion.
The fit is there. It really does not get more storybook movie than that. And like I said, I do think that Hampton is the best fit for this team, but not now. I just think it's too early. I think if you really want a running back, you go back. But this running back class is fantastic. So, I mean, if you take a running back in the first round that's not named Ashton Genty, to me, you're making a mistake. I think this is the time for them to go wide receiver or go Will Johnson, reunite him with his former coach, or go maybe a James Pierce Jr. and get yourself a replacement for Joey Bosa.
If you're looking for pure fit, I mean, just looking at the stats, he had 15 rushing touchdowns, 38 receptions, and just under 400 receiving yards. I look back to Austin Eckler on that team.
Absolutely.
That's just kind of a replacement Austin Eckler in my mind, and that's the reason why he does stick out so much to me. He's just kind of like a one-off copy. Whether he's going to be as good or if not better than Austin Eckler, that's a question to be posed. But I think that you're putting him in a system where he's going to succeed, and that's kind of what you want to do with these late first-round picks.
No, might I add, the Chargers did get a running back this offseason. They did pick up Najee Harris, so it's not like they're running back needy in the sense. I do think that if they were to go running back, they wait here. I think the best fit for me here, like I said, I think Luther Burden's best receiver available. That's probably where I'm going here. Maybe Harbaugh doesn't want to fit, mess up with the potential of him being a diva. We've heard those complaints at times, but I do think receiver, make Herbert give him more options, because we saw what he did with Ladd. Yeah. Give him another receiver? Oh, dude, watch out.
Well, you have Burden as your best available receiver right now?
Yes.
According to ESPN, he's the fourth best receiver.
ESPN does not like Luther Burden as much as I do, and I have accepted that, and I'm okay with it. Luther Burden is he's not as high on as many people think draft stocks. As
he wasn't high on my best available. I'm not very high on Luther Burden and what he has to offer. I think Matthew Golden, if you're looking for a speedy receiver here for the Chargers, would be perfect. Try to pair him with Herbert,
who has played at a high level, who was ranked #1 in the country for the majority of the season last year. I mean, that's where I'm looking at. The 5'11" wide receiver out of Texas.
Yeah, I'm looking for Golden once again. I just think it is a pretty perfect fit. If it's not Hampton, I think it's going to be Golden. And like Jace said, you really can't go wrong with Will Johnson. The pairing,
well, guys,
works.
The clock just hit 0, and they still haven't got a pick in yet. So I have no clue what's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, things are happening.
They took to the last second.
Maybe they were waiting on the phone to ring and it just didn't ring.
Well, I mean, you know how in fantasy how it goes to auto draft? They just auto draft now? Like, they get handed a player now?
That would be kind of funny. They just get the next best available. But, I mean, it would work out either way because they would just get Will
Okay, the
Johnson.
pick is in. We'll get that. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, so the pick is in. So we know who the pick he knows, or he might know. Pick is in, though, so that's good.
Like we've said time and time again, this is really a spot where you can do no wrong. You have needs, address those needs, or if not, you have a great relationship in Will Johnson and Jim Harbaugh to really come together and add to that culture that Harbaugh is trying to create in San Francisco.
The only thing is they're not probably. I know there were multiple teams that would have called them for this trade just because it is such a good position to be in. You look at who's left on the best available. You got, obviously, Will Johnson, best available right now. You got Pierce Jr. You also got Mike Green. Talking Matthew Golden, Josh Simmons from Ohio State, offensive tackle. I mean, you've got a lot of options. There's a lot of teams that could use this 22nd pick. So I think they could have got more value out of trading it. We'll obviously see who they decided to pick up. And based off of our special guest, I'm a little bit happy about this pick.
I mean, yeah, we have our special guest up who is the running back and receivers guy, so I can guess that might be the pick that is in it. As we know, we're still waiting on the details real quick. But, looking at it, likely means that they're going receiver here and likely means that they're going Golden. And now, I do like the Golden fit. I do think that he will play good with Ladd. But I definitely, like I said, I think Luther is the best receiver available, but I also think that Golden's the best fit.
What is it about him that makes
I think that he fits the NFL talent the best. He had a really bad season last year, but he also had a quarterback that ranked in the bottom 100 in FBS stats and most major stats. So for me, the amount of people that say that Luther had a bad season, so he deserves a drop, has been not fair with his quarterback play last year. I think that has been the biggest thing for him, has been when he had good quarterback play. Before last year, he was the #1 receiver prospect across the country. And he had one bad year with a quarterback that absolutely blew, and people blame it on him. To me, that's always been unfair, and I do believe that Luther Burden is #1, but I think that Golden is the best fit. And okay.
Well, you guys were talking about how much you didn't want to see this happen. Well, guess what? It has now happened. Amarian Hampton is the second running back off the board, and the Chargers, they get their guy in the backfield to pair with Herbert. We thought maybe receiver, maybe Golden. Instead, Freddy, it's Amarian Hampton.
Well, if I had to be quite frankly honest with you, I don't agree with this pick at all. Amarian Hampton, no disrespect to him at all. He had a great season this year. produced very well for North Carolina, but I just felt like they should have taken a receiver here. I felt like Luther Burden should have been on this team right now. I think he's a playmaker. I think he's one of those guys who, you know, he goes up and gets it as well. Those 50-50 balls, he's there. But when you look at Omarion Hampton, he was a 15 rushing TD guy this year, over 1,600 rushing yards. So it's not like they have a bad pick at all. He is an offensive threat for Los Angeles this year.
I mean, looking at his strengths and weaknesses, I mean, he has, like we said, great balance contact. He's very good at keeping his feet when he's hit.
Yeah, and 4-4 guy as well, so they do have the speed.
So the Chargers get a new running back to pair in the backfield with Herbert and, Lab McConkey now at the receiver for the Chargers. So that offense is starting to really shape out there in L.A.
I mean, I'll stick with what I said. This is a great replacement for Austin Eckler. Obviously, you have Najee coming in, but he's kind of taken a step back, in my opinion, in the receiving game. He's still running just as hard, but receiving-wise, I think this is a good addition, especially as a backup. You don't want to throw him into a system where he's going to be the top guy. You just look at some of these runs. I mean, he's powering through people. That is one of the issues, is he kind of relies on not being tackled rather than making moves or trying to run through the tackles, I guess. He just kind of relies on them missing a little bit too much, in my opinion. And when he gets to the second level, you saw it right there. It's one move. Put the head down, shoulder into the linebacker. There's really nothing else coming from.
But it works. As we're going to look at these clips right here, specifically against Florida State, where he had a 3-touchdown game here, you see he goes directly in the middle, and he just thins that gap. And he did really good at finding the gaps here. But up in this upcoming clip here, you can see completely breaks through that gap. It's one of my biggest things. And he just bounces off, just boing, as he just goes directly in the end zone, not even flinching. I mean, Omarion Hampton is so strong. He plays so low because he's a little bit smaller, and he is just so, like you said, he doesn't necessarily try and do too much, but he doesn't have to at times because no one can tackle him. Ashton Genty said it best. Pick the guy that you can't tackle. This is the other one. Omarion Hampton, I like the fit. In fact, I love it. I think this is a great pick.
The big question mark for me, and I didn't realize till just now, I remembered, Najee Harris signed with the Chargers in the offseason. So, I mean, if you're the Chargers, you sign Najee Harris to a decent deal, and he was really good in Pittsburgh. I mean, he could be a running back one in L.A., but now you sign him, now you go and get Omarion Hampton. So they're really beefing up at the running back right now.
Once again, who is their coach? Jim Harbaugh. I mean, come on. This man refuses to throw the football. If the Martians pointed the death beam at the earth, he would not throw the football. But now we're looking at this. What did the Steelers have to do with Najee Harris? They had to bring in a Jalen Warren to catch the football because Najee Harris can't do it. Now you have a guy that had a pretty good route tree. We saw some of those clips were coming off of the receiving end. Yeah. This is a guy that's going to fit that Jalen Warren role and eventually take the number one running back spot for me. I can't lie. Some people are confused.
He has to deal with Jalen Warren, has to deal with Omarion Hampton.
Yeah, exactly. Najee Harris always has a backup, but if he can't catch a football in today's NFL, you get a guy that can. And to me, I think that this fit is really good. It's no longer gone are the days of the NFL where there's just one running back. It's just not happening anymore. You need to, especially with Harbaugh, who runs his running backs through the grounds. I mean, this is a good pick for me. My biggest question is, what did Will Campbell do to these people to where his own coach is not taking him?
You mean Will Johnson?
Well, I have
some news on that. I'm seeing that right now. Will Johnson has a knee issue that has concerned some NFL teams and is explaining why he is dropping right now in the draft.
Well, he didn't play for the entire second half of the season, so obviously there's going to be concerns with.
There's also a possible trade happening here, so we'll get to that here in a second, possibly.
The other thing, people are not really considering the fact that if Ashton Genty wasn't in this draft class, this guy would have been the number 5 pick in the NFL draft. If there was no Ashton Genty, if this was an alternate universe, this would have been the number 5 pick in the NFL draft right here. He's the second best running back. It just turns out that this is a year where most teams don't need a running back. And I kind of put him in the same boat as Travion Henderson in that I think they did phenomenal in college. I just don't know that it translates as well to the NFL level. But I'd love to see him, and I think that the Chargers, that's a good system for him to get put into, especially with the way he played at UNC.
I don't know if it's a day one effect. I really don't. I feel like for a guy like this, it's going to take a while to get acclimated to the physicality of the NFL. And obviously he had a great career at North Carolina, but come on, guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, Myles Garrett's across the line. T.J. Watt is across the line. DeForest Buckner is across the line. And these are guys that, frankly, lay down a hit like no other. And it's something that you don't know if you can deal with until you've done it. So we'll just have to wait and see.
I mean, yeah, it's a lot different going against, like I said, college players and linebackers that live off of bison meat and greens who are going to come and hit you at the speed of light. I mean, you cannot let these players bounce off you like he did during the season. There's a lot of times during the season where, like we said, he just relied on the fact that he was stronger than you. You're not going to get it going against that anymore. You have the 6'5" linebackers that are not going to do that. You have the people that have been tackling you for 14 years in the NFL, and now they're coming into a league where now, yes, you have to get around someone. You are not Derrick Henry. You cannot just power through people. And I do think that will be the biggest what if is, can he develop just a little bit of a bag to where he's not relying purely on power? Because even Derrick Henry, who is one of the strongest running backs we have ever seen on this planet Earth, has a little bit of a bag here and there. So I do think that he's going to need to develop that a little bit more in order to be a successful running back one in the NFL.
All right. Packers on the clock. And
I just got word that they are not trading this pick. The Eagles were discussing moving up. The Eagles did not move up. The Packers are going to pick here.
Well, I mean, Packers had a really solid offseason last year. Picked up Xavier McKinney. He turned out to be a star this past season. The Packers benefited greatly. However, you could always use a boost in the defensive backfields, which, you're looking at Will Johnson, and you love the idea of Will Johnson, but injury problems are not something that you can deal with, especially to the lower body. To the knee, you rely on speed so much as a DB, as a safety, as a corner, and that's why that's scary. That's why you're seeing him drop to this point, but also there's James Pierce Jr., and Mike Green waiting.
There are two options here. You go Will Johnson or you go receiver. I do not know why in the history of Packers football they refuse to get good receivers besides, there's a few, but they just refuse to draft them here. And I think seeing our Frederick Hawthorne to our right, I think that might be what they went here. This, I think, is where you go Golden here. I think Golden is the fit. Christian Watson, their deep threat, is not working out. This is where you go Golden. I think he is the clear consensus pick here. That's just my...
If Will Johnson doesn't get picked here, I think he falls out of the first round.
Yeah,
I think we might not see Will Johnson get picked here in the first round. Just looking at the next couple of teams coming up there.
Or you fall to the Chiefs, but I think the Chiefs go Josh Simmons.
I don't think that. I honestly don't think anyone of.
I think Minnesota is the last line of defense here for this team. If he does not go to Minnesota, who could use a cornerback,
that could be a decent fit.
He falls out.
You also got Hairston in there, Maxwell Hairston out of Kentucky. He's a solid dude. I mean, he played some good football, SEC football as well, but we have our pick, Jace.
The Packers did it. They finally took a receiver in the first round of the NFL draft, and they get the deep threat, speedy receiver out of Texas, Matthew Golden. To me, this is a perfect fit for the Packers. They get a receiver for Jordan Love, and they get it in the first round, which they have elected to not do so for a long, long time. Finally, they do. Matthew Golden, a great deep threat receiver.
Absolute playmaker, deep threat. He's what you need. 4.29 guy in the 40. So, I mean, this is going to turn the Packers into a very explosive offense. You have Jordan Love, who's kind of been coming to his own these few years. They've made a couple playoffs appearances. So they're probably going to be looking to get over that hump with an electrifying guy like Matthew going back there for sure.
Looking at his routes, they can sometimes be a little bit interesting. They're not always focused on his routes. What do you see with his route running that can improve?
I think it's just at the top of the route, him breaking down, him getting open, those cuts in the beginning, especially in the NFL. He's going to be going up against a lot of strong receivers, a lot of guys that are going to want to get their hands on him to slow him down. They're going to know what they're getting into. They're going to watch film. They're going to see the speed. So they're always going to want to get their hands on him. They're going to try and jam, and they're going to try their best to slow him down.
The great speed takes his way to Green Bay. He's already there, basically, with the draft being there in Lambeau. So Matthew Golden, staying in Green Bay, heading to the Packers. The Packers, guys, they finally do it. It's just been years. They haven't taken a receiver first round for who knows how long, and finally they elect to do so.
Here's the way you think about it at the end of the day. You want a receiver that can be a receiver one. You want a guy that can be a deep threat. Christian Watson was that guy, but he cannot stay healthy to save his life. To me, I think that this is the fit that was needed with Romeo Doubs playing so good lately. I think they finally went receiver. This is the last draft class that would have gone receiver, and finally, I do think that there could have been some better times to go, but at least they're finally doing it. It is a step in the right direction. That's what we're seeing with a lot of these teams, is they're finally going what they should be going. We saw it with the Seahawks finally going all-line. We saw it with the Panthers finally going receiver. So Matthew Golden will be interesting for this team here, and I know, Caden, you follow a lot of Packers football throughout the year. I want to know your opinions on this.
Well, I like Matthew Golden as a player, but for the Packers, who have such a young receiver core, that continues to at least see some growth. I'm very interested in what the trade would have looked like with Philadelphia. I feel like there was a lot of value to be gained if you traded away this 23rd pick, considering who's still left on the board. And I'm thinking, while the Packers do need that number one receiver, I feel like he's not. Frankly, if you want a guy that's going to impact the game now as a receiver, receivers need time to develop and adapt to NFL defenses. And it's just the way it is. I would rather them attack this area of need in free agency than the draft. Because for the Packers, at least in my eyes, it's only a matter of time before you're paying Jordan Love even more than he's making right now. And I don't know.
I have never seen
I'm not a fan.
A team have a receiving core with so many receiver threes on it. I mean, that is the way that this feels.
That's exactly what it is.
Like Romeo Dobbs is a receiver 2 on most teams. Matthew Golden's maybe a 3. Watson's maybe like a 4. I mean, it's just an endless cycle of like, oh, these guys are all right. And that's where they're at right now. And it feels like, once again, receiver was the move here, kind of. But to me, I feel like they're more in need of going after a top guy in a free agency. But we never know. Golden could be that. He is a freak athlete. You never know.
I think you're kind of writing him off a little too early. This guy, I mean, he's getting player comparisons to CeeDee Lamb, which you don't really see that all that often. I just think that along with his speed, he provides the ability to go up and get balls, and that's kind of what Jordan Love needs because he throws up a lot of 50-50 balls. And you look back to Christian Watson, he's not getting those balls. I mean, he would go up and drop more than 50% of them. I was very unimpressed by the Green Bay wide receiver room this year. I think this is a step in the right direction. You got to surround Jordan Love with people, well, A, that he wants to be around, and 2, that he wants to throw to. This is a great target. I love this guy, especially coming out of Texas.
Freddie, I want to ask you, being a wide receiver, having that experience, at least at the college level, what makes a wide receiver 1, and does Matthew Golden have the goods to be a wide receiver 1?
Wide receiver 1 type of guy. When you think of Texas and you think of their offense, this was a guy who was already playing behind Isaiah Bond. When you look at his stats don't affect that. He still almost had 1,000 receiving yards, and when you think of the wide receiver 2, that's not normal. Almost 900 yards, 58 catches, and you're the second option. So you're going to a team now where you're already the fastest guy on the field. You're already with a quarterback who's going to throw you the ball. He's definitely wide receiver 1.
I kind of think back to Xavier Worthy, the Chiefs pick last year. Kind of a similar pick, in my opinion. You're picking up a speedster that is going to be able to beat people deep, and I think that's what the Packers need right now. They don't have that deep ball ability. They're just
4.29 40 looks pretty good on paper.
It does. It's a speed game nowadays. I'm not, like I said, I do think the pick could be a little bit better, but it's not a bad one. It's the best receiver available in a receiver class. That's good. He can be a receiver 1. To me, is my prospect grade on him that high? No. I do not believe that he is receiver 1 based on what I looked at. But you never know in today's game. I mean, we've seen it so many times where we're wrong. So I want them to prove me wrong because I know way too many Bears fans that I really want to upset by the Packers being good again. So we all are rooting for him. And I definitely think that he is a great fit for this team. And if the fit works, it's just to me now, which of these 6 or 7 receiver 2 or 3s is going to end up being that number 1 guy for Jordan Love, because they need to figure it out yesterday. They lost DK Metcalf fight. They lost Devontae Adams literally and then lost the fight to get him again. They did not get Tyreek Hill. They cannot get the receiver 1, so they needed to make one themselves with some homegrown talent. Could Matthew Golden be that guy? I don't know. We're going to find out. But let's look at the other side of this division. Minnesota, currently on the clock right now, and they're going to have some questions here. This team was phenomenal and then lost in the first game they played. I mean, they were great and then they sucked. And that is now the biggest question now with J.J. McCarthy. Is J.J. McCarthy the future of Minnesota, or do they go right back to where they were of mediocrity a few years before?
If you ask a Michigan fan, the answer is yes. But as an Ohio State fan, I mean, I can't stand this dude. He is not good. I don't think he should be a starting quarterback on any team at any point ever. I mean, J.J. McCarthy was good for 1 season, and I don't even think he was the best quarterback last year. Or 2 years ago, I guess. But I don't like the J.J. McCarthy move. I would have rather had Sam Darnold play another year, and I'll take my first-round exit. But, Jace, we have a pick.
Well, hopefully you like this move. As an Ohio State fan, for you, Donovan Jacksen is heading to the Vikings. They're prioritizing, protecting J.J. McCarthy. They've already signed 2 O-linemen. I know we have a graphic for this with Will Fries and Ryan Kelly, both heading to the Vikings at center and right guard, as you see it right there. Now they get a tackle/guard who can play both positions to try to fill in where that Blake Brandell area is, or Brian O'Neill in that right tackle. So now they get Donovan Jacksen. Guys, I think he fills in perfectly for this O-line.
The biggest thing about Donovan Jacksen, and he says O-tackle, it's a lie. It's all a lie. He was O-tackle at the end of the year because Simmons got hurt. This man is a guard. He played guard every single year until Simmons got hurt, where he had to move to tackle. And where's that one big problem right there? That's where he's going right there. He is going to take Blake Brandell's spot. This is a top 5 O-line in football. I mean, this O-line is terrifying.
It's really good.
And you now have J.J. McCarthy, who is his best throw as a handoff, and he is going to have a very, very fun time handing it off to Aaron Jones, who is a very good producer when he's healthy. I mean, Aaron Jones is going to have 5 absolute titans to stand in front of him, and this is an absolutely great fit here. I mean, this offense is terrifying, and this really does remind me of what the Lions built last year, but the Lions had a better defense. Now we're looking at a Vikings team that does have a pretty good defense and a lot of future pieces. This team, this offense, is one of the best in football. I love this move. It fills the one hole, in my opinion, that the offense had. It's perfect to me.
Well, the Vikings have been at least good for at least the last 3 to 4 years, at least. But they can never get over the hump because, in my opinion, they play in probably the 2nd or 3rd toughest division in football. I mean, you have the Packers, who are consistently good year in, year out. You have the Lions, who have their best team in probably franchise history as of right now. And the Bears have also made some big moves, adding Williams last year and hopefully in the draft this year. So the Vikings have to respond with a big move. I think this is it.
My first question, of course, was looking at it, but we have a trade, so we're going to see what that trade is. Jace or Pacer?
The Texans, who are pick 25 coming up next, have traded the pick away to the New York Football Giants. So the Giants are already, they already got one guy. Now they're looking for a second one.
Wrong New York.
They have been aggressively trying to trade up for the last half hour. They finally are able to do so. Here is what it is. The Giants have traded pick 34, a 3rd-round pick this year, and a future 6th-round pick in exchange for pick number 25 with Houston. So the Giants are now on the clock, guys.
That right there, in my opinion, is the wrong New York. I wanted the Jets to move up, but we're going to find out where they go with this. They got 4 minutes left until they make their pick when we come back.
Good morning, Greyhound.
Dose of Greyhound entertainment.
I think if you watch our team, they have fun. They have fun playing.
There's so much that you can do to get the most out of yours.
Our alumni care deeply about the success of this university.
Come here. Watch Good Morning Greyhounds every Saturday at 9 a.m. Catch us on UINDY TV's YouTube channel and Xfinity channel 1096.
There's no shot. He has time to make that throw. There's no shot. Boom. He gets away from that.
He's that guy, dude. He is that guy. When it comes to football, Mr. Football, right?
Not a chance he escapes the pocket like that, gets out, makes a throw on the run, on the dot. No way.
He's going to do the same thing to Michigan. Watch it. 10-0 heading into Ohio State. I'm calling it.
You want to bet?
Let's do it.
I'm Caden Colford alongside Jake Helton for college sports, pro sports, everything Indianapolis.
Tie your kids up, pistol whip it right. Come on, man, Savage. You know how we play your mixtape. Yeah. Got that action.
Yeah, that's hard. Yeah. Yeah.
Why do you cabinets up the car? Why you got 12 car garage? Why you pulling out your rapper's car?
New release reviews with Ashley and Adel, only on UINDY Radio.
Good morning, Greyhounds, and welcome back to your Wednesday show. We have some very exciting things to talk about with our very special guest.
So what do you find unique about UINDY, and what kind of pulled you here?
What are you doing?
Watching Good Morning Greyhounds every Wednesday morning at 8 a.m.
In the heart of Indianapolis, our main mission is to keep you informed, bringing you local and national news. With the upcoming presidential election, there's no better time than now to tune in. But the most important part is you. This is UINDY TV News.
Emma Donnan, elementary and middle school. Discover the Donnan difference. A school where you can celebrate others. Come together as a community. Be a part of a learning environment where students and teachers are appreciated. Emma Donnan, a culture that can't be beat, that's going onward together. A school filled with love. Emma Donnan.
I love my school.
Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me.
There's no shot. He has time to make that throw. There's no shot. He gets away from that.
He's that guy, dude. He is that guy.
Yeah, I texted him.
Mr. Football. Mr. Football, right?
Not a chance he escapes the pocket like that, gets out, makes a throw on the run, on the dot. No way.
He's going to do the same thing to Michigan. Watch it. 10-0 heading into Ohio State. I'm calling it.
You want to bet?
Let's do it.
I'm Caden Colford alongside Jake Helton for college sports, pro sports, everything Indianapolis.
It is indeed not perfect timing. Shedeur Sanders is not going here to the Giants. It is Jacksen Dart from Ole Miss. The Giants, who already signed Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, well, guess what? Add a third quarterback to the quarterback room. Jacksen Dart is heading to the New York Football Giants. And this one, a surprise maybe.
Shocking the world because everyone thought Shedeur Sanders would be the second quarterback taken off the board, but no. It's going to be Jacksen Dart. And there was little people who just had that kind of inclination of the Giants taking Jacksen Dart. A lot of ties to the Ole Miss, Eli Manning, obviously Ole Miss, but then also a couple of the coaches, great ties to Ole Miss. So it was something that was possible to happen. Looking at Jacksen Dart as a player, he makes good reads, able to escape pressure. He has really good accuracy, and he's able to take hits. I mean, those are all some good keys, but the weaknesses, well, they're not as great. Deep ball is inconsistent. So that's kind of a struggle when you need to make these NFL-style throws down the field, and when you're unable to do that, it really limits what you can do offensively, so maybe they're trying to hopefully just kind of tune that up for Jacksen Dart, and then has some lazy footwork, and then last one, struggles to beat zone coverage. Yeah. So we'll see how long it takes Jacksen Dart to get on the field, because I always thought this was Mr. Unlimited's time to play, but we'll see, I guess.
So, guys, the Giants now have Abdul Carter and now add Jacksen Dart. We've had another trade. The Falcons are picking up next in place of the Rams. They've already gotten an edge rusher. Guess who's still available? Mike Green, who they do love. Did they go 2 edge rushers? We'll get to that. But first, guys, Jacksen Dart, thoughts on the Ole Miss quarterback heading to New York?
I need to know who did this player comparison, because if someone compared me to Gardner Minshew, I'd probably quit playing football. I mean, that's just disrespectful to Jacksen Dart. He's a lot better, at least in college, he was a lot better than Gardner Minshew. Personal opinion. However, look at some stats, just under 70% completion rate, just under 4,300 yards, 29 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. This guy can get it done against the best competition. Saw him play fairly well against Georgia and as well as Alabama. I mean, he did not have too many bad games this year, but the ones that he did, definitely you could tell. Footwork, not necessarily as good as it could be. I'd love to see him kind of out of the pocket a little bit more, especially heading into the NFL. He's not going to be able to sit back there and just make throws like that.
To me, and this may be harsh, I'm going to say it regardless. I could be wrong. We're going to come back maybe a few years from now. I may be wrong.
I mean, he is as good as you're going to get this late in the round. And the argument is going to be between Shedeur and Jackson Dart. And obviously, Charles, a big Shedeur guy. Me, I'm a little bit bigger on Jackson Dart. I had him number 2 on my quarterback draft board. I just like the style of play, and I think it translates a little bit better to the NFL. Shedeur just makes his bad mistakes are a lot worse than his good. You know what I mean? Like his bad outweighs the good, and I think Jackson Dart, you're kind of right in the middle, if not a little bit more on the good side.
Well, I mean, that does bring up the debate. Should Shedeur Sanders have been in this spot? Well, he's not. But Jackson Dart, we look at his game against Arkansas, 6 touchdowns, 4 against Duke. It's probably more impressive at Arkansas. But he even knocks off Georgia, who was ranked number 3 in all the land at that time. And Jace?
This trade info is certainly a thing. The Falcons are getting the first-round pick, obviously this year, pick 26, and a third-round pick this year. They are trading away their 46th overall pick this year, their next year first-round pick, and a 7th-round pick next year. So they trade away their next year first for a late first this year. That's certainly a choice, but we'll see who they go. The pick is in. We'll get to that in a little bit.
It would not be the NFL draft without the Falcons making a trade that makes us scratch our head a little bit, but don't hate it as much because they believe that they're going to be a playoff team, and I do believe that they're going to get there. But my mic was off, so oopsies. But now we're back. So what I was saying about Jackson Dart is it's a little bit harsh, and I feel bad, but Jackson Dart to me has always been Zach Wilson with a cooler name. I feel like he has a game that fits college football. He looks great in college football, but it does not translate to the NFL as much for me. He struggles out of the pocket. He is accurate, but he can't beat zone coverage as one of the number one, which is like one of the main coverages we see in the NFL, a lot more than the man-to-man we see at college sometimes. And I think that with him against a good zone scheme, he's going to struggle. And I think that is the biggest what if. But I do like the Giants going QB here. But I do know that there are the doubts about Shedeur Sanders. I get it. I do. But what Shedeur Sanders does, he does better than what Jackson Dart is good at. And that, to me, is why I think Sanders should have gone here. But I don't hate the pick. I just do believe that Dart is vastly overrated. And I am interested to kind of see where that goes. But I do think it'll be another situation of letting Russ cook to start the season, see if he cannot burn down the New York Giants kitchen, and then letting Dart take over under center with a pretty decent receiver in, Malik Neighbors. I mean, I think I'd be pretty okay with that.
That kitchen's been on fire for 5 years now. And as we look into that next pick that we do have coming, I think that it is an interesting one. I think Mike Green probably the choice for me as it sits right now. Jace?
It's not Mike Green. It's the other edge rusher out of Tennessee. A Vols fan likes the edge rushers. James Pierce Jr. is heading to Atlanta. Now they got Jalen Walker from Georgia and James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee. They are really bolstering up that defense. Oh, my goodness. The Falcons just got scary on defense.
As they've needed to for many years now. James Pierce is immediately going to step in, provide tons of power, great run defense, and a lot of upside as well.
I mean, you look at Pierce. What does he provide? What does he put on the table for this Falcons team that Walker did not?
As we said earlier, we talked about James Pierce Jr. in our kind of pregame show. Very explosive punch. In that first step, he meets the tackle. He doesn't let the tackle get that first punch. Those long arms, those very powerful long arms. Good length and hand technique as well. A super high motor. And this was a guy that everyone was thinking, okay, he's going to be a high first-round pick next year when he was playing last year. And so you're playing in the SEC. You're playing for a very, very, very good Tennessee defense. I think this guy is going to be awesome.
And he's fast. 4.47 off the edge.
And
he's 6'5".
Yeah.
It's a big dude running a 4.4.
And he's got room to build.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great pick for Atlanta. I mean, trading back up, you already got Walker, you can play the outside linebacker. Now you get the edge rusher and James Pierce Jr. Atlanta is really building something on that defense, guys.
For sure.
I mean, I said it last year and I was wrong, so oops. But I said that this Falcons team would be the team that comes out of the South, and I think that they can be the team that comes out of the South this year. And I know I had my head down, and it's more just because I cannot be right about a pick to save my life. Mike Green, I was wrong about him once again, twice with the Falcons. This is a great pick, though. James Pierce is the guy that was number 1 on everyone's D-line board until the reincarnation of Michael Parsons, named Abdul Carter, came into play. Okay? This guy is a dog. And until some of the season, he had some spotty games. But when it comes to raw athletic power, when it comes to a good bag and very good pass rush moves, this is the guy that you want. And to me, I do think that this defense went from being very mediocre to very good very fast. This Falcons team right now has become my favorite in the NFC South. And this is a team that last year, in my opinion, lost. Well, at the end of the night, we said lost the draft last year, despite Penix having a great season. And this year, so far, they're winning it for me. I mean, 2 fits that are absolutely perfect. I love this.
I think it also kind of just proves Jace's point where we were talking off air. The Rams, probably the home of Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart. That was kind of what we were thinking. They trade out of that pick immediately after it happened. So, good prediction there by Jace. We move on to the Baltimore Ravens, though. A couple of options for them. Obviously, as ESPN has it, Mike Green the best fit. It's proven he's not the best fit for a lot of different teams. I think cornerback, I'm thinking Will Johnson. I'm also thinking Maxwell Hairston. What do you guys think?
They like their speedy cornerbacks. They also just lost Brandon Steffens to my Jets. Cornerback is wide open right here.
That's what I was bringing up right now over here to Dylan. I was saying, Will Johnson's a possibility here. He's still available. I know the injury problems are a concern, but the Ravens need a corner. They lost Stevens, like you said, to the Jets, and Will Johnson, he would fill in perfectly. If he can stay healthy, imagine adding him to that already crazy defense with Kyle Hamilton in the DB room.
I am so sick of these good teams getting good cornerbacks late in the draft. Last year's Cooper DeJean to our Super Bowl champions, and now we're seeing the Ravens where Will Johnson is borderline falling in their lap here. This is a chance for them to make a very good move. And if they go edge too, Owe with Mike Green would be terrifying. So you can't really go wrong here. This is a defense that could use – they're good.
It's interesting that you bring up the Eagles in this scenario because the Ravens are in a similar spot as the Eagles where they have the standing to be able to take the risk right now. They have the ability to feel a negative impact from Will Johnson and still be able to stay afloat, not only within the rest of this draft, but heading to next season, still with a very solid roster assembled and still with a very, very good chance of winning a remarkable amount of games. So you just look at what you're gambling, and it isn't even really a gamble at that point. We've seen what Will Johnson can do at Michigan, and there's a reason that he was the 10th overall ranked prospect in the entirety of the draft. And eventually, somebody's got to take him. Why not the Ravens?
And there is 3, in my opinion, gambles. Harrison, who is just like Wiggins, in my opinion. They'd be so fast, it'd be terrifying. We look at Nate Johnson, obviously the injury concerns, but he is by far the best pure cornerback in this draft. And then, of course, we look at Mike Green, a guy that people are concerned because he came out of the Sun Belt. Well, you can't really go wrong if you can afford to go wrong. So in this situation, now we will see where they go. And I do think that the best thing for me, like you said, Will Johnson is the pick.
I mean, he's played one-on-one with some of the best receivers. You look back to those Ohio State games. I'm going to keep bringing it up because those are the true battles. Not only a rivalry matchup, but you're also talking about 3 of the best receivers to ever come through college football. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased, but I think Ohio State has the best wide receiver room. You got to play them every single year. That is battle-tested if I've ever seen it. Jace, I guess we have a bit of a shocker, but I don't know that –
I don't know if it's a shocker.
I don't know if it's too much of a shocker.
I mean, you already got Kyle Hamilton, a speedy safety. Why not get another one, right? Malachi Starks is a Baltimore Raven. The Georgia defense continues to produce NFL first-round talent, and now Baltimore adds to the DB room. It wasn't the DB who I expected. It ends up being Malachi Starks, and Starks Jacksen, he is really good.
Absolutely, and I'm surprised he fell this far, to say the least. But going to the Ravens, I feel like this is a perfect pickup for both of them. I think he fits perfectly in this defense. You have already Kyle Hamilton, who's more deep coverage, and then you get Malachi Starks, who's going to be that run stopper, that stronger safety in the box, so you can really trust to get down there and get to that quarterback.
And where do you see him fitting in with these safeties? I mean, you have Kyle Hamilton who can play, also that run defense up as almost a linebacker occasionally. Where do you see Malachi Starks filling in that safety position?
I feel like you have 2 cornerback or safeties, who can do the same thing. You don't know which one's going to come running at you if they do a safety blitz or if they just put one in the box. The other one still can be back there and still cover.
Malachi Starks, Baltimore Raven, adding to Kyle Hamilton already in that great Ravens defense, guys. Huge pickup for Baltimore.
I said it before the draft started. Whenever we were talking about Malachi Starks, I said the one player that he reminds me of is Hamilton. And now they have Kyle Hamilton squared in the Ravens. And this is terrifying. I mean, I forgot Malachi Starks was still on the board. And now we're sitting here looking. This, to me, makes one of the scariest secondaries, because you have two guys that can play any DB. They take the fact that they are DBs very seriously, because they're not just safeties. They can play nickel. They can play linebacker even. They can play in the safety position. This is the pick that if I was in the AFC North or the AFC or anywhere in the NFL, I would be absolutely terrified to go against the Ravens, because you are not throwing on them deep, because one of those two are going to be anywhere on the field and you never know where.
And that's new, because this has notoriously been one of the worst secondaries in all of the NFL for the past 3-4 years. I've got to see it. Jamar Chase has torched them every year, 2 times a year. Doesn't matter. Every time I know that game's going to be a 30 to 35 game, because neither side can play defense. Now the Ravens hopefully taking that step up to what they need to be able to reach the Super Bowl, because I think the defense is kind of where they were missing it a little bit. You let Lamar do his thing all year long. He's proven to be an MVP. I think next year that the Ravens are going to have a solid chance of making it to the Super Bowl, if not at least a conference championship.
When we look at the Ravens, they're a lot like the Steelers in the way that they are very blitz heavy. They love to put pressure on the quarterback. And with that, sometimes you're going to play a lot of single high. And I can see Malachi Starks being the safety in that single high formation on the defensive end of things. And he can do just about everything. His range is very, very good as a safety, and he can also very, very good at recognizing the run, keying in on that run, and stopping said run.
The biggest downfall about him that we say is that he has some coverage discipline issues, where he has allowed big plays at times. And that could be a problem if he is that single high safety. However, with the Ravens, whenever you play against him, you know if you see Kyle Hamilton start to inch down, he's probably going to blitz. And keep an eye out on him, because there's a chance he's going to blitz or he's going to go back. Now, if both of them are inching down, they can blitz either one of them and the other one just goes back. I mean, that right there, it's very similar to, they had a dual threat of Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, ooh, which one's going to run? And now it's Malachi Starks and Kyle Hamilton, ooh, which one's going to run at you? And that's now the biggest problem, is if you are a quarterback, you never know which one of these guys is going to come at you, or which one of them is going to sneak back into coverage and maybe get a pick because you're not ready.
If I remember correctly, that Alabama-Georgia game, that's who they were attacking him. Ryan Williams was going after him in the secondary. So he was a tad bit of a liability in that game. I will say there's a slight chance I'm remembering this incorrectly. However, I'm 99% sure it was Starks. He also had a couple of very big picks late in games, so that's something else that he can make the big plays. So I think he's adding a lot more good than he is with those couple of tiny things that can be fixed quickly.
Starks is a safety. He can play nickel, but you're not going to be able to put him on a Jeremiah Smith. He's not going to keep up. I mean, that's his other weakness, is that he struggles in short area. Meaning whenever you go against a shiftier guy like Smith, who is impossible to guard by anyone, let alone a safety, he's going to get open 9 times out of 10. And now, it does draw the question of, you cannot play him in one-on-one coverage as much against a top slot receiver, but you can play him deep, because if he's in a one-on-one, he wins those 50-50 balls. He just needs to play more zone. You cannot run him as a nickel as much at the NFL level.
And I think that's exactly what they need. They need that over-the-top coverage, and that's exactly what they got. Someone to just kind of bracket. Ever since I heard that word of what they did to Jeremiah Smith, Texas did to them in the quarterfinals of college football, I love that word. Because it's true. It's a good way to visualize how they play that defense. They kind of just push you into the middle of each other. They kind of pinch you together, and then you're covered. There really is no getting open from that. You saw Jeremiah Smith had his worst game all year against Texas. Now, with him, I would love them to just kind of sit him over the top. You think back to the games against the Bengals. Jamar Chase is running post routes right down the middle, wide open. And all you got to do is stick a guy over top of him. And I say that it's not as simple as it looks. It's not as simple as just putting a guy over top of him, but that's the first step in the right direction.
6 interceptions in the career of Malachi Starks. But moving on in the draft, the Detroit Lions with pick number 28. That pick is in needing an edge, needing a defensive tackle, and also some support on the offensive line. Maybe a case to be made for a receiver, but a lot of different areas for a team that's already very good.
I'm going reverse psychology. They're not picking Mike Green. They're not going to do it. It's not going to happen. They're not picking him.
Well, the league better hope they don't pick Mike Green.
It's probably going to happen. Just based off how everything else is going. But I do kind of like Burden. I kind of think he would fit into this offense a little bit better than some of the other teams later in round 2. I wouldn't be too mad at the Lions adding him in there, possibly even shifting him to that slot position like you talked about, Charles.
I think my biggest fits for this team may be, like you said, maybe going into that guard position. They have some older guards if they want to go an older guard. Maybe going interior D-line if they found someone in that fits. Jahad Campbell, another person that could play middle linebacker for them. He's fallen a little bit. I like that fit a lot. I think Campbell could be a really good guy for them, and he was on my mock to go with Campbell there. It'll be really interesting to see where they go with this. The Lions are one of those teams to where it can't get much better than where it's at. The biggest issue with the Lions is outside of the field with them losing their entirety of their front office this offseason and also their coaching staff. So now really, where do they go here? I assume they're going defensive tackle.
For once, I think I beat Jace. I'm not sure if he knows over there, but
we have the pick. I'm just waiting for.
Got a little insight over here, so
yeah, I already know who it is. I've been on for at least 5 minutes now.
I feel like this has got to be how Schefter feels after every time he gets one of those little things. He's the one sharing it out. Like I would love to be that guy that's pushing out. I would love to do a Woj bomb one day. That would be
maybe
awesome.
Next year we got to have you two switch, and we have Jake going the Woj bombs. We have him jumping up and down like, oh yeah, I know you don't, but. We're going to see it coming very soon on, the confirmation of this pick and who this pick is. It looks like Jace just gave me a double thumbs up. Jace, what are we seeing?
Tyleik Williams from Ohio State. The Lions bolster up that D-line that had some injury problems last year, and they get that big D tackle to go into that D-line to try to help, that pass rush and the run stopping. What do you see this pick doing for the Lions? And, looking at Tyleik, I don't know if we expected him to go here, but he goes here anyways.
Well, you're talking about injuries on the D-line. Well, injuries all over the board defensively for the Lions. So really, a guy in Tyleik Williams, a guy you can just fill in there, kind of rotate through. I really like him. He had 46 total tackles, 3 sacks. He's very explosive, violent, and I think that's just something that Dan Campbell loves. He loves the violent defender. He loves people biting off kneecaps. That's just Dan Campbell to a T. A little bit of some weaknesses for him, though. Shorter arms, which allows the lineman kind of to win in those blocking battles. And he can't really beat double teams, but he's 6'3", 334 pounds.
Big boy.
So he's a big boy, but he's got to be able to move to beat those double teams. But a guy who can fill the A-gap, and a guy just for, I think, it's just depth right at this point for the Lions.
We're seeing some of these Buckeyes now going off the board. National champion Buckeyes for a reason, and he was part of that team, guys, the national champion. I know, Jake, you're an Ohio State fan. I'm sure you've watched a little bit of Tyleik Williams. What's your opinion on this and how it could work for the Lions?
I mean, he's been a 4-year, not necessarily a starter, but a 4-year player turned into starter. He's put up exactly the stats that Ohio State needed him to. And you look at some of the guys that he's playing with, Jack Sawyer, as well as JT Tuimolau. I mean, you got some phenomenal people on that defensive line, and for him to be the name that sticks out, I think is a big thing for him. You look at some of his stats, 2.5 sacks this year, 50 tackles, just under that. He's going to be exactly what the Lions need. You already got an elite guy on the defensive side of things. Now you're just kind of adding to it.
You have a team that wins, picking up a guy that wins. And I think that is the biggest thing. They needed edge. They needed interior D-line. And, Mike Green, of course, obviously the best edge available. Then we look at Williams, the best interior D-line available. And to me, this just makes sense. I mean, you go with the guy that wins football games for a team that's looking to win this year. And I mean, he's a national champion, and he did really good. And like we said, the only problem is he can't win double teams as often, but it's not like he's going to be double teamed whenever you have one of the best edge rushers on your team when healthy. So, I mean, we'll see with that pickup, but I think that in one-on-ones, there's not very many players in this draft class better in a one-on-one. And so as long as he's not getting double teamed, I think it'd be just fine. The only problem is when he gets double teamed, he is irrelevant, meaning you cannot go with those three rushes. But we're going to take a quick second here. We're going to go to break with the Commanders coming up next.
Good morning, Greyhounds.
Your weekly dose of Greyhound entertainment.
I think if you watch our team, they have fun. They have fun playing.
There's so much that you can do to get the most out of yours.
Our alumni care deeply about the success of this university.
Come here. Watch Good Morning Greyhounds every Saturday at 9 a.m. Catch us on UINDY TV's YouTube channel and Xfinity channel 1096.
shot. There's no shot. He has time to make that throw. There's no shot. He gets away from that.
He's that guy, dude. He is that guy. When it comes to football, Mr. Football Ready.
Not a chance he escapes the pocket like that, gets out, makes a throw on the run, on the dot. No way.
He's gonna do the same thing to Michigan. Watch it. 10-0 heading into Ohio State. I'm calling it.
You want to bet?
Let's do it.
I'm Caden Colford alongside Jake Helton for college sports, pro sports, everything Indianapolis.
Tie your kids up, it's the whippy right. Come on, man, Savage, you know how we play your mixtape. Yeah. Got that action.
It was hard. Yeah. Yeah.
Why do you carry something? Why you got 12 conquerors? Why you pulling out your rap's car?
New release reviews with Ashley and Adel, only on UINDY Radio.
Good morning, Greyhounds, and welcome back to your Wednesday show. We have some very exciting things to talk about with our very special guest.
So what do you find unique about UINDY, and what kind of pulled you here?
What are you doing?
Watching Good Morning Greyhounds every Wednesday morning at 8 a.m.
In the heart of Indianapolis, our main mission is to keep you informed, bringing you local and national news. With the upcoming presidential election, there's no better time than now to tune in. But the most important part is you. This is UINDY TV News.
Charles. Welcome back to the draft. Jace, we have pick number 29.
And we're going to see it in just a moment here as we're kind of learning some of the specifics of this trade right now. I mean, not the trade, the pick, sorry. And so it's looking like the Commanders might be going O-line here. So that'd be pretty interesting to see where they go here. And it looks like, Jace, you have the pick. Jace, where are they going?
Josh Connerly is heading to Washington. They try to protect Jaden Daniels and that offense there in Washington. You know, fresh off an NFC Championship game run, now they bolster up the O-line trying to protect Jaden Daniels. I like this pick. I think it's a good pick for the Commanders trying to bolster the offensive lineup. Nate, what do you see in Connerly?
Well, it's actually kind of funny you say that. Going against the NFC East now and a guy in Abdul Carter, and that's really what puts Josh Connerly on the map, was his performance against Abdul Carter. But looking more into Josh Connerly as a prospect, he showed vast improvement last 2 years as a starter for Oregon. He accelerates hard onto down blocks. He's a kind of a big physical specimen, 6'4", 315, and has a good punch, which is really good for a tackle. A quick punch against especially a speed guy. Good punch is nice. He does lack some pace, a little bit slow, not a great athlete, but he's a solid athlete as a blocker. And then he has trouble anchoring between speed to power, which is kind of a little bit of a problem I can foresee, because that's a lot of the moves that we see now is a lot of speed to the outside to a bowl, right? It puts you right into the quarterback's lap. That's something that, you know, he doesn't really play to his size, strength-wise, so that's something that we're hopefully to see him the next couple of weeks into the offseason, to the regular season, just getting a little stronger, playing stronger. I'm not saying if he's weak or anything, but maybe just play up to that strength that he has.
Yeah, so, I mean, Josh Connerly, we saw him play against Abdul Carter, here in Indianapolis in that Big Ten Championship game, and he performed outstanding. And now they're NFC East rivals. I think, it's going to be fun to watch them go at it for the next few seasons there in the NFC East. But, guys, Josh Connerly is heading to Washington. What do you guys think?
And as we look at this pick, I think that this pick is one of the picks that it just makes sense. But we're going to take a quick second here with the Bills on the clock. We're going to head to break.
Emma Donnan, elementary and middle school. Discover the Donnan difference. A school where you can celebrate others, come together as a community? Be a part of a learning environment where students and teachers are appreciated. In Madonna, a culture that can't be beat, that's going onward together. A school filled with love. In Madonna.
I love my school.
Kiki, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me.
There's no shot. He has time to make that throw. There's no shot he gets away from that.
He's that guy, dude. He is that guy. When it comes to football, Mr. Football, right?
Not a chance he escapes the pocket like that, gets out, makes a throw on the run, on the dot. No way.
He's gonna do the same thing to Michigan. Watch it. 10-0 heading into Ohio State. I'm calling it.
You want to bet?
Let's do it.
I'm Caden Colford alongside Jay Helton.
On my freaking
college
phone.
sports, pro sports, everything Indianapolis.
Some technical difficulties here. We had some mic issues, but we are back, and now we're going to go back into talking about the Connerly pick. As the Bills are currently on the clock, their pick is in. We do not know who it is yet, waiting those details. But Connerly, like we said, he had that rivalry with Abdul Carter. That matchup was amazing, and this is one of those players here that we compared him to Ikem Ekwonu, who was one of my favorite guards who plays for the Panthers. This is one of my fits for him. I do believe that Connerly has that potential to transition to guard, and I think that no matter which one he plays at, he's going to be fantastic. And I think that Connerly, he was higher on my board. I did have him below Simmons, but Simmons' injuries does make it a little bit of a question mark. So I think this is a safe pick. This is a team that, they made their offensive line better. They made the moves that mattered. They picked up Lattimore in the trade deadline, and they made some moves during the offseason as well. The Commanders have now, in the span of 2 years, gone from having the number 2 overall pick to being one of the competitors in for the Super Bowl here. I like this move. I think it's a safe move. It's a smart move.
And I think that oftentimes we equate safe to easy, but I feel like this is a smart move. You have not only a franchise player, but who I would consider an up-and-coming superstar in Jaden Daniels. And if you want to see him progress and you want to see him become one of those top-tier quarterbacks in the league, which I feel like we all think he can be, then you invest in him like this. You obviously want to go out and get receivers. You want to go get the flashy players. You want to go get the big numbers. But you keep your quarterback healthy with a pick like this, and I like it a lot.
Think about every single good team in football nowadays. Lions have one of the best O-lines of football. The Vikings have a great O-line. The Eagles have a great O-line. If you want to be good at football, you need a good O-line because your quarterback needs to be able to survive to play football. I mean, that's just the way it is. And this is a team that is that close but needs a few more pieces. And picking up an O-lineman like that, it's a smart move. It's a safe move. It's everything, all of the above.
Well, we have another team that is close and might just need a couple more moves. Jace?
We have a trade, not the Bills, we'll stay here. We have a trade for between 32 and 31. The Eagles are going from 32 to 31. The Chiefs are going back from 31 to 32 and gaining pick number 164. So
cool beans.
Yeah,
I guess the Chiefs wanted to feel like they won a
Thought
Super
I would
Bowl
update.
again.
Thought I would update. The Eagles wanted to go up one spot for no reason. We do have the pick in, so I'll throw it back to you guys as we get things working.
It looks like the Chiefs are so used to picking at 32, they just couldn't help themselves from going again here. But I mean, looking at the Bills now, like we said, they're very close. They had some DBs pop off at the end of the year, and now I think that's where they're going to end up going again. Where do they go? Do they go Hairston? Do they go Will Johnson? Do they surprise us all and go with some random person that the Bills like to pick sometimes?
I've never seen injuries really play this big of a factor into the draft before. I don't think I've ever seen someone fall this far solely just because of an injury. I mean, you're talking about the defensive MVP in the national championship game 2 years ago. Will Johnson's a phenomenal player. I've watched him lock up multiple guys on Ohio State. There's a reason the score was 10-7 this year. He's great at what he does. Obviously, wasn't a part of that game, but still, him just being a part of that team, I think he's going to add a lot of value to wherever he goes, and I think the Bills would be a pretty solid fit for him. I'm not going to say it's a cookie-cutter perfect fit, but it would work. It would work for the Bills.
Does this fit the trend of the new NFL that we're seeing? Because there are two guys on my list that I've seen really fall. Josh Simmons, another guy that dealt with injury that has also fallen to oblivion here. does this, fit that trend of if you get hurt in college, you're not going to get picked first round sometimes? And does this also incentivize maybe college players to play a little bit safer if they're seeing their stock draft this much?
See, I don't think that is the case. I don't think it's where we're going to start seeing them sit out games for health management, stuff like that, like the NBA does. I don't think we're going to see anything like that. I do think that it is a little bit weird. It's not necessarily something that we've seen a ton before, but when you think back to this year, there were a decent amount of injuries that cost teams potential playoff spots, as well as maybe even a Super Bowl.
I mean, another example from last year, we saw it as well. Jordan Travis, a guy that was a first-round pick in many eyes, fell to the Jets in the 5th because he broke his ankle. And I mean, this is what we're seeing a lot, is these players that get hurt in their last years.
I'd say that's a little bit more extreme. Breaking an ankle versus
It is extreme, but I'm saying it is something that we're seeing more because Simmons is another extreme injury. He dealt with it his entire last year. I mean, it is, the more we've seen it, the more injuries come into play in these draft classes, that it is getting a lot harder to forecast. And I do think it's really interesting that, some of these players, they come back being steal of the drafts, and some of them, they fall off to oblivion.
But I'll say this, that you don't necessarily tweak a knee.
Yeah.
You can sprain an ankle, you can stub a toe. If something's wrong with your knee, something's probably pretty wrong with your knee.
I trust him.
I trust him. He knows.
I hate to say that I have intimate knowledge of that subject. It's very hard to hurt your knee in a minor fashion, and that can be a big red flag to NFL GMs.
Well, Jace, pick.
The Bills go with the speedy corner, 4.28 speed at the corner position. Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky heads to Buffalo. They're between Johnson and Hairston. Those are two corners that we thought they might go between. They elect to go with Hairston, the guy that's healthy, compared to Johnson, who has those knee concerns. This guy is fast. 4.28 speed, will not get beat deep. Perfect pick for the Bills here, guys, as they add to that DB room there in Buffalo.
Yeah, the DB room has been something kind of special. We saw Benford. He had a great season, got locked up during this offseason with a contract. And we're looking at this Bills team. They're so close. And I think Hairston's one of those guys that'll really help propel them, because he can also play in special teams. We saw it a little bit too last year. I mean, he can play it all. He's fast. I mean, 4.28. I mean, it does not get much faster than that, especially as a DB. Reminds me of Nate Wiggins a lot from that last year. He has always been super talented. He was someone that I said reminded me of William Jacksen III, if you guys remember him, another first-round pick that was really fast. He's in his 30s now, but he did really good in college, and his game did not really translate to the NFL level. Mm-hmm. But I do think that Hairston, I think his game does in nowadays game, because speed kills. And now you're going against people like Tyreek. You need someone that can keep up with that. And I think that this is, a right era for Hairston to be a first-round pick.
I feel like having corners that are able to play man-on-man when called upon is a huge luxury when it comes to those front four and that linebacker unit that is eventually going to put pressure on the quarterback, because you need to be able to trust the secondary behind you. And wide receivers today are so adept at finding the soft area in the zone. You have receivers like Devontae Adams and Cooper Kupp that are just so good at just demolishing zone defense. So you have a guy that can really stick on your hip the way Hairston can. It's always nice to have that as a linebacker, D-line, and even a defensive coordinator.
And as we're looking at it here, I mean, we talked about it earlier. It's hard to teach physical traits. And he is in the top 85 percentile of all physical traits. That's speed, everything for DBs. I mean, he was in the top percentage. And now we're looking at this as well. A quote according to another scout for the AFC, he said, when he sees it, he gets it. His closing speed is elite. And whenever whenever there's a ball, 50-50 ball, it's been one of those things where a lot what we see with him is there's a receiver right here, and they kind of stop. It's like a curl route. And he's back here. He will close in and fix that mistake. His recovery speed is phenomenal. And that's one of the biggest question marks is he's fast, but he's not able to run the route with you as much. And now we're seeing he's one of those guys that can fix his mistakes when he makes those mistakes. And that is something that is valuable, because people make mistakes, and that's something you can fix.
We talked about Will Johnson dropping in the draft, but also Mike Green out of Marshall, who we've mentioned time after time, has fallen now past pick 31, as the Eagles are on the clock currently, and then the Chiefs after them. Both of these two teams could have some room on the roster for an edge. That is for sure. Do we think that Green is a must in these final two picks? Because honestly, after watching this guy's film, I don't see how he makes it out of the first round.
I watched Mike Green get pushed to the ground and then crawl on all fours to get back into a play. I mean, this man has an unlimited motor, but it's not like the Eagles really need a D-line as much. Their D-line is almost perfect. And we look at it in the situation of their O-line. I mean, we look at the Chiefs with their O-line. Their O-line is their biggest need. So I don't see them going that. Jace, you have the pick, and it looks like I was right.
This is crazy. The Eagles just continue to stockpile talent that is so good on the defensive end. Now they get Jahad Campbell at the 31st pick, a guy who I am very high on, a very good pass coverage linebacker. Now you get to pair him with Zach Bond at the linebacker position. That's beautiful for the Eagles. I guess Howie Roseman couldn't wait. He was at 32. He said, no, I want him now at 31. So they went up to 31 and give away that 5th-round pick later in the draft. But Jahad Campbell is now an Eagle, and the Eagles continue to stockpile on defensive talent.
Well, you're talking about a guy that runs a 4.5 40, which is impressive in itself, but it's also a guy that can play pretty much anything. He can do coverage, run support. He can also pass rush, very versatile in that form. And he also has a very strong tackling ability. I think that is something that a lot of people don't really necessarily realize. This guy's a great tackler, and I think that's something that will translate very well to the NFL just because it's form. It's not necessarily a power technique or anything like that. He's just a great form tackler. And you'll see in some of these highlights the pressure he's able to get. I mean, right there, Nussmeier has nowhere to go. He's turning around, cowering, calling for his mom in the backfield while Campbell's already back there getting a sack. So the stats really back this up. I love this pick. Like Jay said, they're stockpiling up, and maybe that's the right pick. I mean, it got him in a Super Bowl, and maybe this is the way to go.
And there's a clip of him that we looked at a few seconds ago of him getting into the backfield, and he's patient. And that is so important for people that are fast in the middle linebacker, as we see so many times whenever the middle linebackers pierce that gap, the quarterback's right here, right past him. But you see in the clip, he squares his feet and just stares. He's waiting for you to make your move. He plays his chest. He knows that you're willing, that he's not going to run past you. He's going to wait until you take your first step, and he'll take it right there with you. He is a human version of a mirror once he gets into that backfield, and that is what I love so much about him, is the fact that he will not get burnt whenever he breaks into that backfield.
And something to remember about this guy, he was recruited as an edge rusher, okay, and then moved to linebacker at Alabama. So this guy's experience all over the field. And for the Eagles, they're about as deep as can be on the defensive end. He can play absolutely anywhere for Nick Sirianni and this Eagles team. So you're looking at any case of injury. You're looking at just a new scheme. This guy could play in any scheme in the NFL. And the Eagles now have him at their disposal. And that's another scary pick.
I have never seen an NFL team that consistently gets top defensive talent from the draft every single year. We saw it with Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, every single Georgia Bulldog that's come in the past 4 years that's been halfway decent. Now we're looking at it with Jahad Campbell, who's just another example. Cooper DeJean last year. I mean, it is so tiring to see this team get the absolute perfect pick every single year.
Well, you go from one near perfect team to another team that's always going to be in there in the Super Bowl conversation, the Kansas City Chiefs. Their pick is in for pick 32 in the first round of the NFL draft. We're awaiting the name, but this is a team that is looking for some defensive oomph on that side of the field, some running back, maybe offensive tackle talent.
Well, I just saw Campbell run out there. It's for his he got announced. He was running through the hallway. It's got all the teams on it. He runs up to the Eagle, gives it a nice bang like that. This guy's going to be a dog for the Eagles and Nick Sirianni. But moving on to the Chiefs. Unlike the Eagles, I think the Eagles have a very good possibility of making it back to the Super Bowl next year. I don't think the Chiefs will be there. I think they're taking a step back. Obviously, depends on who they're going to pick up here. There's a lot of options for the Chiefs. I don't know that I really love any of them. I don't know that I love this trade back to 32nd. I think they would have been better off with Campbell, honestly.
I think the move for them will be the one that I've had for a while. We've talked about, taking chances. Josh Simmons. Before his injury, he was top 10 pick. They need a little bit more help on that O-line. Josh Simmons, even if he takes a year to get fully healthy, it's the Chiefs. They'd be just fine. And I think that they could either use that or same thing with Will Johnson. I mean, another position that they could use that, they can wait a little bit on injury. And even if they completely whiff on the pick, womp womp, it's the Chiefs. They always find a way to be good. This is a team that I think that they have two needs that are pretty big in cornerback and O-line. And there are two top 10 talents that the only issue that they really have is the fact that they could be injured. and the Chiefs have the safety to take that pick without any real risk.
I'm glad that you mentioned kind of going out on a limb because that's kind of what I'm thinking. They're somewhat in need of a running back, and they don't necessarily need this 32nd pick to be anything amazing. Travion Henderson falls right into their lap. I would not be mad about that.
I don't see a universe where we see 3 running backs go in the first round.
It's unlikely.
In the big 2025, I don't know.
Hey,
but
what I
don't
will
hate
say
it.
is that you are correct. From the reports that are being put out there, the Chiefs are taking an O-lineman here. It's just a matter of which O-lineman is going to go.
Okay, so we think that they're taking O-line. If they go anyone other than Simmons, I don't know what game they're playing because I'm currently going through my profile list, and it's taken me quite a long time to get to O-lineman and the best available. So still going.
Also,
it's Simmons
that means officially Shadur Sanders did not go round 1. Will Johnson did not go round 1. Mike Green did not go round 1. Those are going to be some good guys
Mike
available
Green,
tomorrow.
You look good with Gangrene.
Nah,
under the
I don't
Jets.
think so.
We got 10th pick tomorrow. I'll be sitting there eating hot pot watching it. I'll be ready. But, we got one more pick left in the night.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of steals tomorrow.
There's going to be a lot.
That's going to be tomorrow's going to be the big day to watch.
The real question is, Will Johnson, how bad is this injury problem really? Because it's if it's a knee problem, it could be significant, which is why we've seen him fall so far. Coming into today, we thought he might be a top 10 pick, but now he's going to be a guy who's in round 2 tomorrow night.
It must be significant enough.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Like I've said, you're talking about a guy that won defensive player of the game in the national championship, which is probably harder to win than just defensive player of the year. You got to play your best football on the biggest stage there is, and he has proved that he can do that, and that's what I think translates into the NFL. Can you play those big games? Will Johnson can, and I'll say it once, I'll say it 100 times. He played in the Big Ten, in my opinion, the best conference in college football. Yeah, you're going to say SEC, I don't care. I'm going Big Ten all day, 10 times out of 10. I just feel like they play much better competition. The defense is a lot better, in my opinion. I watch a lot of Big Ten football, and this is how I'm feeling.
Ohio State bias may be there a little bit, but we got the pick in, Chiefs.
Ohio State bias, well, I guess it has some aura here because Josh Simmons is going to the Chiefs. Charles, you called this pick earlier today before we even began
he was on my mind.
The draft cast. We thought that Simmons might go to the Chiefs. It officially happens. I don't understand. I'm trying to get my mind around why the Eagles traded up for one pick because I think the Chiefs were going to go Simmons either way. So the Eagles just handed the Chiefs a 5th round pick for no reason.
I think that what my guess is, and a lot of GMs do this, it must have been buzz with the team, maybe trading. Maybe they just wanted, maybe they wanted to
be careful.
I don't know. Maybe be careful. Like maybe there was a team, maybe the Chiefs were taking calls and they wanted to, guarantee they get Jihad. Because Jihad, like I said, is the best fit.
Yeah.
Josh Simmons, this one to me is, this is the reason why GMs get paid, You look at the paper like, oh, this will do. And you just
It's going to make Mahomes happy, that's for sure. Mahomes is going to love this.
Yeah. He's going to love that. This is a great pick right here. And, also looking back at the Will Johnson thing, kind of going back a few steps. We're in the great era of football where we play on turf. And with his knee injury, that's, obviously you need to plant your leg to be able to make those cuts. If he cannot plant as hard, especially on a harder surface like turf, that's where that issue is going to come. Because if his leg is also a problem with that knee, we see the increase of knee injuries since the turf eras. And I think this is something that I think is going to really affect Will Johnson is he cannot cut and change direction as much, meaning his man-to-man is going to be a lot more of a problem, especially in some of these fields nowadays where some of these fields are walking landmines for players' knees.
Well, obviously, coaches and GMs were not a fan of what they saw over the offseason as well as the couple of first games they did get to see this season. I still think he's a lot better than people are putting on. The injury, yeah, it's going to take him a step back, but I still think he's an elite player. His IQ is insane. He would provide a lot of value, and maybe he's not a first-round pick, but I'm still going to consider it a steal in the second.
This man will not be out of the top 10. There are so many teams that are so needy coming into tomorrow that we're going to see. I think the best fit that I see him going to is maybe Houston at the second pick in tomorrow's draft or tomorrow's round.
And
they could use a cornerback. Yeah. That draws the question.
You look at tomorrow's draft. 2 of the first 4 picks are Cleveland's. Shadur Sanders is still there. Is Cleveland about to get Shadur in the second round?
Or do they trade that out, though? I don't think they get Shadur.
People thought that would make sense. People thought that they would go Sanders at 2 at one point, and now they could have him in the second round. If I'm the Browns, I know people hate on Sanders, and I'm not exactly the biggest Sanders guy, but I also acknowledge the dude can play ball. Mm-hmm. And with the Browns team, that let's be honest, their quarterback play is right now currently between Deshaun Watson, for the lack of nice words, and Joe Flacco. And let's just say it's not exactly sunshines and rainbows in Cleveland, okay? And I think Sanders could be that guy for them, and also, you know, maybe bring some publicity to a Browns team that has not had much.
You also got DTR. Don't count him out.
Oh, come on now.
He
was balling.
He moved. I forgot where he moved to, but he left.
Did he?
He is gone, yes.
Oh.
DTR is one
I
of those.
enjoyed watching him play twice a year. Whoever starts the season with the Browns, they're always injured by game 3, so you never have to worry about who starts.
Yeah, or they're in legal trouble in Deshaun Watson's case, but that's besides the point.
Looking at early second round tomorrow, Jace mentioned Browns have pick 1 and 4.
Bears have 2 later, yeah.
Bears have 7 and 9. The Colts right in the middle there at 13. Bears are definitely a team that I think could definitely make some headway in the second round with a lot of talent still left on the board.
I mean, there's 2 guys. I know this is bias, but I have to mention them. The two guys from Notre Dame. You know, Xavier Watts, Benjamin Morrison. I think they're both good talents as DBs. Jake, I know you're shaking your head. I think it's the Ohio State bias talking.
No, I agree with you.
But, I mean, Charles, Caden, I mean, your opinion on those 2 guys. Xavier Watts, Benjamin Morrison, I think those are both 2 good DBs that can get taken tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, looking at those 2, I think Benjamin Morrison, he's one of those guys I thought could maybe sneak up into the first round if you know, things came his way. But his draft stock fell, and to me, I think that he's not even the best cornerback. If we're taking out Johnson, he's not even the best second-round guy available. I still think
Siobhan Revel's still there, too.
Revel from ECU. I think he's the best.
And Trey Amos.
And you know, Amos as well. I mean, the cornerback class, this is the time where the cornerback class is going to see a jump because there's so many guys that were second-round talents in this cornerback class that just weren't good enough to be first, to where if you need a cornerback, this is, once again, the time to go at it. And I think that's what we're going to see a lot of come at this time.
There is still a super athletic guy on the board, Nick Emanwari.
Him too, as well as the guy from I cannot pronounce his name to save my life, but from Boston College.
The Edge,
another dog that is still on the clock. I'm not even going to pretend to pronounce his name because I forgot to make pronunciation for him. But absolutely phenomenal.
It's loaded.
Class.
I mean,
this is a loaded.
We knew heading into the draft class that it was a super loaded draft. I mean, the depth in it is insane. You know, there was maybe 1 or 2 guys that jumped off. You know, initially Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. Other than that, it was just a very packed draft with plenty of talent that can be day 1 talent that can go in and perform immediately. And there's going to be guys you can get in the 3rd, 4th round that can go in and produce immediately.
Well, you mentioned Xavier Watts, and I want to bring that back up because we talked a little bit about this. I would not be mad if the Colts picked him up at 13.
That was my idea.
I would love the Colts to pick up Watts. I would not be mad about that at all. I think that's a very good fit, and especially in the 2nd round, you're getting a lot of value out of that. I don't know that I would call it a steal, but a very valuable pick.
And for the Colts, I feel like DB and linebacker are now the 2 things they're going to hit heading into the 2nd round, and maybe an edge rusher is a possibility. But, I mean, they filled that gap on the offense. Now they need to fill the gap on the defense. So safety, linebacker seems to be the main 2 for the Colts tomorrow. I could see them going the linebacker from UCLA, Carson. I can't remember his last name, but I think he's second best linebacker available behind Jahad Campbell. And speaking of Jahad Campbell, I did just see the Eagles tried to trade up for Jahad Campbell multiple times. They had a deal in place at pick 22 with the Chargers to take Jahad Campbell, but the Chargers said, actually, we don't want to do that. Instead, the Eagles get their guy at 31.
I just don't get why, because if they didn't pick him at 31, he would have fell out of the 1st round, which is just, I don't know why you're trying to just give away picks. Maybe they just didn't want that 5th round pick. They really wanted to get rid of that 5th round pick. But I do like the guy from UCLA that you mentioned, Jace. I'll turn to you, Caden. Anybody for the Colts that you're looking?
For the Colts specifically, I feel like just bolstering the defensive backfield, you're going to have a lot of options here.
I mean, you already got Shavarius Ward and Cam Bynum from free agency, but I think just adding some extra talent behind them would not hurt at all.
I mean, exactly.
When you look at the problem that the Ravens had forever is just depth. Every time someone would get hurt, they just had nobody fill that gap, and I feel like that's kind of the position the Colts are going to be putting themselves in if they don't pick up at least a little bit of help in the back, because you got to have at least one competent backup to be able to come in and play.
Moving away from the Colts, you still have 2 very good running backs from Ohio State. Trayvon Henderson and Quinton Judkins are both available 2nd round. Both are capable of being running back 1s in the NFL.
I think Judkins probably going to fall to 3 just the way
possible.
It's looking right now.
I think
the Colts want to wait for that, I would not be mad about that either. For whatever reason, him coming and becoming a national championship hurt his draft stock, which is ridiculous in my opinion, but I think he's going to help out whatever team. Look back to like Deuce Vaughn. That's kind of what the value he provides for Dallas, just able to come in and get a little bit of extra whenever you need him. He can play that 3rd string running back. That's more of what I think Judkins is sitting right now.
And now we also look at, of course, my team, the Jets now. There's a few what-ifs on where they can go here. I mean, Azariah Thomas from FSU, one of the only bright spots for the Florida State University team. You also look at Nick Scorton, another guy that also kind of fell.
Nick Scorton, yeah.
I mean, he wasn't ever really going to go first round, but he was getting those talks. And Nick Scorton, he could also fall. And, you know, the biggest question of the day is where will Shadir fall? Where will Mike Green fall?
Just those main guys. Luther Burden even, too.
Luther Burden. And we kind of saw him falling just because so many teams are so concerned about how bad he had last year. And, of course, off the field, he's not exactly a ray of sunshine. So we'll see where these players go. But tomorrow's a good time to tune in to the NFL Draft to see what is going to happen because we have some big, big picks coming out.
But, you know, I mean, looking back to the first round, what was your favorite pick? I mean, there's a lot of good picks in the first round. A lot of teams, you know, finding the guys that can be, you know, the new number one on their team. Who do you see as being the best pick?
I don't want to steal yours because I know you're going to go Tyler Warren. I mean,
maybe
you're a Colts fan. I know you're going Tyler Warren, so I'll stay away from him.
No, you can go ahead. I got something else.
I'll give the Colts the benefit of their doubt, and I will say that Tyler Warren, in my opinion, was the best pick. It was the best fit. But another one of those picks that really fit well for me that I really liked was the Falcons trading up to get James Pierce Jr. I think that move was one of those to where they actually had two elite D-line players or deep defensive players to now boost a defense that was not very good. I think that the Falcons, in my opinion, won tonight's draft. Yeah. It does help they had more picks than everyone else. But I think that they had the best draft. They improved the most, and I love both of their picks tonight.
Yeah, for me, I got two. The Packers finally giving their fan base a little bit of faith, them picking up Matthew Golden. I think that's just a perfect fit, in my opinion. It fits into the offense. It's exactly what they were missing. A deep threat, giving Jordan Love another weapon. I love that. And then also Jahad Campbell going to the Eagles. Just a perfect fit. And you look at this defense and what Sirianni's building, this is exactly what they needed coming out of a late draft pick. Because it's in my opinion, 31 and 32 can sometimes be a waste because you're kind of just picking up what nobody else wanted from the first round. But here, I feel like they actually went out, got a guy that they wanted. They apparently want to trade up 7 picks to get him. You get him at 29, I feel like you're sitting pretty happy. You lost your 5th, but I think you're happy with that.
You know, honestly, I think the Colts had the best draft of anybody. I think that's legitimate. I feel
one
like
pick
they had a guy that they wanted. They went in, didn't waste 30 seconds.
They were the quickest one.
And they walked out with the exact same guy that they had in mind going into the draft. So that's just the way it goes. You know, it's a big win for Indianapolis, big win for the Colts, big win for AR, big win for everybody.
Charles, you're lucky I'm not over there to hit you.
I mean, yeah, I definitely think the Colts had a good draft. I'm a hater because obviously everyone here is from Indianapolis and I'm not. But great draft. Very, very fun night.
We'll see. My guy is Jahdae Barron. I love the Broncos getting the corner. You already have Pat Surtain. I like Moss, but I think that Barron can be that guy at that cornerback 2 position, and you put Moss at kind of that nickel, you know, kind of that nickel DB. So Jahdae Barron, it's a huge pickup for Denver. We're going from one orange team to another. This guy is very speedy, can be very good, and you know, adding him with Pat Surtain, Charles, is going to be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gray Zabel, my last person, another one of those picks I think was just perfect. And I think it was, like I said, just one of those picks one of those games that was just really good. And I'm really excited to see what is going to be happening for this next year, as all of our guests are currently lining up on the right side. And
yeah,
I don't know what's going on over there, so I'm going to go look at them.
I wasn't warned, but I mean,
Jace.
Yeah, I mean, we got Dylan, Nate, Jacksen, Freddy. Big appreciation to these guys for, you know, setting these position groups, talking about them all night long, coming on when asked to do so, and providing some great info. Charles, what are you laughing about over there? What's funny? Come on now.
Hey, I'm
just doing your thing?
Just doing my thing.
Doing your thing. Like I said, big appreciation to these guys for setting these groups, coming on when asked to do so, and providing some great info. Obviously, Caden, Jake, Charles, great analysis all night long. It was a fun night, I would say.
It was an amazing night, and to everybody behind the cameras and everybody back in the production room, this was amazing. All the graphics that you saw, hand put together, and there was a lot of time that went into it, a lot of effort to make sure all of this was put together more than just what you saw on the screen. And so we want to say that we're amazingly thankful.
Also want to give one big shout out to Evan Porterfield, his 22nd birthday, and he's here right behind that camera that we're looking through right now, being here till midnight here in Indiana on his birthday, spending his whole day here. There you go. Turn the camera to you, bud. Oh, no! Come on, show the ginger. There you go. Yeah. It's a big appreciation to him for, spending his birthday with us and providing all the great graphics and the great things he does for UINDY TV as a whole.
But yeah, I mean, absolutely great night. Thank you to everyone that was involved, and I hope you have a great night. And that's going to be all from tonight's NFL Draft coverage. We'll see you next year for another one.
Go Pack, go.
See, that was why.